I think we can all agree that Mondays are the worst. Doesn't matter where you work or what you do, the start of a new week always sucks. It sucks especially if you're crawling through a freaking sewer tunnel at 8 in the morning. No, I'm not part of a sewage cleaning crew, but I wish I was. It would be way less trouble. I'm working as an exterminator, and not the type you'd expect. What I care of aren't rodents or strays, not even people. I take care of, for simplicity's sake, monsters. To tell you the truth, this morning I wasn't in the mood for work. 0%. That's not how the job goes, though. First, you can't laze around with those things. Give them a few unattended hours and you might look at a few dead people, and that's the best case scenario. Second, there's headquarters. If you ignore them, you wish you'd crawled the frickin' sewers. After a particularly rough patch on Saturday, I used Sunday to unwind. It meant shitty food, shitty movies, and shitty bourbon. Lots of shitty bourbon. Don't judge. In my line of work, you can use the occasional blackout. I wasn't happy when my phone woke me up at 6 in the frickin' morning. Not at all. Jesus, what the hell's going on? I cursed as I scrambled for my phone. Yeah? I asked, still tired and still very drunk. Exterminator 7D11087. We have found a new signature in your area, the computerized voice of headquarters informed me. Great. We are transferring the signature's location as we speak. Our data suggests it's most likely a D-class incident, vermin type. Immediate extermination is required. With that, the voice cut out, and a moment later my phone notified me that the signature data had been transferred. I lay on the couch, rubbing my temples, and cursed to myself. Fucking hell, 2 incidents in 3 days? For another minute, I didn't move. When I finally heaved myself off the couch, I cringed at my splitting headache. A quick look at my desk told me it hadn't just been a single bottle of bourbon who'd kept me company yesterday. For a moment, the second bottle, which still contained a good third, looked almost too tempting. I forced myself to ignore it and made my way to the storage room. This place would be a witch's wet dream. Strange liquids, weird objects, old books, and God knows what else lined the cluttered shelves. It's all stuff I've gathered over the years, or that had been sent by headquarters to help me on the job. I rummaged through the contents until I found what I'd been looking for. It was one of headquarters' alchemic contraptions. I have no clue what the stuff's made from. I think it's usually used to treat mental damage. It works like a charm on hangovers, though. I popped the vial, and soon the stinging pain in my head became nothing but a slight throbbing. 10 minutes later, I was on my way. It was supposed to be a D-class incident, so I opted for a single gun, protective armor, and a few gadgets that could make your life a tad bit easier. I also got my hands on a couple of flash grenades, but I probably wouldn't need those. Still, never hurts to be prepared. The area the signature originated in was near the outskirts of town, in an old, abandoned industrial complex. Now isn't that great? Can't wait to get over there. Really, I couldn't imagine anything more fun than spending my Monday morning hunting down vermin on steroids in old warehouses or factory halls. Turns out, I didn't have to. As so often, reality proved much, much worse. It was a literal shit show. As I got closer to my destination, I could already see the sewer entrance. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me, I cursed in frustration. I rechecked the data, but the moment I got closer to the entrance, I knew I was in the right place. The mutilated remains of some poor schmuck left no doubts. When I checked the body, I saw that half his face was gone, gnawed away to the bone. From the dirty clothes, I could tell he was most likely homeless and had made his home out here. Shit, man, why didn't you go to any of the shelters? I said before I stapled the corpse with a little microchip. It's standard procedure. When you find a corpse, or, well, what remains of it, you gotta mark it so headquarters cleanup crews can take care of it. Leaving behind evidence is a big no-no. For a moment I stared down into the tunnel and listened, but couldn't see or hear a damn thing. Rechecking the signature data told me that there were 3 of the things down there, whatever they were. I got my gun ready, stared at the disgusting sewage for a few more seconds before I plunged in. The stink was unbearable. It smelled like feces, chemicals, and rot. After barely a few meters, I found out where the rotten smell was coming from. I also learned that the homeless dude outside wasn't the only victim. The remains of at least 2, hell, maybe even 3 people were down there. It was hard to tell. I pushed myself past them, but wondered what I was up against. A D-class vermin type was usually nothing serious. They were creatures the size of rats, maybe dogs. Dangerous, sure, but no problem for an exterminator like me. Those corpses, though. With each step, the tunnel grew darker. I felt my skin crawl. I was almost blind down here. Even worse, the tunnel was old and had deteriorated over the years. Small crevices and holes lined the sides, and whenever I passed one of them, I was expecting something to jump me. Alright, enough is enough. I'm not walking around blind anymore. I took out a small beacon the size of a tennis ball. "May there be light," I said in a joking voice as I activated it. I threw it down the tunnel ahead of me. It glimmered slightly before it flooded the tunnel with light. I noticed several strange symbols on the wall to my right, but I didn't have time for some frickin' graffiti. After a few more steps, I stopped. About a dozen meters ahead of me, the tunnel was encrusted by a disgusting, slimy web. When I saw it, I knew what I was up against. Oh, frickin' spider rats. I knew headquarters had a specific name for them in their compendium, but I couldn't remember any of that shit, and frankly, I didn't care. What I knew, though, was that the things were usually the size of dogs. The premature ones, that is. If they were fully grown, though... Shit, this is no simple D-class incident. I might be in serious trouble. As if to prove me right, 2 of the fuckers popped out right ahead of me. One was small, the size of a cat, and dangled from the ceiling. Its 8 legs began twitching when it saw me. The other one, however, was one nasty fucker. It filled out half the tunnel and was easily the same size as me. I held up the gun, ready to unload on the beast before they could attack. Right at that moment, I realized I'd fucked up. There had been 3 signatures, not 2, and when I felt a sharp, piercing pain from my right leg, I knew where the third one was. Right below me, gnawing at my frickin' leg. I screamed up in pain, lost my balance, and shook the fucker off. A second later, the 8-legged, furry beast propelled itself back at me. For a second, I stared at its wide-open mouth, the clawed feet, and its disgusting, bloated body. 2 shots of the gun evaporated it in midair and painted the tunnel and me in disgusting spider rat goo. Fuck! I cursed, raised the gun again, but the smaller of the 2 creatures was already upon me. It screeched as it jumped from the tunnel wall and lashed onto my shoulder. Its long, spidery legs closed around my arm. It was about to sink its fangs into my neck, but a second before it could, I pushed the gun down its throat and pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot made me wince. A sharp pain cut through my ear, leaving me half dizzy and half deaf. Fuck. Way to go, you careless goddamn idiot. I shook my head and tried to steady myself, but right at this moment the third beast crashed into me. I was thrown backward, pushed underwater, and swallowed a mouthful of the disgusting sewage. When I fought myself back up, coughing and screaming, the third one was right on top of me. A bellowing screech escaped its mouth before its fangs closed around my right arm. Pain shot through it and the gun clattered from my hand. Once more I was pushed underwater. The thing's claws scratched over my body, tearing at the armor. But I knew it wouldn't last much longer. In desperation, I punched the thing's head once, twice, but it didn't do a damn thing. All it did was make the creature even angrier. Its jaws tightened and ground against the bone as it tore at my arm. I screamed again as I felt muscles tear and tendons tighten. If not for the protective armor, I'd have lost my arm then and there, and would soon anyway. The flash grenade erupted right above us. Thankfully, I knew it was coming and covered my eyes. The creature, though, had no clue what hit it. The tunnel was drowned in blazing white light. An ear-piercing scream cut through the tunnel as the thing finally let go of my arm. It retreated backwards, and its giant body beat the waters and the walls in a blind rage. Shit, the gun! Where's the freaking gun? I went down on my knees and scratched over the floor of the tunnel desperately. Shit, come on! Finally, my hand closed around the cold, hard steel. Just as the light of the grenade waned and the thing came back to its senses, I unloaded the entire magazine into its body. It screeched once more before it convulsed and crashed down in the water in front of me. Fucking piece of shit. I screamed at the thing. I kicked the body again and again before I couldn't go on anymore. I stood there, panting. Then I checked my arm and saw a deep, gashing wound. It was bad, all right, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. I checked my close-range scanner, pinged the area, but there was no sign of any other creatures nearby. Hell, there didn't need to be. 3 had been more than enough. I kicked the thing in front of me again to make sure it was really dead, before I walked up to the slimy web. I sprayed it with a chemical solution and lit it. In an instant, the thing went up in flames. Well, that's that. Another job well done, I joked as I limped from the tunnel. I considered checking the holes and crevices I'd noticed before, but there had been no other signals. Fuck it. I pressed a few buttons on my phone to notify headquarters that the job was done. Time to send in the cleanup crews. Once I was out of the tunnel, I applied some bandages to my arm and leg. Hopefully it would be enough until I made it home and put some of headquarters' magic pixie dust on it. Well, it's not exactly pixie dust. It's a healing contraption, but it gets the job done. Got a flesh wound on your arm or leg? In a day or two, you're good as new. God knows what the stuff is, but hell, I'll take it. The moment I was home, I took off everything and went straight into the shower to wash off the stink of the sewers and the damn spider rats. God, there was enough sewer crawling for a long, long while. I slumped down on the couch, happy to go back to sleep, when my phone rang again. I stared at it. No freaking way. Another signature? 2 in one fucking day? I never knew a computerized voice could sound anything but monotonous. Definitely not angry or frustrated. But I swear that's exactly what it sounded like. Exterminator 7D11087. The clearance you gave us could not be confirmed. Our rescan of the area proves there are still organisms present. Please return to the area immediately and make sure you destroy all organisms, but also the nest. The creatures are multiplying as we speak. We would like to remind you that this job is of the utmost importance and requires due diligence. We would also like to remind you that none of our contraptions are for personal usage. Please find a different solution for your alcohol problem, or there will be repercussions. With that, the call ended. When the new data had been transferred, I could see at least a half a dozen new signals. By the time I got there, I knew there would be even more. Fucking shit, I forgot the fucking nest. Those holes and crevices! I cursed and threw the now empty second bottle of bourbon against the wall. Fuck monsters and fuck Mondays. A new day on the job, a new incident to handle. This time it was another D-class incident. But of course, things had to go down the shitter right from the get-go. Today's incident was a humanoid type. After vermin and beast types, humanoids are the most common ones. While most of them are D-class or C-class, there's one difference. Beast and vermin might be big and dangerous, but they lack intellect, brain power, so to speak. They function purely on instinct. Humanoids are an entirely different story. Sure, they might only be D-class, and sure, they are often weaker than other creatures, but those fuckers are smart, which means they are often hard to kill. Most of them are creatures that barely resemble humans. They are often nothing but twisted hunks of flesh that walk around on 2 legs and hide in the gutters or abandoned buildings. Those are the easy ones. Things get troublesome when they mingle, hide in plain sight, and take on the guise of a normal human being. Guess what I had to handle today? Today's signature was located in the middle of an apartment complex. When I saw it, I frowned instantly. Well, isn't that fucking great? I cursed to myself. Sure, if I was lucky, the fucker might hide in a basement or an underground garage. Who am I kidding? When was I ever lucky? No, I was sure today's job would most likely be trickier. If you're hunting down a creature in an abandoned building, or hell, the freaking sewers, you can go in guns blazing. If the fucker mingles, you gotta be clever and handle the job with finesse. 2 things I was severely lacking. To sum things up, today was another shitty day. The first thing I needed to solve was how to enter the building in case the creature was hiding in an apartment. You can't just wave your gun around and tell people their neighbor has been replaced by some supernatural creature that needs a few more breathing holes. After some deliberation, I went with a plan that was simple enough even for me. I'd pretend to be a handyman, tasked with checking the heater system, the pipes, or God knows what. Once that was settled, I printed out a fake repair bill. Headquarters had provided me with an entire database just for these kinds of trickier incidents. An old boiler suit above my protective armor completed the disguise. My equipment today was a little different from usual as well. As I said, I had to be clever and discreet, and I fucking hated it. Almost on instinct, I reached out for the stack of grenades in the back of the storage room. I caressed one of my little friends before I put it back with a sigh. Not today, lovely. After that, I picked up a silencer for my trusty gun, and after a few seconds, I grabbed one of the tactical combat knives. Sometimes things could get messy. And sometimes you wouldn't be able to use a gun, especially in close-quarter encounters. The moment I arrived in the area, I hit up my close-range scanner. Now, where are you, you fucker? Against all odds, I was still hoping to find it in an underground area, but of course the odds were against me. Fucking great. The creature was hiding in one of the apartments. On the 3rd floor, to be precise. When I tried the front door, I found it locked. No surprise there. I stared at the bell system for a moment before I shrugged and pressed a random button. I kept ringing for what must have been a full minute before an angry male voice answered. Yeah, what the hell do you want? Hello, sir, I said in my friendliest and most upbeat of voices. I'm here for a scheduled repair in the apartment of Mrs. Matthews. I've got an appointment with her right now, but there seems to be a problem with the door opener, so if you could be so... I didn't have to go any further. I heard a string of mumbled curses before the door was unlocked. Heh, easy as pie, I congratulated myself. I made my way inside, up the stairs, and entered the 3rd floor. There were about a dozen apartments, so I hit up the close-range scanner once more. After only half a minute, I'd pinpointed the fucker's location. Apartment 307. I took a deep breath, rummaged through my pockets, and pulled out the now crumpled-up fake repair bill. For a moment, I stared at it and frowned. Yeah, good job, you freaking idiot. Then I rang the doorbell and prepared myself. No more fuck-ups. A moment later, a dizzy-looking brunette opened the door. Yes, hello? She greeted me with a half-questioning, half-confused look on her face. Good day, miss. I'm here to check out the heater in your apartment. Your renting company informed me that there's trouble with it, so I'd like to have a look at them and... But there's already someone checking the pipes in the bathroom. He told me there's a... Shit. I cut her off. The fucker was clever, all right. It must have taken on the guise of some handyman to stalk its prey and to enter their places. Exactly what I'd have done. The woman's face changed to a scared expression when she heard my curse and saw the frown on my forehead. She tried to close the door, but I put my foot in. Hold on, miss, and listen. I started improvising in a low voice as I forced the door open again. Listen, I haven't heard of any other appointments regarding your apartment, so the guy inside might be a scammer, okay? It's very common these days. There's some people who pretend to work for our company to get entry into people's apartments. They do it to steal their valuables, hack into their Wi-Fi. Look, I'm not sure how familiar you are with online banking or PayPal hacks, but I assure you, it's no joke. You can cross-check the form I brought. It should give you sufficient proof of my identity. Without warning, or waiting for an answer, I shoved the crumpled-up fake repair bill into her face and pushed myself past her. No, but... she protested, but I cut her right off. I'm going to give my supervisor a call to see if he can identify the man. Should there be any trouble, I'm going to inform security right away. God, I thought, what an absolute load of bullshit. There's no way she'd believe me, but... was there? To my surprise, she seemed to buy it. Okay, but what if he's dangerous? You don't have to worry about a thing. Like I said, security's just a call away. For now, please step outside, at least until I've confirmed what's going on. Finally, she gave me a weak nod and pointed towards the bathroom at the end of the hallway. While I was still staring at her, I took out my phone and pretended to call my supervisor. This seemed to convince her, and she stepped outside. Alright, fucker. Time to get to know my little friend here, I thought as I caressed my gun and inched toward the bathroom. The moment I stepped inside, I found an older man below the sink working on it. A toolbox was propped up next to him, and when he noticed me, he looked up in confusion. What the hell? He started. Don't tell me that idiot Christopherson messed up the assignments again. Then he squinted his eyes and heaved himself upward. Wait a minute, who the hell are you? I stared at the guy, ready to pull out my gun, but something didn't add up. This was too good. Too real. Was this guy really... From down the hallway, I heard the front door being thrown shut, followed by a succession of disgusting noises. Flesh rending, bones snapping, skin stretching, and then footsteps. Big, hard, fast footsteps. Someone, no, something was getting closer. And quickly. I threw myself aside, barely avoiding the swing of a clawed hand, and crashed right against the side of the bathtub. A second later, something huge and contorted ran past me, straight for the poor handyman. "What the?" was all he said before a blood-curdling scream cut through the air. Blood splattered, and the wet sound of flesh tearing drowned the man's screams. "Motherfucker," I screamed as I ripped out my gun. A contorted, blood-covered version of the woman's face jerked in my direction. "You made a mistake, asshole," I brought out, grinning as I pointed the gun at it. "You should have focused on me first." My finger was on the trigger, and I was about to press it. One of the creature's arms shot forward. Too slow, too far away, I told myself, but then my hand was batted aside. The shot trailed off, and the gun clattered away, vanishing somewhere in the depths of the bathroom. The creature's arm had become an elongated mass of flesh and bone, and had stretched further than should have been possible. Finally, I realized what I was up against. Worst-case scenario. A frickin' shapeshifter. The creature's mouth opened to a wide grin, revealing rows upon rows of long, needle-like teeth. A thick, heavy tongue pushed outward and licked blood and gore from its lips. When the creature pushed itself upward, I realized how huge it was. Its legs had changed into a twisted mass of muscles. Its arms were long and dangling, and the claws at their ends scratched over the ceramic tiles of the floor. For an instant, the creature's hungry eyes met mine. Then it rushed at me. I tried to throw myself back into the hallway to get out of reach, but the thing was too fast and its arms were too long. The claws tore over my chest, ripping apart the boiler suit and leaving a deep gash in my protective armor. I didn't even have time to curse as a second attack followed, this one aimed right at my head. I jerked to my left, but I still felt claws scratching over the skin of my left cheek. "Fuck!" I screamed up in pain. I felt my blood running down the left side of my face. The creature giggled in anticipation, licked the blood off its claws before it attacked once more. This time I could avoid it, fled down the hallway, and threw myself into one of the other rooms, the bedroom. Shit, a freaking shapeshifter without a gun. This was going to get ugly. Really ugly. I didn't have time to think, though. The creature crashed into the room right behind me, and a moment later it was upon me once more. I ducked under a sideways sweep, but it left me wide open for a second attack. I felt hot, sharp pain on my right side as the claws cut through the protective armor. The fucker had only grazed me, but it hurt like hell. I screamed, almost toppled over, but forced myself to keep standing. Another attack followed, but this time I was ready. Combat knife in hand, I dodged and rammed the blade deep into the creature's arm. It screeched up, pulled free, and crashed its entire body into mine. The force of the attack almost threw me from my feet. I was dizzy, my head was spinning, but I watched as its giant mouth opened. Almost in slow motion, I saw its jaw unhinge and its neck push outward. When the head jerked into my direction, I threw myself to my knees. I pushed forward straight against the creature's body. The blade cut through the leathery skin and muscular flesh below with ease. I pushed myself upward and drove the knife deep into the creature's body with my entire weight. A loud, guttural scream told me the fucker was hurting, and hurting bad. A second later, I threw myself sideways and still holding onto the knife. The creature's chest tore open in a wide arc. Dark, bluish blood erupted from the wound in its chest, drenching me in the entire bedroom floor. Another ear-piercing scream cut through the air. The creature batted me aside, throwing me against the wardrobe in the back of the room. All the air was driven from my lungs, and I collapsed on the floor. "Damn it, why won't you fucking die?" The creature's eyes focused on me once more. It took a step forward, then another before it staggered and crashed down right on top of me. Then it lay still. "Fucking hell," I brought out, panting, and pushed the disgusting body off of me. I was covered almost completely in disgusting blood. The smell made me gag for a moment. I fought myself back to my feet, checked the creature once more before I rubbed the blood off myself with a bedsheet. Only when I'd cleaned myself up did I contact headquarters. Yeah, I took care of the creature. But the noise might have alerted some of the other residents. There's also a victim, a handyman. Nothing I could do, unfortunately. I think it's best. Mommy, what's going on? I heard a quiet voice from outside in the hallway. Moments later, knife still in hand, I found myself face to face with a small boy, about 4 years of age. He was standing in the bedroom doorway. His eyes grew wide, and he started crying almost instantly before he rushed away. Shit. Exterminator 7D11087. What is the situation? Instead of answering, I stumbled after the little boy who'd retreated to the living room. Fucking shit, I should have checked if someone else was around. The thing must have kept the boy alive to blend in better. Shit, I fucked up. I fucked up big time. I stood there in the door to the living room and saw him cowering in a corner, half hidden behind the couch, sobbing hysterically. I took a step back and relayed the situation. Outside, I could hear the blaring of the fire alarm set off to get the rest of the residents out of the building. There's a problem. We've got a survivor. The creature was a shapeshifter, took the place of a young woman, and kept her son around. He's currently in the living room, requesting permission to take the child to a hospital to... That won't be necessary, Exterminator 7D11087. The computerized voice cut me off. The building's being locked down as we speak, and our cleanup crew is already on the way. We assure you, we are prepared to handle this situation. There's no further need for your involvement. But what about the fucking kid? I yelled into the phone. Don't tell me. The situation's under control. Return to your base of operations immediately. Further dissonance will be deemed an offense and will be punished accordingly. As I stood there staring at the boy, I opened my mouth in protest, but I knew I could do nothing. I'd already gotten a warning. And as I told you, you don't mess with headquarters. I took one last look at the scared little boy, cursed myself, and picked up my gun and left the apartment. Shit like this happens. Shit like this happens all the time. It doesn't make it any easier. Evidence is a big no-no. But so are witnesses. With a sour taste in my mouth, I made my way down the stairs. Outside, people were driven back by the police. One officer noticed me and the state I was in and demanded who I was and what I was doing there. He was pushed aside by a man in a dark suit. After only a few words, the officer took one more glance in my direction before he nodded and went back to where he'd come from. I turned back toward the building once more before I went on my way. I told myself to head straight home, but before I knew it, I was on my way to the closest liquor store. As I said, in this line of work, you can use the occasional drink. Or a few, for that matter. Fuck monsters and fuck headquarters. Some of you might wonder how I ended up in this sort of occupation. It's not exactly the type of job you pick up on a whim or apply for. No, you could say I sort of fell into it. As I mentioned before, sometimes people are unlucky enough to encounter some of these creatures before they're taken care of. Sometimes those people are lucky enough to make it out alive. That's what happened to me. And that's why I was chosen to become the cheerful exterminator I am today. I wish none of this would have happened, and given the shit I've seen over the years, I often wish I hadn't made it out alive at all. Alright, you're not here for my pity party. You're here to find out how this entire fucking shit show started, right? It was back in the summer of 2016. Only 6 years ago, but it feels like an entire lifetime. Early summer was always a time I enjoyed. Those hot days and warm nights always felt special to me. They make you want to go out, spend the night gazing at the stars, and to forget about all your obligations. It was my best friend Thomas who invited me and my girlfriend Julie to hang out by the riverside. He wanted to have some barbecue, share a few cold drinks, and introduce us to Gabriella, a girl he'd been dating for a while now. It was supposed to be a fun day, but it turned into my worst nightmare. Gabriella turned out to be a pretty interesting person, and after introductions were over, we just hung out and talked about all the mundane things in life that didn't matter. As the sun went down and our drinks became scarce, we decided on a little pub crawl in one of the more trendy areas in our city. It's a place overcrowded with cramped bars, shitty clubs, and late-night stores. It's your typical bustling party district. At least the bigger streets are like that. If you leave those behind, you find small, dark alleyways, deserted side streets, and old, rundown buildings. Back then, I didn't know it, but it's one of the places the creatures I hunt down like the most. Where better to hide and lay in wait for prey than society's underbelly? I later learned that headquarters had my city under surveillance, but regarded it as a low-priority area. Thus, no exterminator was present, and things occasionally got out of hand. The first bar we went to was a small, well-known hard rock joint. The music was great, the drinks were cheap, and we had a blast before we moved on. After 2 other bars, we decided we had enough of sitting in cramped spaces. The night was mild and the sky was clear. It was perfect to sit outside. We got ourselves a few more beers from a late-night store and went on our way to find a place to enjoy the night. It was Thomas who told us he knew just the place. He mentioned a certain construction site nearby. It was supposed to become a high-rise building, but construction had been suspended months ago. If we'd made our way inside and got to the highest floor, we'd have a fantastic view over the entire area. I wasn't a fan of the idea. My city isn't dangerous, but if you strayed from the lively areas, you could still have run into a disgruntled homeless person, or a few drunks a little bit less stable than you. Or, well, something even worse. Thomas, of course, didn't have any of it. He promised it was nearby, safe, and we'd regret not checking the place out. So, being the idiot I am, I eventually agreed to come along. We went down a small side street, made our way through one dark alleyway, then another, before we arrived at a closed-off area. Thomas was quick to show us his secret entrance, and in we went. By that point, we were all pleasantly buzzed, and I'd long forgotten my original fears. It was only Gabriella who turned around at some point. She said she'd heard something, but Thomas was quick to put his arm around her and sway her. Maybe if we'd listened to her, things would have turned out differently. But somehow, I know it was already too late by then. We made our way through the empty building, past bleak walls and up half-finished staircases. When we reached the top, I had to admit that Thomas had been right. The view was stunning. We settled down with our remaining drinks and decided to spend the early morning hours right there. It wasn't long before we heard something. Footsteps. First, they were below us, and we listened as they shuffled through the deserted hallways of the building. Then whoever was responsible made their way upstairs. I gave Thomas an apprehensive look and was about to curse him when someone stepped into the barren room. "Thought I saw somebody up here. What's up, guys?" It was a scrawny teenager with unkempt hair and a beer in his hand. We were all quiet, but the kid seemed to be alone, smaller and younger than us, and pretty drunk himself. "Hey there," Thomas greeted him before anyone else could so much as open their mouths. He was the friendliest person I knew and approached and befriended pretty much anyone, regardless of who they were. "We're having a few drinks and enjoying the view," he continued. "Mind if I join in?" the kid asked. "Well, sorry, but..." I started, but was cut off by Thomas. "We're all pretty drunk, so why the hell not? The more the merrier," he said with a grin and toasted the kid. "Indeed," the newcomer said, smiling and joining us. Something about his voice was a bit strange, but I couldn't put it anywhere. Things had started off a bit awkwardly, but the kid didn't seem to be the dangerous type. He joined around with us, kept drinking his beer, and while he was odd, he made for some alright company. That was until he made some offhand comments. "You know, sometimes I wish I could just..." he mumbled, giving Gabriella a little wink while he licked his lips. She shuffled around, not saying anything, but inched closer to Thomas. He was quick to defuse the situation by changing the topic back to music and local clubs. I listened for a while before I cuddled up with Julie. Together we sat there, gazing at the stars and musing on about life. Only when things got heated again did I turn around. Thomas had gotten up and stood in front of the kid with an annoyed expression on his face. "You know, It might be best for you to leave, he snapped. Damn it, I cursed to myself. He shouldn't have invited him after all. What's going on? I asked as I got up. This guy's creepy. He keeps staring at me and making these weird comments, Gabriella answered. Alright, how about this? It's almost morning anyways. I started and tried to end things before they could escalate further. Oh, you want to leave so soon? The kid asked in a sing-song voice that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Yeah, we are. So how about... Thomas's sentence was cut off right in the middle. The sound of shattering glass reached my ears as the bottle he'd been holding hit the floor. Then he started screaming. I took a step forward, but suddenly there was blood. So much goddamn blood. I saw it hadn't just been Thomas's bottle that had fallen. Right there in front of him lay both of his severed hands. He fell to his knees, tears streaming from his eyes, and he stared at his bloody stumps in utter confusion. Everyone froze. No one knew what the hell was happening. I remember staring at the situation in a mixture of disbelief and shock, not able to grasp the situation in front of me. At this moment, the kid began laughing. First in his normal, somewhat grating voice, but soon it changed and became guttural and distorted. His body trembled and shifted below his clothes. Dylan? What's going on? Julie asked in a shaken voice as she clung to my arm. I wanted to say something, but my brain wasn't able to form words. I wasn't able to do anything. The kid's clothes started bulging and tore apart as his body twisted around itself. He was shaking, convulsing, but that guttural laughter continued and grew in intensity. His body began warping itself. Muscles grew, skin stretched and tore apart, bones pushed outward, puncturing skin and flesh, before they grew into additional appendages. I couldn't move and could only stare at the horrific, surreal transformation happening right in front of my eyes. What had been the body of a scrawny teenager was now a twisted mess of flesh and appendages that towered high above each one of us. Suddenly, the creature's head jerked forward on an elongated neck. The thing put its mouth close to Thomas's ear and whispered something I couldn't understand. Then its mouth opened wider and wider. Skin and flesh tore apart as its jaw unhinged. For a second, I saw brick-like teeth and a bloated black tongue. Then it bit right into Thomas's neck. Blood gushed outward. His arms rose and waved through the air frantically before they flopped down again. After that, the thing's monstrous face changed to a wide grin as it turned to Gabriella. There's nothing better than a hunt, it said in its distorted, inhuman voice. It was then that the reality finally sunk in and panic descended. Gabriella was crying and inched away from the creature, but within seconds it was upon her and tore her to pieces. She didn't even have time to scream. Julie was the first to move again. She rushed for the stairs before she turned back, got a hold of my arm and pulled me after her. Dylan, come on! She screamed at me in sheer hysterics. When I could finally move, I stumbled after her. Down, get away, run away. Those were the only things that were on my mind. In front of me, Julie already hurried through the hallway. We stumbled on and finally made it to the stairs. We threw ourselves forward down to the floor below while the abomination's deep, throaty laugh followed us from above. Run, little mice, run, it called after us. The entire building shook. Julie screamed, tripped, and fell to the floor. As I pulled her up, I turned around, expecting to find the creature right behind us. Hell, I'd expected it to come for me and could already feel the pain. The stairs, however, were empty. Julie had gotten back to her feet, but we'd barely taken a handful of steps when the ceiling in front of us burst apart. Plaster and stone rained down before an avalanche of limbs and muscle descended. The thing giggled as its eyes focused on us. Its wide mouth was twisted into the same gigantic grin I'd seen before. Oh, I am going to enjoy this. I thought it would rush us then and there, but it didn't have to. It knew as well as we did there was no way out. How could you hope to run from something like this? We wouldn't be able to get away. We were trapped. In front of me, the entire hallway was filled with a sprawling amalgamation of limbs and flesh. For a moment, the creature's eyes met mine, and I couldn't help but give a short, insane laugh. Then it moved, pushing itself forward, relishing my terror. Its limbs were holding onto the surrounding walls as it dragged itself forward like a spider. "Why don't you run?" it asked in a giggling voice. Right at that moment, Julie pulled me away from the thing, down the hallway and into a room to our right. Bellowing laughter erupted from outside. What was she doing? It didn't matter what we did. It didn't matter a damn bit. For a moment, another bout of mad laughter escaped my mouth. Behind us, the first of the creature's many limbs were getting a hold of the doorway and dug into the brickwork. Right at that moment, I saw it. The sun was dawning. A window was right in front of us. We stumbled forward, reached it, but Julie's face turned to despair. "No," she started and fell to her knees. She kept repeating it over and over again. We were up way too high. "We're on the 3rd floor. There's—" "Wait, Julie." I cut her off. "Over there, that ledge. If we can get there, we'll make it to the scaffold and can get down." At first she didn't understand what I was saying. When the creature pushed itself into the room, though, its mouth hanging open, jaw unhinged and tongue dangling from it, she got going and pushed herself onto the ledge. I was about to follow her and to swing myself out, but I suddenly felt a piercing pain in my leg. As the creature dragged me backward, I beat against its head, screamed, but I could do nothing. The creature's face, however, wasn't focused on me. No. It was staring at the window. For the first time, something in its face changed. For the first time, it looked elated. "Julie, run!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. The creature threw me aside, pushed past me, and burst through the window. Outside, I heard Julie's steps on the scaffold and her desperate cries for help. I prayed. I hoped she'd make it and she'd be able to alert someone. Yet only seconds later, her cries were cut off, and I heard the sickening sounds of tearing flesh. With it, my last sliver of hope was crushed. I was on the floor and watched in a trance while the blood slowly streamed from the wound in my leg. I barely looked up when the creature returned. It stared right at me from the hole that had been a window not long ago. Then I saw Julie's remains in one of its many bony hands. "So weak. So fragile," it mused on. The hand around Julie's lifeless, bleeding frame pressed down. I heard bones breaking, flesh tearing, and saw her body bursting into pieces. At that moment, I saw red. I don't know what happened exactly, but I remember throwing myself against the creature and colliding hard with it. I felt something puncture my abdomen and then felt something hot, warm, and wet run down my leg. The thing held onto the wall for a bit longer, but then the bricks gave way. For a second, I was weightless before I crashed down right on top of the thing. This time, however, it was the creature that was screaming and hurting. As I rolled off its body, I saw what had happened. We crashed down on an enormous stack of building materials, and the creature had been impaled by at least a dozen metal rods. It was twisting itself, screeching, and desperately trying to push itself upward, but it seemed trapped. I tried to get up, to get away, but once more it got hold of me. I felt its powerful grip on my leg again and felt its fingers dig into skin and flesh. Then it twisted my leg and yanked me backwards. I screamed as tendons ripped and bones broke. In my desperation to get away, I scrambled around before my hand finally closed around something. It was a power tool left behind when construction was abandoned. As I was pulled back, I used all the force I could still muster and brought it down on the creature's head. I felt it twisting my leg, felt another of its hands tear through my body, but I didn't feel pain anymore. All I felt was rage, blazing, burning rage, and with it I brought the power tool down again and again and again. I don't know when it stopped moving. I don't know when I passed out. All I knew was that I should have been dead. No one should be able to survive the wounds I had suffered. Yet headquarters had proven more than once that they could accomplish the impossible. When I woke up, I found myself in a small hospital room. Several strange machines surrounded me, and a plethora of tubes and cables were connected to my body. "Good morning, Mr. Jackson. It's a miracle you're still alive. A miracle only possible because of us. The one who was speaking was a woman. She stood over me. Her face was emotionless. Her eyes were cold. What's going on? Where am I? I blurted out before the memory of what had happened returned to me. In shock and disbelief, I tried to push myself up, but a sharp, hot pain shot through my entire body. Even worse, I was constrained to the bed. Where's everyone? Where are Thomas and Gabriella? Then, after a few seconds, I asked the one question that truly mattered. Where's Julie? They are dead, Mr. Jackson, the woman said without the slightest change to her voice. All of them. All the energy left me as the soul-crushing reality hit me. I slumped back down and began crying again. What the fuck happened? What was that? I finally stammered. The creature you had contact with was evaluated as a lower C-class organism. The fuck are you even talking about? What the... I broke up. I didn't have the energy to continue. As I said, what you encountered was a lower C-class organism, or, in layman's terms, a monster. It's regrettable what happened last night, and we would like to give you our condolences. The existence of these organisms, however, has to remain secret. We can't have the knowledge of their existence becoming public. Like I give a shit about any of that. Mr. Jackson, there are only two options. One, you vanish, right here and now. Two, you become part of our organization. Vanish? What the hell are you... She didn't need to answer. Her cold, hard, emotionless expression told me everything. Do you want revenge, Mr. Jackson? These things are out there. And what happened last night is not an exception. People are being killed and torn apart, just like your friends. I didn't say a damn thing. Hell, what do you say to something like that? You were not only able to survive an encounter with a C-class organism, you took it down with no specialized equipment. It might have been luck, but impressive nonetheless. We also confirmed that your resilience and potential are above average compared to... What you're trying to say is you want me to take down those things, isn't it? Which do you choose, Mr. Jackson? As I lay there, the events of last night played out in my head again. Thomas's screams. Gabriella being torn apart. And finally, Julie's lifeless body bursting apart. Worst of all was the thing's grin. It had acted as if we'd been nothing but prey. If I do, I get to kill those things, right? For the first time, a hint of a smile showed on her face, and she nodded. She knew what I'd pick, and with nothing but a single sentence, I was in. You know what? Fuck monsters. Today's job was simple, at least on paper. It was another D-class signature, a swarm type, which meant a lot of fucking bugs. They are usually not a danger if handled quickly and efficiently. That's the major difference between them and other signatures. Those fuckers breed fast. Really fast. Left alone for a few weeks, or hell, even just a few days, they multiply by the thousands. There have been cases when unsuspecting homes and even entire settlements have been swallowed up by swarm types. Today, I didn't bring my trusty gun. As much as it pained me to admit it, it would be useless. Instead, I scurried through the storage room until I found one of headquarters' certified flamethrowers. The thing was small, barely larger than a handgun, but could shoot out balls of concentrated fire that would evaporate almost anything. Other than that, I went with my usual outfit of protective armor and a bottle of anti-flame contraption, in case things got a little too heated. Then, in a temporary bout of insanity, I got a hold of 2 flame grenades. Flamers, for short. The signature was relatively new, so I didn't expect too much trouble. Of course, I was only half right, but more about that later. Before that, let me share a few intricacies of my work with you. First, I can't tell you much about headquarters. They're some big, powerful organization, but their real name alone seems to be one of the most well-kept secrets in the world. What I do know is that they operate on a global scale, and keep a tight net on surveillance. Some areas are less surveyed, others completely ignored, while some, mostly urban areas, are tightly surveyed. The reason is simple. More people mean more danger of things getting out of hand. You can hide the fact that shit hit the fan in some remote village. Should things go wrong in a city, the entire world would be watching. When I started my work as an exterminator, my city was low on headquarters' priority list. While it's fairly big, its population density is low. Recently, though, surveillance has been tightened since the number of incidents has been on the rise. I've wondered before how they keep this level of surveillance going, but of course, no one would share such information with someone like me. It might be a satellite-based system, swarms of survey drones, or, hell, more of their magical mumbo-jumbo. Once they find hints of strange activity, the signature is analyzed. Should there be a hit, an exterminator is sent out to handle things. While I work alone, I know entire groups of exterminators are active in other areas. As for signatures, those are organized by class and type. The division by class refers to the level of danger. D class is regarded as low danger, while A class is reserved for incidents of the highest level. D class and C class can be handled by a single exterminator. B class organisms are a lot tougher, and require multiple exterminators. I only ever was involved in a handful of them, but let me tell you, it was nasty. The real fun, however, starts with A-class. Those are the biggest, nastiest fuckers. Records show them leveling entire towns and causing massive destruction in cities. The procedures here are completely different. If you're on your own, you're forbidden from engaging. Instead, you're tasked with getting intel while the area is being evacuated and put under lockdown, until enough exterminators are present. Thankfully, A-class organisms are rare, and I never had the bad luck of encountering any of them. The type should be pretty much self-explanatory. A lot of different creatures are out there. Headquarters has put together an entire friggin' database, a compendium they call it, showing you every nasty fucker that crawls around out there. Where do those things come from, you might ask? Some of you might be familiar with the multiverse theory. It states, for simplicity's sake, that there's an infinite number of parallel universes. I've got no clue if that's what's going on, but it comes close enough. Most of the creatures I take care of aren't part of our world. Instead, they come here from different planes of reality. I read reports about portals creating overlaps between different realities, but I've seen nothing like it. These reports state that if such a portal should appear, things can slip through and make their way into a different reality. Most creatures come here by accident. They're stranded in an alien world and try their best to survive, which means preying on its inhabitants. Those are not the only ones, though. There are beings who are smarter, who seek portals out, and who slip through by their own volition. Those are the nasty ones, the ones that mean trouble. However, there are other cases. Sometimes the external influences from a different plane of reality are enough to taint animals or people native to our world. You can think of it as interdimensional radioactivity. The results are as nasty as they sound. Well, that's enough for now. Class is over. The problem with swarm types is that those fuckers don't just crawl into a house and start eating people. No, they find themselves a suitable hiding place and begin multiplying. Today's signature told me the buggers had opted for a park in the center of the city. While the place isn't Central Park, it's still enormous and has its share of wide meadows and large forested areas. To tell you the truth, I hate swarm types. You never know how long those fuckers have been breeding. While most signatures are quickly discovered, those fuckers can sometimes hide well enough to avoid detection for a few days. And that's when the real fun starts. What makes this entire thing worse is I hate bugs. Always have, always will. When I made it to the park, the sun had long set. Great, I thought, as I got out my close-range scanner. I should have brought the night vision goggles. So much for being prepared. I didn't like this. Not one bit. As I continued on my way through the park, I couldn't help but watch my step. If you were careless, you could step right into their nest. Even now, I still have scars from the very first time I encountered a swarm type. Never again, I told myself. Step by step, I continued on, scanning the area with a close-range scanner. But so far, I didn't see a damn thing. For a while, I followed one of the many hiking trails through the park, but I knew it wouldn't get me anywhere. Before long, I pushed myself past trees and right into the underbrush. You wouldn't expect someone like me to fear the dark, but to tell you the truth, I was anxious as fuck. Knowing that you can be swarmed by hundreds of multi-legged horrors at any moment would freak anyone out. Finally, the close-range scanner got a hit, and after a few more meters, I could make out the first of the buggers. They were a nasty bunch, all right. They looked similar to ants, but I could tell they were much, much bigger. For a moment, I stopped, told myself to calm down, and took a deep breath and hit the close-range scanner once more. Wouldn't you know it? Today was my lucky day. The entire area ahead of me was teeming with them. Fucking shit, I cursed to myself as I stared at the dark forest ahead of me. Why did it have to be in the middle of the goddamn night? Flamethrower at the ready, I inched forward. The moment I got close enough, the first of the ants came for me. Light 'em up, I joked as I hit the flamethrower. A concentrated ball of fire engulfed the entire wave of ants. Their screeching and the sound of their carcasses popping was music to my ears. Fuck you, you goddamn bugs, I mumbled with a grin on my face. The rest of the swarm remained wary, and I retreated to a small hill. It had to be the nest. Step by step, I inched closer, my hand closed tightly around the flamethrower's trigger. For a moment, my eyes scanned the trees next to me and the branches above me. Nothing. Right at that moment, another wave came for me, and another ball of fire took care of them. The few that remained gathered around the nest ahead of me. Well, checkmate, I thought as I took another step forward, only for my foot to sink into the floor. I felt no resistance. My leg vanished between a teeming mass of ants. I'd been careful, and I'd been prepared, but I still lost my balance. I stumbled forward and plunged face first into the hole. Not only a hole, I realized. Their real nest. What they'd created ahead of me had been a fake. A trap to lure me in. And once more, I'd been dumb enough to fall for it. I didn't have time to think about that, however. Within seconds, the thing swarmed me. Hundreds, if not thousands of them descended upon me from a multitude of tunnels. I could feel them all over my body, tearing at the fabric of my clothing and the protective armor below. I swayed, flailed around, and tried to get them off me, but more and more were joining the fray. In desperation, I tried to push myself up, but it felt like the entire swarm was on top of me. Fucking hell, you won't get me that easily, I screamed as I punched the flamethrower's trigger. I felt the heat of a fireball, heard the sizzling, burning carcasses. Moments later, however, the flames were doused and blocked off, as part of the swarm sacrificed itself to save the rest. A rest that were now getting even angrier. Shit. Goddamn shit. Why do things never go my fucking way? I fired again, tried to do it a third time, but by now it did nothing. The flamethrower was blocked off. Even worse, I could feel them getting past the protective armor. I could feel them on my body, digging into my skin and the flesh below. This wouldn't end well. I tried once more to get free, but it was futile. All I could do was to move my right arm. No other way, I decided as I ripped out a flamer. I tore my arm free, pushed it through the seething, teeming mass, activated it, and threw it as high into the air as possible. Moments later, an explosion tore through the air above me. Even below the mass of the entire swarm, I could feel the blast wave before liquid fire descended. It ate through the nest and the damned ants like nothing before it reached me as well. Once more, I flailed around, jumped up, tried to drench the flames, but eventually I had to spray myself with the anti-flame contraption. My entire body was in pain. I felt it in sharp, fiery bursts, and I knew I'd gotten some serious burns. As I pushed myself from the remains of the burning nest, the flamethrower was in my hand again. I clenched my teeth and fired it at anything that was moving in a blind rage. A cacophony of screeches and clicking noises filled the night. I saw that some of the fuckers were trying to flee, but I was relentless. Before long, the entire area around the nest was covered in flames, and all insects had been burned to a crisp. I finally took out the second flamer and threw it into the center of the nest for good measure. Bits and pieces of the burning nest and ants were thrown into the night sky, blanketing the forest all around me. "That's what you get. That's what you fucking get," I screamed at the burning pit in front of me. I hit up the close-range scanner again, and was glad to see that all the signals were gone. For all I knew, I'd eradicated any last hint of the things. This time, no nest was left. For once, I'd been thorough. Truly thorough. As I watched the burning forest floor and the first of the burning trees in front of me, I realized I might have been a bit too thorough. "Oh, you gotta be..." I cursed. I reached for the bottle of the anti-flame contraption, but in my panic, I'd used up most of it inside the nest. What remained wasn't enough to douse all the flames around me. With a few clicks, I notified headquarters I'd taken care of the signature, and that the night was over. As I stared at the burning trees all around me, and listened to the distant sirens of fire trucks, I knew I'd fucked up once more. For the first time in a long while, I considered just smashing my phone. But I knew it wouldn't do me any good. Headquarters would get into contact with me one way or another, and they'd tear me a new one for this. As I retreated from the area and the now burning park, I cursed to myself again and again. Fuck monsters and fuck my own goddamn stupidity. Most of you have heard the term Sunday Funday, right? It means getting drunk on Sunday as early as possible, so you pass out in the afternoon or early evening and are fit again come Monday morning. Now, I don't have a regular schedule, of course. Shit can hit the fan on a Sunday as well. This week, however, there had been 3 signatures. Normally there's only 1. 2's the exception. I felt pretty damn safe to start on one of my favorite meals right around noon. Bourbon with a side dish of more bourbon. As you already know, I'm not the smartest guy around. And definitely not the luckiest. No, I'd say I'm a rather dumb, unlucky son of a bitch. It was about 5 in the afternoon when the ringing of my phone woke me. At first I had no clue what was going on and realized I must have passed out sometime earlier. For a while I just stared at the phone in frustration, then confusion, and finally utter disbelief. No frickin' way. The park, I told myself. They were calling me about the damn park I torched. With sweaty, shaking hands, I reached out for the phone. "If it's about the park the other day," I started, but the computerized voice cut me off right away. "Exterminator 7D11087. We assure you there will be repercussions for your improper actions during incident 2AT1U8D. However, this matter is of no importance right now. We have discovered a new signature in your vicinity. The analysis of the signature gives us indication that the organism is a C-class humanoid type." I listened, but my alcohol-fueled brain didn't comprehend what they were saying. Once I'd finally understood, I couldn't keep quiet. "Well, you're fucking kidding me, right? That's the 4th incident in a single week." "Well, you are aware of the rise of activity in your area. However, given the danger of the current signature, we insist you take care of it immediately. No excuses, Exterminator 7D11087. With that, the line was cut, and I was left alone on my couch. My head was spinning, and I was cursing to myself like a madman. Shit. There's nothing I can do, is there? Not like I can ignore a direct order from headquarters. I picked up the phone and opened the signature data. Yeah, it was C-Class, all right. When it rains, it pours. Woo fucking who. All right, I told myself, no fucking around. Time for the big guns. Get this shit over with as soon as possible. With my head still spinning, I stumbled towards the storage room and almost crashed against the door frame. Even putting on the protective armor proved a challenge. Once that was done, I stocked up on firepower. 2 guns, a shotgun, and as many grenades as I could carry. I didn't give a single shit today. Humanoid again. Isn't that fucking great? Finally, I got my hands on a few of headquarters stimulants and the special type. Didn't get enough sleep, feeling a little sick. No problem, those little wonder drugs would take care of all your problems. Hell, they provide you with enough energy to feel like frickin' Superman, at least for a while. I was about to storm out of the door, ready to light up any and all fuckers, but then I turned around and got a hold of the almost empty bottle of bourbon. I downed the rest in a single gulp. It didn't matter. I was wasted anyway. As I was on my way, I told myself once more that I wouldn't fuck up again. Today would be no walk in the park. It was frickin' C-class. The signature originated from an urban development area in my city. It comprised lots of half-finished buildings. Could mean I was in for a bit of a chase, but with no people around, I could go all out, I thought with a grin. The moment I arrived, I popped 2 of headquarters' wonder drugs. The spinning in my head stopped. My body felt hot, my muscles tensed up, and I was flooded with energy. Man, this stuff was the shit. I pulled out the shotgun, hit the close-range scanner, and got a hit almost immediately. The fucker was nearby, in a half-finished apartment complex to my right. I was about to hit the scanner again to pinpoint the creature's exact location, but there was no need. The fucker had gone wild. I had barely set foot in the building when I saw a trail of blood. It led down the long central hallway before it led to an empty, half-finished apartment at the end of the building. The closer I got, the sicker the smell of blood and body fluids got. For a moment, I had to cover my mouth as the smell of rotten meat and dried blood reached my nose. Jesus Christ, what had the thing done here? Alright, calm down. Act like a goddamn professional. I aimed close to the doorway, hiding myself from the inside. A quick check of the close-range scanner told me the fucker was right ahead. No time to fuck around, I told myself as I threw a flash grenade inside. Blazing light exploded from the doorway, and a second later I burst inside, ready to pump the fucker full of holes. Yet, all I found inside were the remains of people. One body was slumped against the wall next to the entrance. All others had been torn to pieces. Their flesh was shredded, and nothing but bones were left. It was impossible to say how many the thing had killed here. As I stared at the massacre, I felt sick to my stomach. There was more to this room, however. The walls were covered in obscure symbols and alien scriptures so strange they made my head hurt. For a moment, I closed my eyes and told myself to focus. I had to find this fucker, and I had to do it quickly. As my eyes wandered over the room, something didn't add up. If this thing had been feeding on all those bodies, then why was the one by the entrance... Shit. I turned around just in time to see the body move. A fucking trap, but this time I'd seen through it. I shot once, then again, and then once more. I pumped the thing full of lead and holes, but there was no reaction. The flesh of the body tore apart, but didn't stop moving. Finally, I saw what I was really up against. Something bubbled outward from the holes of the body. I heard the disgusting sound of skin tearing as a mass of liquefied flesh broke from the body. When I saw it, I almost cringed back. Shit. This was no humanoid type. This was an entirely different organism, one that was much, much worse. I don't know if those fuckers even have a name, that's how rare they are. What I was up against was nothing but a shapeless mass of flesh. Alcohol and headquarters wonder drugs pumped heavy through my body, and I watched in horror as first a mouth, and then a face formed on the mass. A terrifying, wet giggle came from the new-formed mouth of the creature. "Are you here to hunt me?" the thing asked in a distorted, high-pitched voice. "That's right, fucker," I spat at it. I took another shot at the thing and blasted apart the face and mouth that had formed, but it did nothing. Within moments, the wound closed up and the thing reformed itself. No, it was transforming. Transfixed, I watched how liquefied flesh became solid and muscles and tendons formed. Then, before I could even react, an elongated appendage shot forward and grabbed a hold of me. I screamed in pain as it twisted my arm, causing me to drop the shotgun. At the same time, more appendages were forming. A twisted mess of hands came for me, and in an instant my legs were restrained and I felt clawed fingers scratching over them.
"How are you gonna hunt me now?"
a voice said from deep inside the flesh puddle. I could see mouths forming on its body as it slithered towards me. Teeth were already gnashing in anticipation of its next meal.
"Well, how about that?"
The flamer crashed against it and covered the creature in a blanket of liquid fire. This time it worked. The creature screeched, recoiled, and twisted its body around to drench the flames. Guess there was only one way to get rid of this fucker. I had to burn it to the last bit, and I was in the mood to do exactly that. In front of me, the thing shed part of its body and sacrificed it to the flames, while the rest slithered towards the exit. I was about to hurl another flamer when the withdrawals of headquarters wonder drug kicked in. Fuck, why now? My body began shaking and trembling uncontrollably. The flamer dropped from my hand, and a moment later I crashed to the floor. Oh shit, you stupid idiot. My vision grew blurry. My head spun, and a moment later I threw up. Once I'd pushed myself back to my feet and had steadied myself again, the thing was long gone. I stumbled after it, but I was a shivering, shaking mess. For a moment I had to push myself against the wall in front of me, barely able to catch my breath, and had to wait for my heartbeat to calm down. As I stormed from the room to follow the creature, I remembered the symbols on the walls. I took up my phone and hit up headquarters. "Headquarters," I started, trying to keep my voice as steady as possible. "I'm in pursuit of the creature. However, its hiding place was covered in various strange symbols. Might be nothing, but I got a bad feeling about it." With that, I hurried on. I still felt like shit, and for a moment I considered dumping another pill, but the withdrawals could be even worse. No, I had to finish this in the state I was in, if I even could. I hit the close-range scanner again and saw that the creature was on the move. At this moment, I remembered why those fuckers were so dangerous. It was the reason almost nothing had been left of the corpses in the room. They grew by absorbing organic matter. I knew what this thing was planning to do. Find a place with people, slaughter them all, and absorb them to regenerate, grow, and increase in size and power. Fucking hell. I told myself not to fuck up now, and shit. Another look at the close-range scanner told me the thing had already left the urban development area. It was already searching. No, it was hunting. Half a minute later, I'd made it to the edge as well, and in front of me, on the other side of the street, I saw a recipe for trouble. It was a small, sleazy-looking corner bar. Just the kind of place where you'd find people drinking on a Sunday afternoon and early evening. I rushed forward. I prayed I was wrong, but I could already hear the screams. "You idiot, why'd you have to take those damn pills?" "No, why'd you have to go and get freaking wasted?" "Alright, shut the hell up and take care of it." The moment I stormed inside, the place was already a bloodbath. People had been torn apart and blood was everywhere. Right in the center was a heap of liquefied flesh, gnawing at and consuming its newest victim. The entire bar was filled with the disgusting, sizzling sound of flesh melting as it became part of the creature's body. I tore out a flamer, but right at that moment, the thing got a hold of a person. One that was still alive.
"What are you gonna do now, Hunter? Are you gonna kill this one as well?"
The woman it had entangled was in utter hysterics. She was screaming and crying, trying desperately to get free. When her eyes met mine, I was reminded of Julie's. Without consciously knowing what I was doing, I lowered the hand holding the flamer. High-pitched laughter broke from the creature's body, and a plethora of clawed appendages shot forward. I ducked aside and threw myself into a corner booth, but the attack still grazed the side of my body. I screamed up in pain and knew it had torn right through the protective armor. "You fucking..." I brought out as I lay there, pressing my hand against the wet wound on my side. When I looked at it, I saw blood. A lot of fucking blood. Shit, this was getting ugly. I could already hear the damn thing slithering around, getting closer. I inched to the edge of the booth, and what I saw made me freeze. The neck of the woman it was holding had been twisted, and I saw the bubbly flesh of the creature pushing into her body. She'd become just another meal. At that moment, I didn't care anymore. I threw the flamer, but this time not at the thing, but the area behind it. The flame spread within moments and turned the back of the bar into an inferno. It giggled, pulled in its boy, and prepared for another attack.
"You missed, Hunter,"
it giggled in anticipation. "Think again, you piece of shit." I threw 2 more flamers, again not at the creature, but at the walls to the left and right. I saw its attack coming, but this time I was faster and threw myself outside. By now, the creature seemed to have realized what I was doing. Its giggles had stopped and turned into an angry, deep grumbling. I heard it behind me, heard a wave of liquefied flesh pushing toward the front of the bar, but before it could do anything, I hit it with another flamer. A grin distorted my face, and I laughed as I heard the thing screeching. I stumbled back further, and then I threw the last of my flamers against the front of the building. By now, the bar had become a bona fide furnace. This time, the thing wouldn't get away. From inside, I heard it screech, scream, and thrash around before nothing but the sounds of sizzling flames remained. I stood there and watched the inferno in satisfaction before I remembered where I was. Within moments, I retreated to the urban development area and hid myself between the half-finished buildings. I was sure, however, that people must have noticed me. This time, I had fucked up gloriously. Sure, I was in trouble with headquarters, but that didn't matter. It didn't matter one bit. What mattered was that my fuck-up had cost people's life. For a while, I just sat there and listened to the police sirens while I cauterized my wounds. Then, after I'd calmed down and had taken care of the worst damage, I hit up headquarters and told them how badly I'd fucked up. As expected, they already knew. This C-Class had killed 7 people, not including its original victims. 7 people. 7 fucking people were dead because of me. Return to your base of operations, Exterminator 7D11087. No one will stop you. The authorities have been informed about the incident, and witnesses have been put into custody. We assure you there will be repercussions for today's actions, but we're also aware of the heightened activity in your area. We acknowledge we may have miscalculated your abilities. Today's incident has proven that you're in need of assistance. We are going to send someone who will analyze the situation at hand and assist you. As I went on my way home, I was still shell-shocked about today's incident. Even worse, however, was the idea of headquarters sending another exterminator here. I fucking hate people. I hate working with others. Always had, and now... Damn it! Fuck monsters and fuck working with others. After yesterday's shit show, I was depressed, restless, and uneasy. It wasn't just the withdrawals from the alcohol and the damn pills. Neither was it, I had to admit, the knowledge that I'd gotten all those people killed. No, what really fucked me over big time was the knowledge that headquarters was sending someone to assist me. Well, strike that. They were sending me a damn watchdog. I knew what they'd said, and I knew how they worded it, but I damn well knew how they'd meant it. I couldn't sit still all morning. As much as I tried to calm down, I paced my shithole of an apartment. God, I hated the entire thing already. Minutes turned to hours. When my phone rang, I hoped it was another signature for the first time in, well, forever. Of course it wasn't. The monotone, computerized voice informed me that my new friend had just landed and was on the way to my humble base of operations. For a moment, I considered downing another bottle of booze and getting wasted before whatever asshole they'd sent would get there. Then I grew nervous, itchy even, and put the bottle back. If I did that, my new partner would most likely inform headquarters about it, and it would be added to my ever-growing list of transgressions. Instead, I forced myself to wait patiently. It wasn't long before I cleaned up the trash around me, but I gave up as quickly as I'd started. Not like it was any use, I thought, sighing. When the doorbell rang, I cringed at the sound. My head was still throbbing, and I wasn't in the mood to be goody two-shoes with anyone. As quietly as I could, I inched toward the front door and took a glance through the spyglass. When I noticed a woman with long black hair standing outside, I felt myself relaxing. Alright, calm down and be friendly. She's probably a new neighbor who wants to introduce herself. I had to admit, she wasn't bad looking at all. I took a deep breath, combed through my hair, and straightened my shirt before I opened the door. Hey there, I said in my smoothest voice and gave her a little wink. Can I help you with something? She stared at me and squinted her eyes. A frown showed on her face before she took out her phone to check something. All the while, I stood there, leaning slightly against the doorframe. The smile on my face didn't waver. When she spoke up, however, it vanished instantly. Exterminator 7D11087, I presume? I heard the words, but failed to understand them. No freaking way. My eyes wandered from her face down to her feet and up again. By now, her face had changed to a mixture of annoyance and disappointment. Are you... I started, but then took a step aside to let her pass. Shit, so much for first impressions. How the hell was I able to fuck up every single thing these days? I'm Exterminator 4B98344, Sandra Petrova. As you're aware, Headquarters sent me here to assist you in your exterminations and to observe your general attitude and diligence on the job. I listened, but I could only focus on her number. 4B98344. Here's the thing. Those numbers aren't given randomly, no. They're given by rank. The lower the number, the higher the rank. This chick here was way above me in rank. Nice to meet you. I pressed out and extended a hand to greet her. Her eyes wandered from my face to my outstretched hand before they returned to my face. No other part of her moved. My hand dangled in the air for a while longer before I let it drop. I assume this is your base of operations? She continued, and I saw her scanning the room. Once more, her disappointment was visible as she took in the general chaos that was my apartment. Her eyes came to rest on the empty bottles of booze, and she sighed. We'll need to make a few arrangements. For now, though, I'd like to have a look at the status of your equipment. Sure thing, it's right over here. With that, I led her to my small storage room. Open sesame, I joked as I pushed the door open for her. As she took in the chaotic state of the room, an exasperated look appeared on her face, and I heard her mumble an unintelligible curse. Well, you know what Einstein said, I began. Orders for idiots, but only a genius. I'm well aware of the quote, Exterminator 7D11087. However, she continued, eyeing me once more, someone like you definitely needs order. Alright, this chick was a frickin' bitch. You know, maybe I like it this way. Maybe that's why I run shit around here. She grinned. Well, that's unfortunate, Exterminator 7D11087. But Headquarters has put me in charge of this entire operation. From now on, we're running shit my way. With that, she pushed an official document in my face, which stated exactly what she just said, only in more professional words. Before I could so much as retort anything, she continued talking. In my briefing, Headquarters informed me about the cryptic writings and symbols you discovered during your last extermination. To analyze the general situation, I'd like to assess all of the data for your recent activities. For that, I'd like to have a detailed look at all the areas in which signatures occurred. She took out her phone, pressed a few buttons, and went through a list of my latest misadventures. I think it's best if we visit all those places in order, to see if there's any hint of other symbols or writings. We'd best start with the sewer tunnel at... Yeah, that's all nice and fine. I cut her off. But there's no way we'll find anything in those places. Or even the sewers. She gave me an inquiring look. I answered with a shrug. Look, the sewers are pretty much gone. Took care of the whole damn infestation with a few of those beauties over there. With that, I pointed at the stack of standard-issue grenades. I'd blown the whole fucking place up after I was forced to go back there. Sandra just stared at me. Disbelief distorted her face before she opened her mouth again. You blew it up? Believe me, sweetheart, the fuckers had it coming. At the word sweetheart, her face grew visibly angry. I couldn't help but smile a little when I saw it. Oh, I could tell this was going to be a fantastic partnership. In the end, there wasn't much we could do. The apartment complex where I'd encountered the humanoid type was still closed off because of an ongoing police investigation. The park in which I'd taken care of the swarm had been torched. As for the development area, she'd already been provided with a visual analysis of the cryptic warnings and symbols. While Sandra was busy arranging a few things with headquarters, I went back to the couch to waste away. As I sat there, I could hear her stern, anger-filled voice as she cursed at headquarters for sending her here. The entire call lasted almost half an hour. "We're going to relocate to a new location within the next days," she spat at me when she returned. "This place here is too cramped and too much in a state of disarray for anyone to work at any level of efficiency." Alright, lady. How about you talk like a normal fucking person for once? What is he trying to say? "We're gonna move to a different apartment. This one's too small and it's a dump." I took one look around my apartment. I stared at the dirty dishes and empty bottles of booze. To be honest, she had a point. The place really was a dump. But it was my dump. I liked it. "Where's the new place even gonna..." I started, but was cut off by Sandra's phone. "Shit, what now?" She gave me another angry stare before she picked up the phone and listened. After not even half a minute, the call ended, and I knew what was going on. "Let me guess, we got work to do, right?" This time, she only nodded. "Get your equipment ready. We're heading out ASAP. It's only a D-class signature, so we should be able to finish things up quickly and efficiently." "Sure thing, boss," I said as I suited up. I put on my protective armor, got hold of my trusty gun, the combat knife, and a handful of grenades. As I filled my pockets, Sandra couldn't help but stare at me. "Exterminator 7D11087. As I mentioned, it's only a D-class signature. I believe there's no need..." "You know what? You may be in command, lady, so I'm doing whatever you tell me, but listen, if I'm going out there, I'm going prepared. If you got a problem with that, you can fuck right off." Sandra gave me a frustrated look before she mumbled a whatever, and we went on our way. "So, what kind of horror are we up against today? Vermin, beast, humanoid?" "D-class. Presumably a parasitic type." Fucking fantastic. If there was anything I hated more than any of the other monsters out here, it was parasites. I always had, but after that shit show at the daycare, I always hated encountering them. "The signature's origin is about 2 kilometers away from here in the city zoo. The place is put under lockdown as we speak, and all personnel is under order of evacuation." "Lockdown? Evacuation? You said it's a D-class." "It's under Article F57B of the Codex that we're to evacuate any public areas in which an incident occurs." Fuck the Codex, I thought, but didn't say it. "Yeah, but don't you think this is a little..." I began, but my voice trailed off. There was no way I could discuss anything with this stuck-up bitch. As I stared at her now, I saw she wasn't wearing any armor and carried no weapons. "Yo, lady, you sure you want to go out like that?" She eyed me curiously. "What are you talking about?" "No armor, no weapons? You got a death wish?" Sandra gave me a condescending smile. "I can handle myself, Exterminator 7D11087. Anyway, today I'm only here to observe how you handle the situation." "Great, so I get to do all the dirty work while you sit back and enjoy the show?" Her answer was another sigh. While we made our way into the zoo, Sandra took out her phone again. "Visitors have been evacuated, the staff's been told of an emergency, and has been accounted for, except for one person, that is." "Shit," I cursed. "You know anything more about that?" Sandra shook her head. I cursed again. It meant we most likely had to handle some sort of infected freak who was causing havoc around the zoo. As we continued on our way, I took out my close-range scanner. The thing was acting weird, and I soon found more than one signal. I knew what that meant. Sub-hosts. The fucker must have already infected some animals and created a cluster. That's the real danger of a parasite type. Once those fuckers have found a suitable host and taken over its body, they infect other, nearby life forms to create extensions of themselves, all under the control of the host body. My eyes were glued to the moving positions in the close-range scanner when Sandra stopped me. I looked up and saw she was pointing at something ahead of us. It was the battered remains of an animal. I couldn't even tell what it had once been. Sandra went to check on it, but I stormed right past her. Exterminator 7D11087, we don't even know what... It's Dylan, by the way, and we got no time for that shit. That thing's out there, and it's creating a cluster. With that, I hurried on, my eyes on the close-range scanner. I saw 4 signals, but there was no guarantee it was all of them. I heard Sandra curse behind me before she came after me. We don't know what we're up against. How can you just... It doesn't matter what we're up against, does it? We've got to take the fucker and it's clustered down. As I ran, I noticed more animal carcasses around us. For a moment, I caught something ahead. It was a shadow up a tree, but it was gone before I had any chance to see what it was. Guess it already knows we're here. Shit. A moment later, I realized the missing person couldn't be the host. His battered remains were right in front of us. The only thing that showed he'd once been a human being was the now bloodied shirt with the zoo logo on it. Ahead of him, I saw what we were up against. The bent, open bars of the monkey enclosure left no doubt. Fucking hell. Alright, where are you, fuckers? I hit the close-range scanner once more, but before I could even have a look at it, I heard the twisted, screeching yelps of a monkey. I saw 4, 5, shit. Way too many. In a moment, the gun was in my hand, ready to blow them away, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. One of the creatures was right above Sandra. Its fingers had turned into ghastly little claws, and its mouth was wide open, revealing a row of sharp little teeth. When I saw it descending upon her, I moved by instinct. Sure, she was a bitch, but damn, I wouldn't let those fuckers kill another person. My body collided with hers, and she was thrown out of the monkey's path. The creature landed right on top of me. Its feet got a hold of my arm, and I barely avoided it as it tried to scratch my eyes out. It screeched as it sunk its teeth into my protective armor, but its jaws weren't strong enough to penetrate it. Grinning, I got a hold of it and smashed it into the ground in front of me. One shot of the gun was enough to finish off the beast. Behind me, Sandra had gotten back to her feet, cursing heavily. Yet, I didn't turn around. The rest of the monkeys stared, first at me, then at her. I grinned. Those fuckers knew I was covering her. Exterminator 7D11087, what are you doing? She asked as I stepped in front of her. Shut up! You've got no armor and no weapons. They'll tear you apart in seconds. Just stay back and enjoy the show. She protested, but I didn't listen to her anymore. Instead, I focused on the beasts in front of me. They were fast. Way too fucking fast. I hit one, then a second one, but the rest quickly retreated. They were waiting for another chance. I tried to hit them from afar, but those fuckers avoided all of my shots. Guess I gotta lure them in, I said with a grin. I put the gun away. Now then, why don't you come and get me? I called out, but they didn't come any closer. I took out the combat knife. A damn parasite might control them, but I knew one thing. An infestation is always a symbiosis, especially with animals. Their instincts always remained. In one swift motion, I got a hold of a dead monkey, rammed the knife into it, and started cutting it to pieces right in front of their eyes. They didn't like that one bit. Yeah, you like that, don't you? I called out to them. As if on command, they rushed me. Shit, no time for the gun. I threw the remains of the first beast, toppling it over, but another one was right on top of me. I felt its claws getting a hold of me, but before I could do anything else, I rammed the combat knife into its head. By now, the rest had arrived as well. I made quick work of a second one that tried to come for my face. The combat knife went through its body like warm butter. I was covered in gushing monkey blood, and for a moment I was blind. I could feel one of them, or better, its claws, as it tried its best to work its way through my protective armor. Cursing, I shook my leg while I rubbed blood out of my eyes, only to see another one jumping me. Its claws tore over my cheek before I could finish it. That's another 3 down, 2 more to go. The one on my leg went down quickly enough. Where was the last one, though? Shit, don't tell me. Yeah, when I turned around, Sandra was unharmed. I dropped the knife, took out the gun, and scanned the area. Where the fuck are you? A second later, I saw it. It had made its way into one of the other enclosures nearby, and before I could take it down, it vanished inside. You gotta be freaking kidding me. I cursed when I saw the monkey had already made it to the animal inside. It was a rhino, of all things. Even worse, it had wasted no time. Its claws had dug into the rhino's head, and a multitude of tendons had already pushed into its body. It was the freaking host, and it had just created another sub-host. The glassy, bloodshot eyes of the rhino focused on me. I saw its body tremble. Its muscles twitched and pushed outward. A moment later, an ear-piercing shriek cut through the air. Sandra was near me, yelling, but I didn't understand a damn word. The gun was in my hand, but when I saw the rhino charging forward, I knew it wouldn't do a damn thing. It crashed against the wall of the enclosure. Stone and concrete exploded outwards. Alright, not good at all, I screamed as I ran. Shit, I didn't have long. With each passing moment, it got closer. Finally, my hand closed around a small piece of metal. There you are, I thought before I threw the grenade behind me, right into the path of the symbiotic abomination. The thundering explosion threw me from my feet. I tumbled forward and came to a stop half a meter ahead. When I turned around, I saw nothing but giant chunks of meat. The beast had been obliterated, and I knew the parasite with it. That's what you get. That's what you fucking get, I screamed at the remains beside me. I turned to look at Sandra, who stared at me open-mouthed. Told you I'd get the job done, I said with a grin on my face. At that, the look on her face changed from disbelief to anger, and then to outright rage. You think that's getting the job done? First, look at the destruction you caused. Second, that rhinoceros wouldn't have been infected if you'd handled the extermination with proper diligence. Why didn't you focus on identifying and exterminating the main host right from the start? What the hell? You're yelling at me right after I saved your sorry ass? No thanks for saving you, nothing at all? That thing would have torn you to pieces if not for me. She didn't like me mouthing off. As she tore me a new one, screaming and belittling me like I was an utter idiot, my thoughts drifted off to a better time. A time when I was working on my own. Fuck monsters and fuck this bitch. Let me reiterate my words. Fuck this bitch. With bitch, I mean Sandra, obviously. After we'd made our way back, and she'd had enough of belittling me, she got right back into contact with headquarters. Wouldn't you know it, she told them all about my reckless and less than stellar performance. Her words, not mine. Once that was done, she started on the preparations for the move to the new apartment. I've got no idea how she scored this place so quickly, but I guess money isn't an objective for headquarters. At least when higher-ranking personnel is involved. This new place was massive compared to the cramped little shithole I used to live in. Still, I missed the place. The move was exhaustive. Not only because Sandra arranged the entire thing in her usual manner, which meant she acted like a massive bitch. No, she made me do all the heavy lifting because of one fucking joke, calling it our lover's nest. Tell you what, I'm done for the day. Sandra's still busy talking to headquarters and setting up all that fancy computer and infrastructure shit she said we'd need. I couldn't give a single fuck about any of it, but at least she wasn't getting on my nerves, at least for a while. As I mentioned, I hate parasite types. Yesterday we were lucky enough, and the fucker only infested animals. When they infest humans, though, things can get real ugly real fast, especially when kids are involved. I don't like to talk about that day 2 years ago, but after yesterday, the memory's fresh again, and it's eating away at me. To say things got out of hand would be an understatement. It's been the worst fucking day on the job. Hell, things got so bad I'm lucky my employment wasn't terminated. You can guess what termination would mean. The day started off as business as usual. I got a call. I was informed it was a parasite type, and the signature was transferred. While the size of a cluster and the number of subhosts an organism can create is limited, every subhost still means one more dead person. Here's the worst thing about parasite types, though. The change to the hosts isn't often visible. A person might look and act entirely normal while their brains are slowly being devoured, and the insides of their bodies are being transformed. At the zoo, we were lucky enough for the parasite to attack us right away. Guess it wasn't one of the smart ones. They often hide their presence, and try their best to infect as many sub-hosts as possible, while staying undetected. I've got some specialized equipment for that, of course, such as a specialized scanner or alchemic contraptions to reveal and end an infestation. When I saw that the signature was located in the center of a residential district, I cursed to myself. If I was lucky, it was nothing but a pet. If I wasn't, I might look at a whole damn family. I went out with my usual equipment. A gun, protective armor, a handful of grenades I hopefully wouldn't need, and a few gadgets and contraptions to identify the host and any sub-hosts it had created. Once I was at the signature's location, I knew I was in a lot of fucking shit. I rechecked the signature data twice, hit the close-range scanner, but there was no doubt. It was a freaking daycare. I called headquarters right away and asked for confirmation on the signal. It didn't take them more than a minute to give me a positive. I told them what I discovered, but they were cold as usual. The location meant lots of potential hosts in one place, and I'd have to hurry for the infestation not to spread, if it hadn't already. Take care of the signature, ASAP. Exterminator 7D11087. We will handle the rest. After the connection had been cut, I stood there, not even sure how to go about this. There were freaking kids in there. Finally, I went to the front door and rang the bell. The woman who appeared eyed me suspiciously right away. I guess I didn't look like a parent. No, I most likely looked like the picture-perfect example of someone who was up to questionable things. In as few words as possible, I rambled on that there was a need to check the isolations in the boiler room. The woman listened, but the frown on her forehead became deeper and deeper the longer I rambled on. Shit, this wasn't going well at all. I wasn't even wearing frickin' overalls. And I didn't have a toolbox or anything. Good going, you fucking idiot. She stated she'd make sure that my information checked out, tore out her phone, and slowly but firmly pushed the door back in my face. From the way she held onto her phone and stared at me, I knew she wouldn't call her boss. No, I was pretty damn sure she was going to hit up the cops. I cursed, and without knowing what else to do, I forced the door back open, pushed her aside, and got hold of the phone. She didn't like that one bit. She screamed at me and told me the cops were already notified. If I didn't want any trouble, I'd get the hell out of here. Shit. Sure, she hadn't spoken to anyone, but who knows, maybe all it took was a simple button to notify the cops. I prayed headquarters had already gotten into contact with the authorities. Then, while the woman was still screaming at me, I took a deep breath, reached into my pocket, and tore out my gun. Okay, lady, no more talking. One wrong move and I shoot. Her eyes grew wide. She started shaking, but was quiet instantly. In a moment, I had the parasite scanner in my other hand. I held it up to her and started the process. Within a few seconds, it informed me that she wasn't infected. Is anyone else working here today? I asked her, but I had to repeat the question twice before she nodded. Good. Call them. What? Why? What are you? I told you, no more fucking talking. Get them here, right fucking now. She cringed a step back, but then she entered a room ahead of us. I heard her talk to someone in a quick, hectic voice. Oh, you gotta be... In an instant, I was at the door. Both women's eyes grew wide, and the conversation ended when they found me staring them down. The moment I motioned for them to come out, the one I'd spoken to before led her colleague outside, whispering something to her. The second caretaker was visibly confused, but when I held up the gun in front of her, she understood the seriousness of the situation. Scanning her body revealed the same thing. No infestations. You got any pets or animals here? Both shook their heads. Oh God, it had to be one of the kids. The kids were all inside the room. The weather wasn't nice today, so the caretakers had opted to play with them inside. Well, at least I knew where the damn thing was. Inside, I grumbled at the woman. All right, tell the kids I'm a doctor or something, and we're doing an examination. Neither said a word, but when I pointed the gun at them, they nodded. The kids looked up when they saw me. Most of them seemed confused, even scared. Well, I couldn't blame them. I sure as hell didn't give a friendly impression. All right, everybody. I started in the nicest tone of voice I could muster, given the situation. We're going to have a brief examination today. It's not scary, and it'll be over in no time. What are you... One of the caretakers asked, but a single glance shut her up again. Go over there in the corner. I whispered at them in a cold, hard voice. When they refused to move, my eyes wandered back to the gun in my pocket. This time, they moved. I could see them shuffle around and stare outside the window, most likely waiting for the cops to arrive. I didn't have time to worry about that, though. Instead, I took out the parasite scanner again and scanned the kids one by one. The goal was easy enough. Find the infested kid, grab it, rush from the room, and exterminate the parasite as quickly as possible. Once it was over, I'd hit up headquarters and get the hell out of here. All I hoped for was that fucker hadn't created a cluster yet. No, I prayed it hadn't. The parasite scanner felt heavy in my sweat-covered hands. I was on edge the entire time, and I could tell the caretakers were as well. They had no clue what I was doing, but they sure as hell didn't like it. Worst, however, were the kids. They might not understand what was going on, but they knew something was wrong. I couldn't wait for this to be over. Just when I was about to scan a little girl, one of the kids screamed up. His arms and legs shook, his muscles twitched, and a second later I was sure I'd found the host. "My God, Marcus, what's going on?" One of the women called out and rushed over for the little boy. Without another word, I pushed her aside and restrained the boy. Then I got out an alchemic contraption and poured it down his throat. It would scramble up his insides, cook the damn parasite up, and make it abandon its host. It wasn't how I wanted things to go. This was nothing but nasty. But I didn't have any other choice. The second a parasite revealed itself, it knew it was in danger, and would do anything to infest as many subhosts as possible. As the contraption took effect, the boy's body convulsed in my arms. Bloody froth foamed at his mouth, and I waited for the thing to abandon its hosts. My hands were closed around the gun in my pocket, but none of that happened. The boy's body went limp, but no parasite showed up. Oh, shit. Fucking goddamn shit. One of the women was right by my side, screaming and tearing at the boy's body to get him away from me, but I didn't give her any attention. That little boy had been a sub-host. Nothing but another puppet the real parasite controlled. By now, the entire room was in a state of sheer and utter panic. The kids were screaming and retreated to the back of the room, huddling behind whatever furniture they could find. All of them except for the little girl from before. She showed almost no emotions. She went through her movements mechanically. It was clear she tried to copy the behavior she saw all around her. At that moment, I knew I'd found the real host. The gun was out, and as I pointed at her, her eyes met mine. They were empty and inhuman. "What are you trying to do, mister?" the thing asked in its best imitation of the shaky voice of a little girl. "Ending this," I spat, but when I was about to pull the trigger, one of the caretakers was upon me. The gun clattered from my hands as she tried her best to get on top of me. "Don't you dare! Don't you dare!" she screamed. It took me a single moment to restrain her, but that was all the time the thing in front of me needed. The girl's arms were up in the air. Her hands were spread apart. The muscles in her body twitched and contorted themselves, and a net of tendons pushed out from her hands. "The gun! Where's the fucking gun?" In a panic, my eyes darted around, only to find it in the hands of the other woman. She was clutching onto it, but her eyes were glued to the horrible abomination that had once been a little girl. I rushed her, tried to tear the gun from her hands, but she was frozen in shock. With a second thought, I knocked her out. The hands holding the gun went limp as she keeled over. These few moments, however, they had been enough. They'd been more than fucking enough, I realized. By now, the parasite had gotten hold of half the kids in the room. Some were on the floor, shaking. Others were still being infested by the thick, long tendons that pushed their way out into their mouths and down their throats. The rest were still hiding and rocking back and forth in terror. The woman I'd restrained before was out of it and stumbled toward the little girl. "Sophie, what's going on? What are you—" I heard her mumble. "Get away from her!" I screamed, but I could do nothing else. More tendons burst from the little girl's body. They dug into the woman, threw her, and a second later she fell to the floor, dead. I knew what it was doing. It had no use for her. No, it only wanted the kids. Right at that moment, in a state of utter rage, I pulled the trigger. I emptied the entire clip into the monstrosity in front of me until what remained was nothing but a tattered mess. The original host was down, and many of the other kids had been infested. They'd become nothing but mindless sub-hosts. Even if you kill the original host, there's no hope for them. They've already been turned into monsters. The only difference was that the sub-hosts weren't able to spread the infestation further, and were mindless without the original host. Still, these were kids. Yet I could see the first of them getting to their feet. Their bodies had already changed, and they were ready to come for me. What I did next, I'll never be comfortable sharing, and will never be comfortable thinking about. At times, this job fucking sucks. At others, it's nothing short of gut-wrenching. Once I was done, I chased the remaining kids outside, pulled the unconscious caretaker from the room, and threw a flamer inside. No other way. I had to make sure everything in this damned room was gone. When I walked from the building, I was stunted and shaken. Tears were streaming from my eyes. The area was swarming with police and worried people. In between, I could see headquarters agents in their dark, inconspicuous suits. They came for me the moment I exited the building. They told me a lot of things as they escorted me from the premises, but I didn't remember a single thing. What happened that day was ruled a gas leak. When a caretaker had lit a candle to demonstrate something, an entire room went up in flames. The caretaker and all the kids in the room were killed. Overall, almost half the kids present at the daycare died. The whole thing made big news despite headquarters trying their best to handle the situation. There were questions and way too many of them. Parents wondered about the supposed gas leak. Others mentioned the police had already been on the way before the explosion and someone reported suspicious people in the area. Headquarters had to handle a lot of paperwork, and I'm sure they had to pay off many people to get it all covered up. A mere 2 days later, I was confronted by an adjudicator. Headquarters had analyzed the entire incident and my procedure of handling it. There'd be a thorough investigation of my abilities and my mental state. She admitted, though, it was an unprecedented case. In the end, I was pardoned. The situation hadn't been fit to be handled by what they referred to as a low-ranking exterminator all on his own. They should have evacuated the building, and the kids should have been isolated from one another before I arrived at the premises. They wrote an entire fucking protocol about that day. A record of my failure. And made it into a textbook example of how not to do things. That was it. No word about the kids, nothing at all. They became nothing but another statistic. A number that was noted down and stored away in headquarters' vast archives. For them, it was nothing but business as usual, even if things had gotten out of hand. I don't know how long it took me to get over that incident. No. To be honest, I don't think I ever did. Ever since I started this line of work, ever since I was little, I don't dream a lot. Most of my nights are nothing but a dreamless sleep. If I dream, though, during the few nights I do, I'm right back there. Right back in that room, surrounded by screaming, dying kids. I watch myself pull that trigger again and again and again, until nothing's left but deafening silence. Fuck the monsters, and fuck the days you become one yourself. A new, beautiful day in this shitty line of work. Today started out pretty much normal. If you call being woken up at 6 in the morning by an angry, nagging bitch normal. Turns out Sandra needed my help once more. It was to set up all the new tech and to sort through all the equipment she'd ordered. Within a couple of hours, she'd transformed our new apartment's barren living room into a nerd's wet dream. She'd set up a server, 2 state-of-the-art PCs, and a giant row of monitors. This would allow her to analyze massive amounts of data and any signature we'd stumble upon. Why we needed all that shit? I've got no clue. Even worse, I didn't get to play with any of those shiny new toys, of course. No, I was tasked with sorting through and storing away all the fancy new gadgets, equipment, books, tools, and God knows what else she'd had delivered. I just put away another box full of flasks containing a strange purplish liquid when Sandra called out to me. Exterminator 7D11087. We've got a new signature. It's a C-Class, Beast type. Get ready, we're leaving ASAP. I called up to her and had a look at the monitors. They showed a map of the city, and I saw the signature was located near the outskirts in an industrial area. Nothing was there except factories and warehouses. Got ourselves a beast type there? She hit a few keys and zoomed in on a patch of forest to the east of the industrial area. It's likely that the forest animal got exposed to some external influences and mutated, Sandra explained. Is it moving? Has it attacked anyone yet? I can't get any detailed information on the creature, so I assume it must hide somewhere, most likely underground. However, that might not be the case much longer. I nodded and went to get ready. 10 minutes later, we were on our merry way. The moment we'd made it to the area, Sandra stopped me. All right, Exterminator 7D11087. This time I don't want to see any unnecessary actions. You'll follow my orders, and we'll do things by the book. Understood? Sure thing, I answered. As I looked at her, though, I saw once more that she wasn't carrying any weapons. Hell, she wasn't carrying any equipment at all. This time, however, I knew better than to say anything. Good. Once we make contact, you're on standby. Today, I'm going to handle the extermination. It's simpler and more efficient that way, considering your lack of finesse. When I heard that, I couldn't keep my mouth shut any longer. All right, lady, how the hell are you going to do that? You're not even carrying any weapons. As I told you before, I know how to handle myself, she said, giving me the slightest hint of a smug smile. I was about to go on, but seeing her expression, I didn't care anymore. If this bitch wanted to get herself killed, so be it. Let's scout the area. The signature indicates the creature is somewhere near the northern edge of the factory grounds. No sudden actions or anything. We're just two normal civilians. You want me to hold your hand? Maybe we could pretend to be a couple. Might work better than just... The angry glare she threw my way made me drop the subject, but I couldn't help but grin a little to myself. As we made our way past the factory grounds, Sandra's eyes were glued to one of her shiny new scanners. We were getting far, but so fast we saw nothing resembling a hiding place. As I assumed, the signature indicates that the creature's hiding underground, most likely in an old maintenance tunnel or an underground parking lot. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take care of this fucker. Sandra sighed. Since I'm in charge, we won't do anything reckless like that. What do you suggest we do, then? We're going to cause a distraction that will get everyone out of the area. Once that's done, we're going to lure the creature to the abandoned warehouse nearby. With that, she held up her scanner and pointed to a location to the north side of the factory grounds. I listened, but I couldn't help but be annoyed by her stuck-up attitude. Sure thing. What sort of distraction do you have in mind? You want me to walk up to people and... We'll raise the fire alarm. That way we'll get everyone to evacuate the area for the time being. You'll be in charge of that. In the meantime, I'll confirm the creature's current location. Jesus Christ, why do you have to make everything so goddamn complicated? Can't we just go and... Exterminator 7D11087. She cut me off. You've caused enough trouble over the past month alone. My analysis of your work shows you're prone to anger issues, use excessive firepower, and cause unnecessary damage to both your surroundings and headquarters equipment. Your general cost of operation exceeds that of other, more professional exterminators by... Alright, fuck it, I get it. So I hit the fucking fire alarm, you go find the creature, is that it? She stared at me in annoyance before she nodded, but handed me another one of her shiny little gadgets. A jammer. They're bound to have security cameras. Use it before you enter the premises. We can't risk having your activities being recorded. I shrugged and pocketed it. Well then, I guess I have a fire alarm to raise, I said in an over-the-top, upbeat voice, and went on my way. God, I hated this woman. Sneaking into the factory was child's play. You might not believe me, given my latest series of misadventures, but I'm not half bad when it comes to getting into places I'm not supposed to be at. Avoid a group of workers here, crack open a door there, and I was in. Then I activated Sandra's little jammer and began my search for a fire alarm. Once that was done, I did my best to walk down the factory hall as nonchalantly as possible. Hopefully no one would bother me, but if worse came to worse, I would pretend to be a customer on his way to the sales department. Finding a fire alarm wasn't hard, a factory swarming with the things. The important part was to set it off without being seen. I made my way down a hallway, and wouldn't you know it, one was right down at the end. A quick look back showed me no one else was around. With a single, swift motion, I cracked the glass and pulled. Sirens went up all over the place. The added confusion of a failing security system should do the trick. As quickly as I could, I made my way back outside, and I could already see the chaos erupting. Wouldn't be long before someone figured out that nothing was amiss, and by then we'd most likely have baited the creature to where Sandra wanted it to be. I pulled out my phone and hit her up. Found our little friend? Get to my location. I'm transferring as we speak. It's hiding in an underground maintenance area. It took me about a minute to meet up with her. I could see the small downward ramp she was waiting at and an old rusty gate at its end. The moment we got closer, I saw the gate was ajar and had been pushed open by force. Bingo, I thought. Sandra cross-checked her scanner once more before she nodded towards me. She reiterated the plan once more, and then we entered. We inched forward bit by bit and made our way past rusted boilers and giant water tanks. It wasn't long before we saw the creature. The thing was huge, much bigger than I'd imagined. It could only mean one thing. It must have snuck in here while it was still mutating. Now it was down here to bide its time and grow. As I stared at the dark silhouette ahead of me, I guessed it was at least twice my size. Shit, this could get nasty. But it hadn't noticed us yet. Alright, fucker, I thought as I pulled out my gun and pressed the trigger. If I was lucky, I might take care of things right here, right now. The moment the bullet hit, the creature stirred and pushed itself upward. It was even bigger than I'd thought before. The size of a small bus. I pressed the trigger again and again, but it didn't seem to do anything. For a moment, the creature didn't seem to understand what was going on. Then a pair of glowing, bloodshot eyes focused on me, and it let out a deafening roar. Shit. I think we should... I started, but broke off. There was no hint of Sandra. I was alone. Where the fuck did she... I didn't get to wonder any longer, because right at this moment, the creature stormed in my direction. Without looking back, I dashed toward the entrance. Goddamn bitch. She told me what to lure her to the abandoned warehouse, so she must have gotten there already. She left me behind as bait. As I ran, chaos erupted behind me. I heard the crunching of metal as the creature crashed against a boiler, followed by the explosion of one of the water tanks. For a moment, I pulled out my gun again, shot at the giant looming shadow, but the thing didn't even react. Shit, what the hell were we supposed to do against something like this? Grenades, I thought, and I'd already closed my hand around one of them. Then I remembered where I was, right below a factory. If I threw one of my goodies here, chances are I'd blow up the entire fucking complex. Finally, I'd made it to the doors, then I was on the ramp, and then I stormed into the direction of the abandoned warehouse. A second later, the metal gate exploded outward. Another angry growl followed. When I looked back once more, I saw how close the thing was and got a good look at it for the first time. From the body, the snout, and the tusks, I could assume that the bloated abomination behind me must have been a wild boar once. No time to think. With every second, the creature closed in on me. I sprinted toward the warehouse, but was stopped by a giant fence. My eyes darted left and right, but I found no gate. Damn it. In an instant, I jumped onto the fence, pulled myself upward, and climbed. I'd barely made it to the top when the creature reached it and crashed right into it. The fence was obliterated, and I was sent flying. Somehow, I managed to land on my feet, but pain shot through my legs, and I crashed to the floor. Over here, I heard Sandra call out to me. Fucking hell, help me, you goddamn... I didn't get to finish the curse. The thing was right behind me. There were only a few meters, then one. Then the entire area was basking in blazing white light as the flash grenade exploded. The thing was disoriented and growled in anger. It continued its charge blindly, barely missed me, before it charged in a different direction. I fought myself to my feet, felt the pain in my legs and knees, and knew I hadn't come out of the fall unscathed. I half ran, half limped to where Sandra was. What the hell are we supposed to do against something like this? I screamed at her. Can't use any grenades, can we? In front of us, the bloodshot eyes scanned the area. They grew wide when it found us. I saw muscles twitch below the skin and tusks grow. Shit, the fucker was still changing and mutating right in front of us. Another deafening roar followed. As it opened its mouth, I saw a gorging maw filled with brick-sized teeth. A disgusting black tongue and something else pushed outward. It was half a dozen huge, heavy tentacles. They were pulsating, stretching, and then opened up and shot something into the air. A disgusting yellowish-green liquid flew right in our direction. Watch out! I screamed at Sandra, who still hadn't moved a single step. For a second, I reached forward to push her out of harm's way, but then I felt myself being propelled backwards. When I pushed myself up, I saw Sandra hovering a few inches off the ground, and her hair stood up slightly. The liquid crashed against an invisible wall about a meter ahead of her. The moment it hit the ground, the concrete oozed and bubbled. Acid, I realized. My eyes, however, weren't resting on the acid, and neither were they resting on the abomination in front of us. No, I was looking at Sandra. This bitch. This goddamn bitch. She was one of those damn freaks. One of those psychomancers, or whatever they call them. The creature roared, charged forward, but came to a halt after only a few steps. Its mouth opened again, the tentacles pushed outward once more, but with a single wave of her hand, Sandra closed it. I could hear the thing screeching in pain, and saw the muscles of the jaw tightening before they tore apart. The creature tried to push itself forward and pushed against Sandra's invisible barrier. I saw the muscles in its legs tighten, but then Sandra's eyes grew wide. The air was filled with the sickening sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing. A moment later, the front legs of the creature gave way. It struggled, pushed onward, and on its hind legs alone, but another wave of Sandra's hands obliterated them in an instant. Sandra hovered closer. She made the smallest of gestures, a final, minute wave of her hand, and I saw the creature twitch and convulse. Acid oozed from its jaws and ate away at flesh, bone, and skin. The acid glands are gone, and it's unable to move. Please finish the creature off, Exterminator 7D11087. For a moment I just stood there and stared at her with an open mouth. Then, as she came to a rest on the floor, I nodded. In a trance, I stumbled toward the pitiful creature. Its eyes looked at me. I saw what remained of its jaw twitch, but nothing was working there anymore. All had been destroyed. I pulled out the gun and finished the thing off with a few shots right into its head. Then I limped back to Sandra. You're one of those psycho... We prefer the term mentalist. She cut me off with a slight smile on her face. All right. Mentalist, then. Now tell me, if you're able to take down a Class C organism like that, like it's nothing, why the fuck was I needed here? You weren't. It was merely a precaution. Beast, vermin, and humanoid types are no problem for a trained mentalist. There's, however, a chance that an organism can have abilities similar to ours, or that the extermination lasts for a prolonged period. The hell are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that even though we mentalists are far more capable than other lower-ranking exterminators, her eyes came to rest on me, at times even we can't handle things on our own. It's a rare exception, though, she added with a condescending smile. As I stood there, I could only continue to stare at her. Great. So headquarters hadn't just sent me a frickin' bitch. No. They'd sent me a fucking mentalist of all things. Way to go. Way to make me feel completely fucking useless. Fuck monsters and fuck mentalists. Our latest extermination held more than a little surprise for us. I was out of commission for an entire week, but that wasn't even the worst of it. What followed was an entirely different nightmare, but that's a story for later. After we'd made our way back from the warehouse, I still couldn't believe that headquarters had sent me a freaking mentalist to keep me in check. Even worse, though, I was out of booze. Sure, Sandra had told me to keep my shit together, and was still sending headquarters reports about my performance, but I didn't give a shit about that. What I gave a shit about was that she was a freaking mentalist. I'd heard all the horror stories about what those freaks can do to you. They can restrain you with the wave of a hand, scramble up your mind, and even implant false memories into your brain. I hated the bitch, sure, but now I was also freaking scared of her. Still, after what had happened during our little encounter with that beast type, and the fact she'd used me as bait, I needed a drink desperately. While Sandra was tinkering with her new toys and computers, I set out to one of my favorite little corner stores and got myself a bottle of cheap bourbon. Once I'd made it back, I did my best to keep it hidden from her. All the while, I felt like a freaking teenager again, but what else could I do? Sandra was all about peak performance, the right type of food, and getting enough rest. She was into all the things that I didn't give a shit about. If she hadn't been a freaking mentalist, you'd think she'd be a fitness guru. When she'd gone to bed, I popped open my old friend, Mr. Bourbon, and got myself some well-earned relief. The next day started with pain. Not so much the pain in my head, but the pain of a kick to the stomach. Ow, what the fuck? Sandra gave me a cold, hard stare and held up the empty bottle of bourbon. Jesus Christ, I cursed, rubbing my temples. Will you give me a fucking break? How about you let me have one goddamn drink? She pushed the empty bottle into my face. This is not one drink. Yeah, well, maybe I miscounted, I mumbled. That landed me another kick. Get up. We got work to do. Jesus, how late is it? It's 8 in the morning. The signature data was transferred a few minutes ago. I'm analyzing it as we speak. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are incidents popping up every single day now? Sandra looked at me for a moment, and I could see her thinking, but she didn't answer the question. Get ready, she said instead, and left the room. I cursed under my breath as I made my way out to our big new equipment room. The neatly packed shelves with their little labels, lists, and write-ups made me even angrier. What the hell was this? A freaking convenience store? Who the fuck needed any of this? Freaking OCD-riddled bitch. Once I'd stocked up on my usual equipment, I joined Sarah in the living room, or, as she referred to it, our base of operations. So what do we got today? Anything fun? We are losing time as we speak. Let's get going already, she said with a sigh and stormed from the apartment. How about you tell me what the fuck we're up against today first? Today's signature is located in the western outskirts. It's of medium size and is assumed to be a C-class. However, headquarters couldn't get a clear reading on it, and neither could my analysis software. It's unclear what type it is. From the looks of it, though, it's most likely a swarm or vermin type. Isn't that great? So we're going in blind, are we? Why the hell did you bother to set up all that shit in our living room if it's useless? Sarah glared at me for a moment, and I could feel the slightest hint of her powers brush over my body. When I cringed back, a slight grin appeared on her face. We arrived at the location 10 minutes later. The area we were in might have been nice once, but it had aged badly. Time hadn't been kind to my city, and many of the outer areas had gone to shit over the decades. Rundown buildings lined the street. Most of the people who lived here had moved on, it seems. It was the perfect breeding ground for all things nasty. The signature, however, originated from one of the few buildings which hadn't been abandoned. When I saw the small house with its well-kept flower garden and colorful curtains, I couldn't help but curse. The data says the house is registered under one Annalise Muller, 72 years of age. Well, what are we waiting for? With that, I went towards the door. While Sandra was busy rescanning the signature once more, I rang the doorbell. Sure, we could barge right in, but it often paid to play nice. We got a signal from the inside, but it's a weird one. I can't seem to get a clear reading. Maybe that new radar of yours is busted, I asked as I rang a second time. No, something's wrong with the signature. It's not a vermin or swarm type, it's something different. Shit, I cursed as I rang once more. Still nothing. No one opened the door, no movement from inside, and no sounds. Nothing at all. Finally, I had enough and threw myself against the door. I heard a loud groan, and I could tell the door was barely holding. Exterminator 7D11087. What are you... Sandra started, but I cut her right off. I don't know what's going on with your radar or the signature, but that old lady might still be alive. Another thud, the wood splintered, and the door sprang open. The smell hit me right away. It was a mixture of the typical old person smell and cat piss. A lot of fucking cat piss. I cursed and covered my mouth. Sandra, next to me, did the same. Fucking great. I hate cats. Why the fuck did it have to be some old lady's place of all things? How do you know she's... The smell? The frickin' food bowls everywhere? Those climbing trees over there? What else do you need? The cats? I looked at her and cursed. You don't think it's cats, do you? I don't know, but the radar's still acting up. As we continued on through the house, I began calling out. Mrs. Muller, we're here to talk to you about an important issue. Are you there? Again, we got no answer, and my hopes of finding her alive were already diminished. Sandra was still trying to get her radar to work, but I could see the frown on her forehead deepen. Something's wrong with the signature. I've never seen anything like it. Well, if we're up against a pack of crazed cat things, can't that fuck with the radar? Signal overlap or something? Sandra shook her head. We'd soon finished looking through the entire first floor, but found nothing. No hint of the old lady, and no hint of her cats. Here, kitty kitty. Meow meow. I started as we made our way upstairs. Exterminator 7D11087. What are you doing? No clue. Don't cats react to shit like that? Sandra sighed and rolled her eyes. I didn't care. If we were up against a pack of cats that had devoured their owner, I wanted this shit to be over with. Calling the beasts out was way better than stumbling into a room full of them. Meow meow, I continued as we stepped into the first room upstairs. I frowned when I saw more food bowls and yet another climbing tree. Jesus, how many cats was she keeping here? My attention soon shifted from the climbing tree to the cracked door ahead. Here, kitty kitty. Come on. I called out and closed my hand around the gun. Come on out, you furry fucks. I mumbled to myself and waited. Moments later, the door was pushed open and a small, furry body appeared. I saw the head of a cat, then more fur. My eyes grew wide when a mountain of twisted, furry bodies pushed itself from the room. At first I thought it was a pack of cats, but then the true horror sunk in. It wasn't a pack, it was an amalgamation of cats. Nothing but a fused-together mess of small, furred bodies. Half a dozen mouths hissed at me, and claws scratched over the carpet. When the thing came for us, it looked as if a wave of cats came crashing down on us. I jumped back and brought as much distance between myself and whatever that thing was. I could see Sandra. Her eyes widened and the air around her crackled. With a wave of her hand, she stopped the creature's attack. Furred bodies tried to push forward, but couldn't anymore. Screeches and hisses cut through the air. Coalesced bodies twisted themselves as they desperately tried to move. Sandra closed her hand, and the mass of cats was shoved back further. Right at that moment, I felt the strangest thing. It was almost as if an invisible power was reaching out for me. No. Reaching into my mind. My head jerked towards Sandra, but she was frozen. Then the mass of cats erupted forward once more. Dozens of wide-open mouths hissed in anticipation, and countless paws with extended claws pushed themselves forward. I ripped out my gun and unloaded on the thing. I'd expected the bullets to hit, for blood to pour, and for the painful howls of cats. Instead, the bullets were stopped mere inches before they hit and fell to the floor harmlessly. What the hell are you... I screamed at Sandra, but broke off when I saw the terror in her eyes. It can't be, she muttered. Once more I felt something reaching into my mind, and this time it was stronger and more powerful. Sandra, next to me, stumbled backward as if stunted. Then I felt the pressure building up around her before her powers pushed forward again. Yet they had no effect. An emotion echoed inside my head, one that somehow resembled the word futile. Then the mass of cats rushed forward and reached Sandra. She was thrown to the floor, and I saw her try to crawl back and escape. Within seconds, she was half swallowed under an avalanche of fur and claws. I saw her eyes widen and the concentration on her face. For a moment, the encroaching mass was pushed back, but after mere inches, all resistance was broken. Sandra screamed, closed her eyes, opened them again, but it seemed useless. Her powers weren't working, or I realized were negated. Overpowered, even. I was with her in an instant, shot at the creature, but my bullets didn't do a thing. Those that hit it peeled away and left nothing but bruises behind. I ripped out the combat knife and went down on the cat thing with all the strength I could muster. I pushed my entire body against it, and this time I made contact. The creature screeched, and I saw some blood pouring forward. Deeper and deeper, I pushed the knife into it inch by inch before I tore it sideways. It did little, but it was enough for the thing to let go of Sandra. I saw the scratches and bite marks on her legs, and her expression showed the strain she must have been under to protect herself from any worse damage. The cat thing, however, had now focused on me. In an instant, I was surrounded by furred bodies and then covered by them. I didn't have the same abilities as Sandra, and I could do nothing against the assault. I was thrown to the floor, tried to stab and slash, but it was futile. Every attack I tried was pushed back and negated. Within moments, my protective armor was torn apart, peeled off my body, and I felt claws and mouths dig deep into my flesh. I screamed in pain, ripped out my gun again, and shot blindly at the mass on top of me. Then I felt them being pushed back and felt Sandra's powers all around me. Finally, I could escape. I was covered in blood, my hands were shaking, and for a moment I almost dropped the gun and combat knife. And then I shot again and again. This time fur and flesh exploded, but even that wasn't enough. Whenever a cat was gone, bloated, furred flesh took its place. Once more the thing came for us, and once more I felt claws and teeth dig into my body. At that moment I heard Sandra scream. When I looked over, she was levitating. Her eyes were wide and bloodshot, and her face was covered in sweat. Her invisible force exploded outward. The furred mass was hurled back and thrown against the wall of the room. Sandra fell to the floor. She was panting, shaking, and I could tell she'd used all of her powers. I had to make this moment count. I clenched my teeth, pushed the pain back, and fought myself to my feet. A moment later, I threw my tethered body forward. The combat knife was still in my hand, and I raised it high before I drove it deep into the still stunted mass in front of me. I tore through it and created a huge, bloody gash. Yet the wound was already healing, and I watched as new flesh pushed forward. That's when I ripped out a grenade. I activated it and pushed it deep into the fleshy crevice I'd created. Then I threw myself back right on top of Sandra. The explosion rattled my body to the core. My eyes were ringing and my head was throbbing. I rolled off Sandra and stared back to where the creature had been. All that remained was burned fur, flesh, and blood. I lay there panting. Sandra stared at me, but then her eyes grew wide again. I pushed myself to my knees, then my feet. For a second I almost passed out under the effort, but I knew this wasn't over. Not all the cats had been destroyed. Some were still alive, or at least part of them. I could see bits and pieces converging, crawling back together, and sinking into one another. Oh no, you won't, fucker. I stumbled forward, gun in hand, and shot anything that was still moving. I had to reload twice before I was done. By then, Sandra had gotten up as well. She came to my side, and together we made our way into what we discovered to be the bedroom. I gagged when I saw the remains of the old lady. Her body had been torn apart and twisted into a ghastly idol. Before Sandra could do anything, I rushed forward and destroyed the twisted creation. What are you... Fuck this, I spat. No one deserves to be turned into something like that. I was about to turn back and make my way out of the room when I noticed a small, glowing orb on the floor. It had been hidden below the idol. I hesitated for a moment before I reached out for it and picked it up. You got any idea what this is? I asked Sandra. She stared at it but shook her head. No, but I can analyze it back at base and see if it's of any importance. All I could do was nod. For a moment, I scanned the walls and saw the cryptic markings all over the wallpaper, but my vision grew blurry. I staggered and would have fallen to the floor if not for Sandra. It's the same, was all I could get out. Sandra, who'd looked around as well, nodded. Yes, it's the same writings as the one in that urban development area. More importantly, we've got to get out of here. You're bleeding. Badly. With that, she led me from the room. The moment we reached the stairs, I made her stop. Staring at the still twitching remains of cats, I reached into my pocket. I got out a flamer. For a second, I looked at Sandra, but she said nothing. I activated it and threw it behind us. The bedroom went up in flames. As Sandra led me down the stairs, the flames slowly spread through the entire second floor. I didn't care. Burn it all to the ground just to be sure. When we were outside, I felt my legs getting weak. They cramped up, and for a moment I fell to my knees. Sandra stood next to me, staring at me with a mixture of worry and anger. Always so reckless. If you hadn't... But her voice trailed off. Sorry, that's not fair. I would have looked up if I still had the energy for that, but all I managed was to stay conscious. Thanks for saving me, Exterminator. No. Dylan. I didn't expect to encounter a creature like this here, and without your help, I would have been dead. As she got into contact with headquarters to request immediate help, I saw a stray cat nearby. It eyed me curiously for a moment before it hissed and hurried away. As I looked after it, I felt my consciousness fading. As my eyes followed the damn cat down the road, I thought of one last thing. Fuck monsters and fuck cats. I don't remember a single thing after I passed out. Sandra told me headquarters sent out an immediate care unit that did their best to patch me up. Still, it wasn't good enough to do the trick. In the end, they injected me with some of headquarters' good stuff. It's a rare, specialized healing contraption. The shit restructures your body and fixes any and all injuries. Well, almost. The bad part? It renders you comatose and delirious. Looking back, though, I wouldn't have minded a nightmare or two. But what happened was far, far worse. That orb I'd touched fucked with my mind. Sandra told me what we fought that day was a manipulator, or an extension of it. Manipulators are rare. Extremely rare. They are organisms which still linger in their own reality, but have the powers to push through and create proxy organisms. That cat thing we fought was nothing but a puppet, and the damned orb was the tool the creature used to channel its powers. When I touched it, the stupid idiot that I am, a connection was established, allowing the manipulator to plunge right into my mind. While Sandra was busy running all sorts of scans on those cryptic writings, the rising number of incidents, and the involvement of a manipulator, of all things, I was trapped in my very own personal hell. Describing dreams is tough. They have no structure, and there's no going from point A to B, no transition, so to say. Instead, it's like skipping through a movie or skipping through various unrelated movies. The first thing I remember was a little girl. She was sitting on the floor with her back to me and was crying. As I approached her, she was mumbling to herself, repeating something. "Did you?" was all I heard at first. "Hey, what's wrong?" I heard my dream self ask as I got closer. I knew this little girl. It wasn't how she looked or the sound of her voice. It was a feeling. A knowledge. The moment I reached out to touch her, she jerked around. Her body was a tethered, bloody mess. She had no mouth, no face, just a gaping abyss that screamed at me.
Why did you kill me?
I cringed back and found myself at the daycare I'd been at 2 years ago. That little girl was the one who had been infested by the parasite. When I realized it, her body burst apart and a mess of tendons spread out towards me. In a panicked state, I rushed away, but was suddenly in a different place. It was nothing but a barren wasteland. Nothing was there, yet I was walking. How long I'd been walking or where I was going, I couldn't tell. My mind was slow and drowsy. Yet I had the distinct feeling that something was surrounding me, pushing against me and my entire being. It almost felt as if something was trying to invade my thoughts, my mind. I heard sounds, words, but they weren't in any language I could hope to understand. It was nothing but gibberish. Yet I felt it grow louder, angrier with each new word, with each sound. It was stabbing at my mind. I found myself in a building. The surrounding walls were shifting, melting, and running into one another. At the same time, however, they were solid. It felt as if dreams were overlapping, fusing together, and then fizzling apart again. I had the predominant feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't a realization, but a fundamental truth. I saw tentacles. They'd been there before, but also hadn't. They slithered through the building, going back and forth, and were part of the walls, and also not. I saw a terrible, haunting creature, one I'd seen before, but couldn't put anywhere. And then I saw the face of a teenager. Then the faces of other people. It was a cacophony of images, of memories, but I couldn't put them anywhere. Suddenly fear and panic washed over me, and I felt the desperate urge to do something. I rushed on, turned here and there as I pushed past tentacles and faces, trying to figure out what was going on. Then I remembered Julie. She was here, and I had to find her. A different voice reached me. It was strained, quiet, and for a moment it pushed everything else aside. I felt myself stop and my attention shifting towards it as it reverberated through my mind. Dylan, none of this is real. You're in a dream. Something's trying to influence you and break into your mind. You've got to wake up. I knew this voice. It was an important voice. Before I could remember who it was, however, it was gone. Something different and alien had pushed it aside. I was back in the wasteland, yet this time it was different. The sky ahead was moving and then torn apart. At first I saw nothing but darkness, but then a twisted, torn world came into view. The ground was shifting and constantly moving. I saw upside-down mountains that grew from the sky. I knew something was looming out there, but a thick, overwhelming darkness hid it. Then, for a mere moment, something came forward and rose from the darkness. I don't know what I saw, but it was so tremendous it defied all reason. I cringed back, but found myself at the riverside in my city. The grass felt soft between my hands, and the sun felt warm on my skin. I felt myself relaxing, leaned back, and stared up at the beautiful blue sky. You awake, sleepyhead? I fell asleep. Sure did, she said, laughing, an inch closer towards me. I sat up and looked over at her, her long, dark hair and her beautiful eyes. Yet, for a moment, something stabbed at me. When I winced, Julie's eyes grew wide. Hey, you okay? She asked. I nodded. For a moment, my eyes turned from her to the city ahead. The riverside was beautiful. So, you ready to take me to your place yet? Wait, don't you know? I started, but trailed off. This all felt strange, but my hazy mind couldn't put things together. It was Julie's face, her voice, but for a second, a vision came up. I saw blood, a torn body, but it was gone before I could... You know, we've been together for so long, so why not? You know I love you. Julie's voice popped up again. This wasn't right. It was all wrong. Her way of speaking was different. Her voice was different. And as I stared out at the city, I realized it was different too. I couldn't see it, but I felt it. No, I mumbled and cringed back. No, you're not. You're not her. As I tried to push myself up, the grass had grown thicker, longer, and was slithering around my body to keep me in place. The woman next to me was twisted, distorted, and changed into a hellish version of herself. You did this. You let me die, she bellowed as her body turned into a fleshy mass. The city behind her was being distorted as well. Derelict ruins replaced pristine buildings. The river that had been fresh and blue was now thick with blood and gore. The sky was burning and filled with tentacles of insane proportions. I was stunned into silence, paralyzed, and a presence filled my mind. It didn't speak. Instead, it filled my mind with emotions, with thoughts. What I was seeing here was the future. The future of my world. Then the voice was pushed away, pushed aside, and so was the nightmarish vision of my city. Yet a moment later it was back, and once more I felt it tearing through my mind. Finally, though, it was over, and everything around me vanished. I lay in bed, panting and shaking. As I pushed myself off the bed and to my feet, I found myself in the middle of our new apartment. Nearby, someone was laying on the floor. Someone I knew. A moment later, a name appeared in my mind. Sandra. I rushed to her side. What's going on? What's happening? You need to get in contact with headquarters. There's a signature here. You need to tell them the location. You need to... Wait, what's... There's no time. Please, I'm begging you, tell them where we are. We need help. At that moment, something clicked. Sandra was a cold, hard bitch. A mentalist of all things. This was her? Was that her voice? Was that how she talked? I beg you! I realized it then. None of this was real. This was not how she talked. As I looked around, I saw that the surrounding walls were entirely different. This was not the apartment. This is wrong, I screamed as loud as I could. With that, the illusion shattered. It all melted away. The room, the floor, Sandra, all of it. My mind still felt heavy, but then a giant weight was lifted off of it and pushed further and further away until it vanished. I was in a meadow, surrounded by grass and trees. Dylan? I heard a voice. When I turned around, I saw a distant figure. This time my mind was clear, and this time I recognized the voice instantly. Julie, is that you? I brought out as I took a step towards her. Dylan, thank you for trying, she whispered, but her voice was clear and loud in my head. Julie, what are you... I asked as I started in her direction. Don't come. You can't. Stay there. I just wanted to tell you, it's not your fault. None of this. I just stood there, stunned, and stared at her. I so desperately wanted to get to her, but at that moment my vision vanished. It was replaced by a cramped room. Tears were streaming from my eyes, and when I looked up I saw a figure standing over me. Sandra. You did well. It's gone now. Its influence has left you, and the connection is cut. You're not in danger anymore. You can rest now. With that, she turned away to leave the room. The tears were still streaming hot from my eyes as I stared after her. I watched as she left the room and gently closed the door behind her. The words, "Thank you," were still trapped in my dry throat, and I'd not been able to bring them out before she was gone. I knew what she'd done and what she'd try to do for me. All I could do was to weep, because there's one thing I realized now that I was awake. It hadn't been Julie's voice that had spoken to me. How could I have recognized her voice if I couldn't even remember it anymore? Oh, fuck monsters and fuck all of this. After Sandra had left the room, I drifted off to sleep again. This time with no nightmares. When I awoke for real, I was still not entirely in control of my body, and my mind was nothing but a scrambled up mess. Yet I felt better. Almost alright. The moment I stumbled into the living room, Sandra handed me a memory contraption. To be honest, I didn't feel a hint of the manipulator's influence anymore, but she insisted. Leaving an incident like this untreated might lead to long-lasting brain damage, she said. Man, it's the first time I'm using this shit for its intended purpose, I joked as I downed the contents of the vial. She eyed me suspiciously for a moment, and I instantly regretted my little remark. I hadn't told her I'd used this stuff as my hangover cure for years, and if I did, I was sure she'd flip. The moment I downed it, my head felt warm and fuzzy. It was the strangest sensation. The pain didn't vanish, and the throbbing didn't stop. It was just this warm feeling that washed over me. Once it was gone, my mind felt a tad bit clearer and my thoughts sharper. Dylan? Sandra spoke up in a low voice. I'm sorry for what happened to Julie. I stared at her before I realized she was talking about the dream and what I'd been shown. Before I could thank her, though, she continued talking undeterred. This time she was all business again. While you were out, I took care of things on my own. There were a handful of D-class signatures, but nothing too important. In case you want to have a look at the data, I can transfer it to your phone. She stopped for a moment to look at me, but I shook my head. I was sure she'd handled things just fine. I also set up a net of surveillance drones around the city to find signatures prior to headquarters and keep track of any that have already emerged. Surveillance drones? How in the hell are you able to do all these things? She gave me a brief smile before she beckoned me to come over to show me how the system worked. This is crazy, I exclaimed in astonishment. She'd set up a net of scanners and live feeds all over the city. I tinkered with it and ran a few scans when Sandra poked me to get my attention again. I ran an analysis of the orb we found. That manipulator might have had a reason to intrude into your mind. a goal, so to speak. Yeah, and what reason would there be for that other than to drive me insane? To interrogate you and get information. Information on what? On us. Headquarters and our world? Or better, our reality. For a moment I remembered it had been trying to learn the location of our apartment. Then the vision I'd seen returned to my mind. The barren wasteland, the darkness beyond it, and my city being destroyed. Damn it, what the hell were we up against here? So you're telling me something's trying to, I don't know, start shit around here? Why the fuck here? It's not like this shithole of a city is important. Are you familiar with ley lines? I stared at her. At first I didn't know what she was speaking about before I remembered something about energy or fairy lines. Bullshit, so to speak. When I told her just that, she sighed and explained. The ley lines are a net of energy lines between different points on our planet, often historical structures or prominent landmarks. These points are often called centers or clusters. It is at these points that the fabric of reality is at its weakest, or the connection to others is at its strongest. The archivists at headquarters believe many ancient structures, Stonehenge, for example, may have been created as wards against evil or against influences from outside. Sandra, what the hell are you trying to tell me? You know my head's still not working properly, and you're giving me all this shit about fairy spirit lines and clusters, and it's because this city has been erected at such a cluster. That's why incidents happen here. These organisms are drawn to places like this. However, it's not one of the major European clusters. That's why the increasing number of incidents had me worried. I ran some tests and noticed distortions. With the right tools, we're able to see them. With that, she opened a map of my city. 2 lines were crossing at a point a bit to the side of the city center. That's what it used to be like, but with all these distortions, this is what it looks like now. She switched to a new map. On it I saw more lines, branches growing from the original 2 that branched off even further. It almost looked like a net had been thrown over the entire city. Alright, what am I looking at? Like I said, distortions. Something's changing here. Meaning something's about to happen in this city. And what's that? And why? Is that why there was a what do you call it again? A manipulator here? I'm not sure, Dylan. Some of these distortions happen naturally, but... She trailed off. But what? She shook her head. I can't be sure just yet. But if it's not natural, that would mean something's causing it. Well, isn't that great? So something causing more and more of those fuckers to land here, and we've got no clue why? What the hell can we even do if more and more signatures are popping up everywhere? Well, look at the data of the incidents that happened during the last weeks. She pressed another button, and a dozen points appeared on the map. All of them were in areas where branches were crossing each other. They all took place at these new, smaller clusters, at places where the fabric is weakening. If we take this into consideration, we might look at new incidents in the following areas. With that, she changed to yet another map, which marked several areas in the city by red circles. You're telling me you're able to pinpoint where shit's gonna go down? Yes. We've got survey drones out there, and we can scan the area remotely. I still don't know how well the system works, and how early we can detect changes, though. With so many distortions, I'm worried something might slip through and... You want to go out there and have a look around, is that what you're saying? She nodded. Alright, let's go. I'm sick and tired of laying around here all day anyway. Are you sure, Dylan? You just took that memory contraption and your body's still... Are you worried about me? You know, that's kind of cute. She groaned and an annoyed look appeared on her face. Alright, fuck, it was just a joke. Let me get ready. We were out a couple minutes later and shouldn't get back home until late at night. Sandra dragged me along the city for hours. We scanned clusters, did research, adjusted surveillance drones, and much, much more. She was diligent, though, I give you that. We also revisited some sites of earlier incidents. Not all of them, though, since, my little obsession with grenades. The few places that still existed, though. all showed remains of the same symbols and cryptic writings. Sandra took some pictures, ran several scans, but those came up with nothing. Still, those writings, those symbols, the orb we'd found, and those distortions, it was all connected. It all hinted at something to come, something bad. We were on our way to another cluster when Sandra notified me of a new signature. This one wasn't transferred by headquarters, but had been caught by her very own surveillance network. It's weak. Very weak. It's a D-class or a signature that's still emerging. We've got to be quick. As we went on our way, Sandra hit up headquarters, informed them about the signature, and got permission to take action. The signature came from a cluster right at an old shopping mall. The place might have once been a pristine example of capitalism, but by now it was half abandoned and only a few lonely stores were still open. As we hurried past storefronts, Sandra told me she'd pinpointed the area. It was below us, down in the basement. Once we'd made it down the stairs, we found ourselves in an underground parking lot. Soon after, we reached an old, rusty metal door. It didn't take long to break it down. Behind it was nothing but a dirty old room that might have once been used for maintenance and was now completely empty. No, not completely. It just took me a while to notice them in the dark. It was a group of small, ghoulish figures. They were the size of my hand. They scurried over the walls and floors, leaving behind weird letters and cryptic symbols. My gun was already in my hand, but Sandra stopped me. There's something strange about the data. It's not these things, it's something else, she whispered to me. What do you mean? They don't have a signature of their own. The actual signature is coming from what they're doing here. And what are they? I started, but trailed off. In the back of the room, reality began to distort. At first, it was nothing but a horizontal line cutting through the air. Looking at it made my head hurt. It was not a cut, but a change. A twist in reality. Its surroundings seemed to shift, and my vision became blurry when I stared at it. Oh, God, Sandra started, staring at her scanner. We've got to stop this. Yeah, I know, but something's coming through. The signature, it's huge. It's C-class. No, wait, it's still getting bigger. You gotta be friggin' kidding me. I knew what she was saying. Whatever was coming through here was B-class. Shit, this was gonna get ugly. Really fucking ugly. Sweat ran down my forehead. The gun felt cold and heavy in my hand. When I couldn't take the tension anymore, I shot at the strange, ghoulish creatures. No, Dylan, ignore them. With that, she pointed at the line in front of us that was torn asunder. Ghastly, bony hands pushed through. First only 2, then 4, then more than a dozen. Shit. I'll try to counter whatever they did here. I might be able to disrupt this portal, but you've got to give me some time. Isn't that just fucking great? In front of me, the hands had already pushed through the portal and were tearing at it to spread it out. Spidery legs followed, dozens of them. It was a freaking swarm of thin, bone-white legs which were scratching and skittering over the concrete floor. I rushed forward in an instant, shooting haphazardly at the massive limbs, but it didn't do a damn thing. Whatever this creature was, it didn't react at all. Then long, dangly arms pushed themselves from the portal. They clutched onto anything they could find or dug into the walls and floor. Then they dragged something forward. I instantly switched targets to the arms and blasted them apart, but there were already too many of them, and too many new ones were still appearing. For a moment, a thundering growl escaped from within the portal that shook the entire room. Sandra, please tell me you can keep this thing out. Please, tell me. I'm trying, but I need more time. Fuck. I shot again, but the thing didn't care or even feel it. I lowered the gun and pulled out a flamer. No clue if this would work or if it would even do anything, but I activated it and threw it right through the portal. It vanished, and I saw the arms and legs of the creature twitch, shake, and convulse before fire burst from the portal's opening. Take that, you... I was cut off when the arms calmed down. A second later, they continued their effort at widening the portal. Then one of them shot forward, swept me from my feet, and got a hold of my leg. I crashed to the floor hard, and all the air was pushed from my lungs. The gun clattered away. I kicked at the spidery hand with my free leg, but it was restrained again moments later. I screamed in pain as the creature twisted it and began pulling me towards the portal. My hand closed around a grenade, but I was too close. If I throw it now, then... shit! Then I got a glimpse of the horror hidden inside the portal. It was still distorted, but fear washed over me. I saw a giant upside-down skull, a gaping maw, and below it an uncountable number of alien eyes. A giggle reached my ears as the creature yanked me further towards the portal. I panicked, twisting myself against the grip, screamed, hit it with my hands, but could do nothing. The fucker was too strong and too big. Way too fucking big. Hands and legs skittered forward in droves. For a moment, the creature's ghastly face pushed through and it opened its maw in anticipation. Another bellowing growl erupted from it. I was about to throw the grenade when the air around me crackled. A shockwave pushed past me and exploded against the portal and the creature behind it. The writings and symbols on the walls were gone, and a moment later the portal collapsed. The creature screamed in anger. I was released when the arms retreated. I watched as they pushed against the collapsing portal, but it was futile. Now free, I retreated, crawled back, and a moment later the portal was gone. All that was left now were a dozen skittering legs and arms. One of those arms still dangled from my legs, and I kicked it away before I fought myself to my feet. Jesus fucking Christ, Sandra, what the hell was that thing? Sandra didn't say a word. Instead, she picked up one of the small, ghoulish creatures that was now still. I was about to walk up to her when I saw that the arms and legs were still moving, skittering and scrambling all over the area. I picked up my gun and shot them one by one. Sure, they might rot away or vanish in time, but you never know. Not with those fuckers in B-class and above. For all I know, they might find a way out of here and turn into something else. Something nasty. I pushed Sandra towards the door and then out of it and dropped a flamer behind us. In an instant, I threw the door shut and pulled her aside. What are you... Sandra started, but I cut her off. Those fucking limbs are still alive, and God knows what they might turn into. You saw that thing, didn't you? You fucking saw it, right? She was about to protest, but then nodded. Her eyes wandered from me to the tiny creature she was holding. What are you going to do with that? Keep it as a pet? No, it's empty now. There's nothing to it anymore. What the hell's that supposed to mean? It's a doll, or better, a puppet. Something created it to make this room, this portal. If they did it here, though... Her voice trailed off, and I knew what she meant. Isn't that great? So you're telling me those things might be all over the city doing the same thing they did here? At the ley lines, yes. At all those new clusters on the map. I believe this isn't the only creature they are trying to get to cross over. Fucking hell! I cursed. Fuck monsters and fuck ley lines. After our encounter in the mall's basement, we both knew we were in deep shit. Something was brewing in this town, and it wasn't good. As if to prove us right, more incidents were happening. By now, new signatures were popping up multiple times a day. Even worse, we found more of those small fuckers. Those puppets, as Sandra called them. Gives you the feeling that the entire city's crawling with them. So far, we didn't even have a clue what they were or where they were coming from. We'd barely gotten half a night's sleep when Sandra's surveillance system got another hit. This time, the puppets were below a bridge, covering one of its pillars in cryptic writings and trying to open another portal. We were fast enough, however, to keep anything from happening. Throughout the day, we handled 3 more signatures. Only one brought a creature through, but we dispatched it quickly. Still, it was one hell of a day. Once more, we'd only made it home late in the evening. I'd just opened a bottle of bourbon to get a shot or two and plopped down next to Sandra. For the first time, she didn't say a damn thing about it. You got any idea what's going on here? I asked after I took a brief sip. What do you think those things are trying to do? Well, I had a look at the data of the past few days, and they only appeared at the smaller clusters so far. If they were to try the same thing in one of the areas here, she said, showing me a map on her phone, then we might be in serious trouble. Well, isn't that just great? What are we supposed to do, then? Sandra gave me a frustrated look before she cursed to herself. It was the first time I'd seen her like that. When I kept looking at her, she eventually spoke up. I don't know, Dylan. I've been in contact with headquarters, but they can't afford to send any additional personnel. All we can do is keep tightening the surveillance of the bigger clusters, so we get alarmed the moment something happens there. What if we're too slow? What if something like that creature below the mall makes it through? I wish we could set up base near them, but we can't ignore any of their signatures and let the creatures roam. You think that whoever or whatever's behind this knows that? That everything that's been going on here is nothing but a diversion? Sandra sighed before she gave me a weak nod. Then why the fuck's headquarters not sending any support? Why don't they do anything about those fucking ley lines and clusters and I don't know what? Sandra shook her head. There's trouble in other areas too, Dylan. They've only informed me about a signature in Asia, but it's ugly, Dylan. It's damn ugly. What we've got here is nothing compared to... Alright, I get it, so we're fucked. Is that what you're saying? As if to prove me right, the alarm of the surveillance network popped up again. It was yet another emerging signature. Seems we are, Sandra said, not bothering to hide the frustration and hopelessness in her voice. You know what? Fuck this. And with that, I took a deep sip from the bottle before I got ready. It didn't take us long to pinpoint the signature's area. It was the same alternative part of town where it all began so many years ago. The signature itself originated in a small back alley. We were still a good 10 minutes away when Sandra stared at her radar with wide eyes. What? I asked, turning to her. It's gone. Shit, you mean the fucker left the area and is moving on? No, she said, shaking her head. It just vanished. She frowned, staring at the radar. What the hell? How is that possible? Can those things hide their signal? Sandra shook her head. No, once we pinpoint and find them, there's no way they can slip away. The only possibility is that the thing's dead. What you're saying is someone took it down before us. Did headquarters send support after all? No, they'd have informed us about it. I remembered my very first run-in with a creature. What if it was a civilian? I suggested. Hell, if it was, they might still be alive. Could be, she reasoned. Let's hurry. With that, we continued on. When we arrived at the small back alley, Sandra didn't need to hit her radar anymore. The place was a massacre. The creature's body had been torn apart. Hell, it had been dismantled. Then my gaze wandered around and I noticed something further down the alley. Another body. A person. I walked over and leaned down at what might have once been a human being. From the dirty clothes and blankets, it was clear that the man had been homeless. You think this might have been the guy who... I started. No, look at the state the body's in. With wounds like that, there's no way he could have put up a fight. What about the creature? I asked, pointing back at it. Most likely a beast type, but it's hard to tell. From the size and the signature I saw before, I'd assume it was C-class. You're telling me someone out there is able to take down a C-class all by himself and get away? Either that, or we've got something else on our hands. Like what? A cannibal type. They feed on their own to become bigger themselves. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Something like that exists? Sandra nodded. So if something like that's out there, then how come we've gotten no hit on it? Shouldn't we have gotten 2 signatures? Sandra was quiet for a while and didn't say anything. I'm not sure, Dylan. The creature might have been able to avoid detection until now by pure luck. Yeah, but if it was out here and took care of this one, then... Look, Dylan, I don't know, all right? I sighed before I nodded. Shit, we were both way too exhausted and way too on edge. Yeah, I got you. So what do we do now? Sandra shrugged, hit a few of her scanners, and sent out some of her surveillance drones. Ultimately, though, we found nothing. In the end, we packed up and went on our way home. The next day started exactly the same, with a new signature. Altogether, it was only 2, allowing us a brief rest during the hours of the late afternoon. The sun had barely set when we headed out to the same alternative area of town. It was yet another signature, one in the area's biggest park. The moment we made it there, my thoughts returned to the swarm type I'd handled a couple weeks ago. "What have you got, Sandra?" I asked, praying it wasn't another one of those.
"Humanoid. Seems to be C-class."
As we hurried through the park, the gun was already in my hand. I noticed the fucker right away. What might have once looked like a human being was now something different. The creature's body had twisted around itself. Legs had grown to twice their size, and multiple appendages sprouted from the body. The head hung sideways, and even from this distance I could see its gaping black maw. Right at that moment, I noticed a person. A guy was standing nearby, only a few meters away from this creature. "Get away from there," I called out, but I already knew it was too late for the poor soul. I pulled the trigger twice, but I was still too far away to get a clear shot. A moment later, the creature rushed forward and threw itself at the unsuspecting bystander and tore him apart. At least, that's what I saw happening in my mind's eye. When I heard flesh tearing and bones snapping, my steps slowed. My jaw dropped when I saw this normal person tear the creature's arm clean off. The thing stumbled back before it growled and attacked once more. The guy dodged the attack again and then counterattacked himself. He plunged forward, his fists connected with the shapeshifter's body, and it was thrown off its feet. It tried to get up, but it was too late. The guy rammed his hand into the creature's body. Blood gushed forward, and the thing began screeching as he tore it apart. He twisted and tore off its appendages one by one before he beat the creature's body to a bloody pulp. "Holy shit," I stammered, pointing my gun at the guy. "Guess we found our cannibal, right? You think we're able to take the fucker down?" Sandra started, but trailed off, staring at her radar. I didn't wait. We couldn't let this fucker get away. If he was some sort of cannibalistic organism, and if he was going to grow even stronger, we'd be in even bigger trouble than we already were. As I stormed forward, I saw him grin. When I pressed the trigger, he threw himself sideways and dodged my shot. Shit, the fucker was fast. For a moment, I saw him still next to the shapeshifter's remains, and in the next, he was gone, and then he was right in front of me. I pointed the gun at him, point blank, and was about to fire, but he batted my hand aside with such force the gun clattered away. I tried to reach for the combat knife, but I felt a hand closing around my neck. He lifted me from the ground with a grip as hard as steel. I saw his eyes and saw the same grin. Then a blast wave crashed into him. The air crackled around me. I felt my hair stand up, and I saw the guy's body a couple of meters ahead of me. He was on the ground, barely able to move. I scrambled for my gun, got it, and was about to fire again when Sandra stepped in front of me.
"Dylan, stop."
"What the hell are you..."
"He's not one of those things. There's no signature. He's a human being."
"Yeah, no shit." He spat at us. "Who the fuck are you guys anyways?"
"We're with the police," Sandra explained. "We were sent here to handle the situation and take out that creature over there. It seems though you've been able to handle the situation before we could."
The guy got back to his feet. His grin was still there, but it was tainted by blood. He staggered for a moment, spat some bloody froth from his mouth, and sank down on a bench nearby. "Alright, question time," I started. "Have you been in contact with other similar creatures these past days?" "What's it to you, asshole? You plan on shooting me for taking over your job?" I sighed and put the gun away. No, all good. We just want to talk. Right, Sandra?" She nodded, but still held the radar in her hand.
"Like I said, he's human."
"Yeah, no shit, bitch."
I could see Sandra's face change to anger. Oh, this wasn't good. Now that I got a closer look, though, I saw his disheveled look, the dirt on his clothes, and the old torn backpack he'd thrown down next to himself. You a bum or something?"
"Got a problem with that?"
he asked while he rummaged through his backpack. After a while, he found what he'd been looking for. It was a syringe. Without another word, he rammed it into his arm. Fucking hell, I cursed as he pushed the contents into his vein. He leaned back, inhaling, but began cursing after mere seconds and threw the syringe into the dark of the night.
Fucking hell, shit's not working. Can't feel a damn thing.
What do you mean?
Sandra asked.
Doesn't matter what I use,
he cursed.
Booze, cigs, even the stronger stuff. Nothing works. Just want to score some fucking high, but I can't feel a damn thing.
Alright, when did this start?
Sandra asked, alarmed.
The hell you want, you freaking bitch?
He broke off in an instant and I saw him cower.
What the fuck are you?
Now listen, this is just a small sample of what I can do. And I can do much, much more. So how about you answer my questions?
Fucking hell.
He spat, but for the first time that annoying grin had left his face.
I don't know when this shit started. Like a week or two ago. I had all those crazy dreams and nightmares I felt like I was fucking delirious.
What were they about?
Don't remember shit. It was all scrambled up. Old memories, people, faces. Even had some crazy nightmare about a barren wasteland and some upside-down hellscape. Shit was crazy.
When he said this, I looked up and was about to say something, but Sandra motioned for me to let him continue.
When I woke up, I've had these crazy hallucinations. As if the world was melting all around me. Must have lain in the gutter for days. I'd score some nasty shit, but I didn't remember buying any. I didn't even have the money. But guess what? A day later, and I'm good as new, and the only thing I've got to show for this little adventure is this disgusting scar here.
With that, he lifted his shirt to show us a small gash on his chest that had already healed. Sandra's eyes grew wide when she saw it, and she turned to me.
I've only read about it in the archives, but I've heard stories about something like that.
What stories?
Theories, mostly.
She started while tinkering with another one of her gadgets.
If I'm right, though, then...
Right about what? I cut her off.
That scar looks like a wound caused by a parasite type. However, there are theories stating that certain human bodies can sync with them. Well, sync isn't the right word. A better word's absorb. There have been cases in which a parasite entered a human body, mutated, and changed before it being fought off by the body's immune system.
Something like that's possible?
I've only ever heard of a handful of cases, but if a parasite entered his...
Alright, what the fuck are you assholes talking about? I've got no freaking parasites in my body. Sandra turned back to the guy with a sour look on her face.
Just stay calm, alright?
Sure thing, babe. She held the gadget against his body and stared at the visuals it was showing her.
From what I can see here, there are certain anomalies within the body, caused by mutation and restructuring. There's no hint of any outside influence, however, meaning the parasite must have been rendered useless after altering his body. From looking at the data and from what we've seen before, his physical prowess is far above that of a normal human being.
You know, if you want to see what I'm capable of, bitch tits, how about around in the bushes over there? He joked, giving Sandra a little wink. I saw the frown on her forehead, saw it growing deeper and deeper before anger replaced it. Oh shit, dude, now you done it. He gave me a questioning look before he was thrown off the bench, and landed a couple of meters behind it. For a moment, Sandra stared at the body before she turned back to me.
He's out for a while.
I could see a bit of blood running from her nose, but she quickly wiped it away. Holy shit, you're bleeding. Are you sure you didn't kill him?
Yes. I knocked him out, but this isn't enough to kill him. That parasite he was infested with, it was at least C-class, probably higher.
So what do you want to do with him? You said he's human, right? I can't just go and...
No, but with things as they are, we might be able to use him.
What? Are you crazy? We don't even know if we can trust him. Sandra gave me a cold, hard look.
Get him to the apartment. We've got some contraptions that should render his body useless and ready for interrogation. If he turns out to be uncooperative, we can still inform headquarters. Or we take care of the problem ourselves.
I stared at her face and the cold, hard look on it. For the first time in days, I remembered who I was talking to. I'd grown to know her a bit, grown compassionate about her, but this woman was a cold, hard professional, more so than I was. Yeah, sure thing, I said in a low voice and holstered the guy up. Sandra took this thing the whole 9 yards. After we'd returned to the apartment, our unsuspecting guest was still knocked out. To be honest, I wondered if he'd ever wake up again. While Sandra searched through the storage room, I followed her instructions and bound the guy to the bed. She was back soon and injected him with some sort of strange, yellowish liquid. What the hell was that? I asked while our guest began stirring.
Something to keep him in line. It's a muscle relaxant,
she said with a simple shrug.
What the fuck? Where the fuck am I? What the fuck did you do to me?
He cursed and tried to push himself up, but couldn't even move his arms.
A simple sedative. You won't be able to do anything for quite a while,
Sandra said with a little grin.
You friggin' bitch. Who the fuck do you think you are? The moment I'm up, I'm gonna...
He broke off, cringing in pain, and I saw Sandra holding up her hand.
No, I don't think you will. So how about we all calm down and you listen?
When the pain of Sandra's attack left him, the guy nodded.
I would like to make you an offer. Seeing that you were proficient enough to kill multiple creatures all by yourself, we'd like to ask your help, should more of them show up.
The guy laughed a little. Right. And why the hell would I do that? Sandra stepped forward again, and I saw his eyes widen. He closed his mouth instantly. I sighed. This was going really fucking well. Accommodation. We can offer you to stay here with us. We'll take care of all of your expenses. I cut in.
And for that, you expect me to risk my life?
I nodded.
You're crazy, man,
he said, laughing. I stared at him, scanned his face, and thought back to how he'd grinned when he tore that shapeshifter into pieces. No, I'm not. I can see it in your eyes. You enjoyed fighting them, right? No, that's not it. Killing them was enjoyable. You're the same as me. You've got your reasons for going out there. He gave me a long look. For a second, other emotions appeared on his face. Pain and sadness. Yet the same hungry grin quickly replaced them.
Well, it's not like I've got anything else going on at the moment. This shithole here might be better than sleeping out on the streets. But you know, man, you got one thing right. I've got my reasons for hunting them down.
What is it?
I guess I just like destroying things.
As I stood there and stared down at this disheveled asshole with his wide eyes and that damn grin, I knew what he was. A freaking psycho. Fuck monsters and fuck psychopaths. Things started out easy enough after we'd conscripted our new friend Theodore. While he was still under the effect of Sandra's sedatives, I set out for a quick check on a few areas of my own. The night, however, was quiet. I encountered a few more of the weird little puppets in an abandoned building, but that was about it. It was only a handful, and their efforts were half-assed. Just thinking about it made me shiver. It felt wrong. When I made it back, Sandra had already hit up headquarters and explained the situation to them. In the end, headquarters made an exception. At least for now. Normally, an organism such as Theodore would be sent over to them for studying. Given our current situation, however, they allowed Sandra to use him as she saw fit. Freaking headquarters. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel sorry for the guy. The next day, we set out on our very first little hunt together. Sandra made one thing clear right from the start. One wrong move and the guy was in serious trouble. All he gave her for an answer was another one of his crazed grins. but I could see the slightest twitch in the corners of his mouth. It didn't make me feel relieved, but I wasn't as on edge as I'd been before. Still, our new friend is fucking crazy. Well, I knew that already, but I'm glad he's here, because he's a great help. On the other hand, he's a total loose cannon. If not for Sandra, I'm sure he'd have gone on a rampage a long time ago. Or let's say, sooner. What makes things even worse is that the fucker just shrugged when I offered him a gun and protective armor.
"Nah, man, I'm good,"
he'd said, and gotten himself one of the combat knives.
"I prefer to get my hands dirty,"
he added with a little grin. Isn't that great? First a freaking mentalist, now a psychopath. What a great team I've got here. The first couple of days went fine, at least when compared with what followed. As I said, Theodore is crazy. If you thought I was reckless, you haven't seen this guy. With Sandra around, I'd grown more careful, listened to her, and tried my best not to fuck things up as often. This guy? He's the complete opposite. The moment he heard a creature was nearby, he barged right into its hiding place and tore the fucker apart. Seeing him take down D-class organisms is like watching a cat toy with a mouse. Hell, on the third day, he went up against a C-class like it was nothing. Sure, I'd seen him at the park, but that was against a humanoid type. But that day he was going head-to-head with a beast type twice his size. I was sure the dude was finished when he took the thing's charge head-on. I heard bones break, saw him spit blood, but all he did was grin before he retaliated. And the worst? He was laughing the entire time. The dude was having fun, not only fucking up that creature, but his own body as well.
"At least it makes me feel something,"
he said once things were over, staring at his busted arm. Sandra didn't like it one bit. While Theodore was still checking his injury, Sandra twisted his arm upwards with her powers, making him feel more than just something. "Sandra, what are you—" "He's too reckless," she screamed at me. "And you," she said while giving Theodore's arm another twist. "We brought you along so you could support us, not to go wild. With an injury like that, you're useless to us." What can I say? She had a point. Third fucking day on the job, and he was pretty much out. But you know what happened? After Sandra let him off, he twisted the bone back in place and bandaged it up without so much as saying a single word.
"Don't sweat it. It'll be as good as new in no time."
I just watched as the two of them stared at each other. Sandra was furious, and this crazy asshole thought it was the funniest thing in the world. The next day, though, I found his bloodied, stinking bandages discarded on the floor. When I asked him what was going on, he showed me his arm. Apart from some scar tissue and a slight bruise, nothing was wrong with it. You know what? Fuck this guy. Really fuck him. Why the hell did I even bother to go out anymore with freaks like him around? I didn't get to sulk for long. Sandra's alarm notified us of a new signature. This one, however, like most we'd handled these past days, was transferred to us via headquarters. It was supposedly a humanoid type, most likely C-class. Ever since Theodore had joined our merry band, there'd been no hint of any puppets and no emerging signatures. So what about those puppets? I asked Sandra while I studied the signature data. Do you think they're just gone? Let's hope so, but I don't think it's the case. I've got a bad feeling about this, Dylan. A very bad feeling. I nodded. Shit, I knew what she meant, and I didn't like it one bit. Getting ready had been annoying enough with Sandra waiting for me in the hallway. Now 2 freaks of nature were out there, wondering why I bothered with guns, grenades, and hell frickin' protective armor. God, this entire job had turned from annoying to total fucking bullshit. As we set out, Sandra told us that today's signature was located in my city's very own little welfare town. It was the remnant of a old, forgotten urban development project. It comprised nothing but run-down tower blocks and half-abandoned buildings. Basically the type of neighborhood you'd avoid like the plague. The moment we made our way past the first ramshackle buildings, we noticed the stairs. Disgruntled faces and mumbled curses told us we weren't welcome here. I also noticed that some guys were ogling Sandra a bit too much. I couldn't help but feel tense, but Sandra was her usual self and didn't give them any notice.
"Well, what do you know? Feels just like home,"
Theodore next to me joked. Should have been known you've been hanging around places like this. He shrugged.
Been there, done that, you know.
No, I don't, I grumbled. Sandra pointed to one of the tower blocks ahead. It looked as if it could come crashing down at any moment, and I was sure it was abandoned. Yet, when I gave it a closer look, I could see curtains in some windows. Here and there, people were leaning out of them, staring at the general misery surrounding them. Freaking hell, people live in there?
Beggars can't be choosers,
Theodore answered with a shrug, but for the first time his face was somber. Sad, even. Shit sucks, I agreed after a few moments. He gave me a curious look, but Sandra cut our conversation short.
Let's go,
she said, and waved us towards the building's entrance. The door stood ajar, barely holding on to its hinges. The moment we entered, a few figures scrambled away, retreating to wherever they'd come from. I was about to pull out my gun, but Sandra shook her head. Instead, she pointed upward.
It's up there. 8th floor.
With that, we made our way down the hallway. It was littered with trash, and at least half the apartments were abandoned. We reached an old elevator. The rusty doors and the general condition of the building made me opt against it. I'm not going to die in some freaking elevator accident, I cursed and walked towards the stairs. Sandra and Theodore reluctantly followed me. On the 4th floor, I came to regret my decision. Climbing 8 flights of stairs is hell, especially when you're wearing a suit of protective armor and carrying multiple weapons and God knows what else.
Oh shit, hold on. Freaking stairs are killing me,
I cursed. Theodore stopped and gave me a probing look.
You know, a couple weeks ago I'd be the same as you, even without all that shit you're wearing. Right now, though, I don't feel a damn thing. I could do this all day.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, asshole. He grinned at me.
Can't believe I threw myself into the cynic shit for years. Living out on the streets like Diogenes. Should have read Nietzsche, since I feel like I'm becoming the freaking Ubermensch.
The fuck are you talking about now?
Philosophy,
Sandra chimed in from the flight above us.
Diogenes,
Theodore explained.
Living the streets like a dog, not owning a damn thing.
As I heaved myself up, I couldn't help but laugh. That seems to fit just right. For a second, he glared at me before he shrugged. Yeah, this guy was a dog. A rabid one. He was already grinning and his hands were opening and closing in anticipation. He couldn't wait to go in and kill. The moment we reached the 8th floor, Sandra pointed to an apartment to our right. It was the only closed door. The rest of the floor was barren.
Let me handle the door,
Sandra whispered before she rang the bell.
You guys hide nearby.
When the door opened, a fat guy in sweaty clothes pushed his head out.
Who the fuck are you?
Hey there,
Sandra said in a voice as sweet as honey.
A friend of mine told me that things up here can be interesting.
For a moment, a puzzled look showed on the guy's face before his eyes wandered over Sandra's body. They turned hungry instantly as they went to her chest and then lower. It took almost a half a minute before he looked into her eyes again.
Oh, sweetheart, why don't you come in then?
Angry yelling originated from inside when he held the door open for her. It was cut off the moment Sandra stepped inside. The fat guy was about to close the door again when I pushed my foot in.
Who the fuck are you?
He cursed. Theodore ripped the door open, prompting a pained curse from the guy.
Hey, you dumb bitch, you lied to me!
He screamed at Sandra. The moment we entered, I saw a group of 4 other guys inside. They were all sitting on propped-up camping chairs around a table, on which innumerable bottles of cheap liquor stood. All of them jumped to their feet, screaming at us. All except one. He eyed us curiously as he watched the situation unfold. All right, gentlemen, I started. There's a safety issue with the building. Unfortunately, we'll have to ask you all to leave so we can...
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit!
One of them screamed at me. The fuck out before I kill you, asshole! Another one added. I sighed. My hand closed around the gun in my pocket. If they wouldn't listen, I'd have to make them. Sandra was focusing on her radar again, but I saw Theodore stepping towards a door behind the group. Hey, what do you think you're... One of them screamed and tried to punch him. Theodore easily caught his fist and pushed the guy back. Then he kicked open the cracked door. I saw the body instantly. A young woman was lying on a dirty mattress. Her body was beaten, bloody, and unmoving. Shit, I cursed, but the situation had already escalated. The fat guy next to me tried to jump me, but he went down with a single punch. 3 of the other guys had stormed towards Theodore. He wasn't grinning anymore. His face was hard, angry, and disgusted. I heard him whisper the words, "fucking scum." These 3 assholes must have thought they'd be able to overwhelm him, but they didn't know what they were in for. Before I could even react, Theodore swatted one of them aside and knocked out a second one. He then got a hold of the third one. I heard bones break as he grabbed the man's wrist.
"Dylan, it's..."
Sandra started, but she didn't have time to tell me who the creature was. Guy number 4 was still sitting in his chair, still not saying a word, and watched the surrounding chaos with a disinterested look on his face. I pulled out the gun and pointed. Right at that moment, Theodore threw his remaining attacker aside. The man's unconscious body crashed into me and my shot trailed off, missing the target. Fucking hell, I cursed as I steadied myself again. These few seconds, though, were enough for the creature. Sweatpants and clothes tore as muscles pushed through, and additional appendages burst from its body. I lit the fucker up. Blood sprouted, but the bullets didn't seem to have much of an effect. A second later, they were pushed from the writhing, seething mess of the creature's muscles. Shit, this fucker was tough. And it was pretty damn huge. I saw Theodore, combat knife in hand, but before he could land an attack, the creature tossed him across the room. I pointed the gun again, pulled the trigger, but at that moment, the creature focused on me. Appendages shot forward. The gun was batted aside, and one of its clawed hands scratched over my protective armor, leaving behind a huge gash. God damn it. I jumped back, tried to bring as much distance between me and the fucker as I could, but I knew I'd be too slow. I prepared myself for things to get ugly, but then the air around me crackled. A wave of Sandra's powers shot forward, crashed against the creature's giant body, but it was barely enough to stop it. It let out a low screech, and for a second its eyes focused on Sandra, before it retreated to a room to our right. By now, Theodore was up again and chased after it.
"Damn it, don't be reckless, that thing's dangerous,"
Sandra called after him. Shit, where was my fucking gun? My eyes darted around the room, and finally I found it, picked it up, and hurried after Theodore. I could already hear the sounds of fighting and laughter. When I entered the room, I expected to find a mess of blood and gore, and that Theodore had torn the creature apart. Today, however, was different. This time it was Theodore who'd backed away. One of his legs was bleeding, and his face was covered in blood from a cut on his forehead. He was still grinning, but his eyes were different. This was serious, they told me. The creature, though, had been wounded too. 2 of its appendages had been torn from its body, but I could already see it healing and could see new ones pushing forward. Shit, what the fuck was this thing? This was no mere C-class. The moment it saw me entering the room, it let out a thundering roar. My ears popped, blood gushed from my nose, and I staggered. I tried to point the gun, tried to shoot, but my head was spinning. The creature rushed forward again, not at Theodore, and neither at me. I was thrown aside as its enormous body crashed into mine before it threw itself at Sandra. It let out an angry, high-pitched scream as another wave of Sandra's power crashed into it. Yet it wasn't pushed back. It was merely stopped. Then its body tensed up, muscles contorted before it pushed forward. Sandra's face was covered in sweat. I saw her eyes growing wide and heard her scream as she threw another assault against the creature. Still, it wasn't enough. A moment later it happened. The creature pushed through her assault with sheer force alone. Claws shot forward, and I saw them tear through the fabric of Sandra's clothes. Blood sprouted from a cut, and I heard her scream in pain. She staggered backward, fell to her knees, and her hands wandered to the wound she'd received. I cursed, but by now my head was clear again. While the creature was still focused on Sandra, I saw my chance. I rushed forward, pushed the gun right against its body, and unloaded on it. Flesh evaporated, blood exploded outward. But even that wasn't enough to finish the fucker off. It screeched in pain, and a second later I was thrown across the room. I crashed against a wall, the air was pushed from my lungs, and I felt bones break. On the floor, I could already see the fucker's flesh rending. Just as the thing was about to finish Sandra off, I saw Theodore. For once, he hadn't been reckless. For once, he'd waited and snuck up on the creature. He plunged the combat knife deep into its back and tore. Blood gushed from the body, and the creature screamed up. Before it could retaliate, however, Theodore's punch landed. The creature's head was thrown backwards, and I saw Theodore's hands close around its lower jaw. I heard bones snapping and flesh tearing as Theodore ripped it clean off. For a moment the creature backed off, but then it was about to attack again. It took a single step forward before it seemed unable to move. I saw Sandra. She was holding up a shaking arm. Her face was covered in sweat. Blood gushed from her wound. After only a few seconds, her arm sank down again. This last-ditch effort had been enough, though. Theodore was upon it in an instant, and with all of his strength he tore the creature's head clean off. He jumped back as the creature's body went wild, flailing and thrashing. It's still not over, I thought. I already saw it sprouting a new head, saw it attacking again, but then the body crashed to the floor and lay still. Once it was over, I thought there'd be silence. But Theodore started laughing and cursing at the thing and tore its body apart in a frenzy. Instead of watching him, I hurried over to Sandra. "Sandra, are you alright?" She nodded. "It's not a deep cut. I could avoid a serious injury, but it was close." As I stared at her bloody body, I felt a throbbing of my own. I wondered what the hell we had encountered here. This was no C-class. "No," Sandra said, shaking her head. "The data must have been wrong or dampened. This thing was definitely B-class." By now, Theodore had stopped and stood there panting. The cut on his forehead was still bleeding, and so was the gash on his leg. "Hey, Theodore, you alright?" No answer. Instead, he walked over to one of the guys he'd knocked out before. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, he crashed into the guy's body against the wall. Blood gushed from the guy's nose and mouth. Bones snapped and his body fell to the floor in a mangled mess. The second guy followed soon after. A single hit to the chest was enough, and his body lay still forever. "What the fuck are you—"
"None of them deserve to fucking live,"
he snapped at me as he went to the third one, who was desperately trying to crawl away from him.
"That girl over there. You saw her, right? You saw what they did to her. Fucking look at her."
With that, he crushed the neck of the third guy. He was already making his way over to the fat guy I had knocked out when I heard Sandra scream. Theodore crashed to the floor hard. I heard him curse, and his eyes focused on Sandra. "I told you," she pressed out. "Behavior such as this will not be tolerated. I warned you, if you do anything outside of our jurisdiction, there'd be consequences." I saw her twist her hand, saw her arm shaking while Theodore cringed in pain. "Sandra!" I started and put my hand on her shoulder, but she didn't react. "Hey, Sandra, stop it!" She didn't respond. Instead, her eyes still rested on Theodore. "Sandra, fucking stop! You said it yourself, we need him!" Finally, Theodore slumped down to the floor, unconscious. Her head darted around and she stared at me with angry eyes. "Damn it, Dylan. We can't just go around and... Damn it!" Her eyes wandered to the dead girl in the room. I stood there staring at Theodore, at Sandra, and then at the fat guy. He was awake now, but still on the floor. When our eyes met, I remembered Theodore's words. For a moment, I looked over at the girl's body once more before my eyes returned to the fat guy. Fuck monsters, I thought as I brought my foot down hard on his neck. Fuck monsters and fuck morality. Once we'd returned from the tower block, we were all shaken up. I couldn't be sure, but I felt like I'd at least broken a bone or two. While Sandra was busy attending to her own injuries, she threw me a healing contraption without saying a word. I could tell she was in a sour mood. I'd pretended what I'd done to the fat guy was nothing but an accident. A little misstep, you could say. But of course that didn't fly. This woman was smarter than me, and we both knew it. As she explained our duties and what we were and weren't supposed to do, I felt myself drifting off while my body was healing and restructuring its broken bones. When I woke up the next morning, trouble was already brewing. Theodore was more than a little pissed about having been knocked out while Sandra was on a tirade about what he'd done. I half listened as she reiterated the same speech she'd given me last night. This time, however, she was much colder about it. "It's our duty to take care of incidents and keep the public safe. We are not vigilantes out for justice." Eventually, she broke off in frustration. She admitted those guys had been scum, and she could write them off as collateral damage during the fight. Still, she reminded Theodore that should there be one more act like this, there would be dire repercussions. More than just pain.
What might those be?
Theodore dared to ask.
Well, I'm going to inform headquarters that your assistance won't be needed anymore. You can imagine what that means, can you? Maybe you can't. But you can, Dylan. Right?
She asked, looking at me. I gave her a sour look and nodded. Yeah, any new reports on those puppets? Any hits from the surveillance network? I asked, changing the subject.
Nothing.
Shit, you know what, Sandra? Something's up. I'm sure of it. Or do you really think we took down the creature controlling them?
I can't be sure, of course, but I doubt it. Whatever's been controlling them is much more powerful than anything we've handled before.
So you're telling me there's worse stuff at play here? Worse than that thing below the mall? Worse than yesterday's B class? She nodded.
Yes, and it might be the same organism that reached out to you during your coma.
Wasn't that a manipulator? I thought it could only reach out to me because of that orb.
Yes, but that was a direct connection, so to speak. Something delicate. A powerful enough manipulator, however, can freely influence other realities via the use of proxy organisms. At least to some extent.
Like that cat thing we fought? She nodded again. So you're telling me all those puppets are remote controlled from... Fuck, I don't even know. Somewhere else?
It's possible, yes.
Then why aren't they giving off any signature? If they're like that cat thing, shouldn't they have one of their own?
Not necessarily. That cat thing was a true extension of the manipulator. It reached through, so to speak. Those puppets might just be that. Puppets, created with a singular purpose, and thus not giving off any actual signature of their own.
Oh, isn't that fucking great? So we're pretty much blind, I cursed.
Yo, what's with these damn computers here? Why can't I get on the friggin' internet?
Theodore called out from the back room. Sandra jerked around.
Those computers are handling the surveillance drones and analyzing signatures. Don't tinker with them.
Theodore lifted his hands to show he wasn't doing a thing.
Fuck, alright, I was just trying to find some freaking porn.
Sandra sighed audibly.
Why don't you try to read some of that Nietzsche stuff you're always talking about?
She asked.
Sure, I have, but sometimes I need a bit of a change. You know.
He joked, measuring up Sandra with a little smirk.
I think I'm all good.
When Sandra realized what he was implying, a new tirade of curses followed. Theodore, however, didn't even listen to them and just went on his way back to his room. As I watched their interaction, I frowned. I felt like I was a 19-year-old again and back at the dorms. Jesus, we had God knows what coming, and this place had turned into, well, this. When I had enough of listening to their argument, I sat down in front of the computer and went through the data of our recent incidents. I checked our signature locations, lined them up, and checked which areas hadn't been affected so far.
Dylan, what are you doing?
Sandra asked as she stepped up to me. Well, I checked our recent data and the areas we found those puppets in. If we cross-check all of them with those, what did you call them, distortions? Then we can get an area that hasn't been hit so far, see? It's a cluster like the others, but nothing's happened there so far. Sandra inched closer and scanned the map.
Yes, a commercial area. Nothing there but office buildings, a few stores, and parking lots. It would be ideal. I've got some drones in the area already, but you're right. Let's make a few adjustments.
With that, she pushed me aside and went to work. She rerouted the drones and then did a few other things too sophisticated for me to understand.
It might be risky to give a single location so much focus, but...
She was cut off when her phone vibrated. She stared at it for a moment before she sighed and answered it.
We've got a new signature. It's small, but given yesterday's incident, we should be careful. We better prepare ourselves, Dylan.
I nodded and went on my way to the storage room. While I was busy stocking up, I heard Sandra opening Theodore's door to tell him we had work to do. A moment later, she stormed back into the living room, cursing.
It's your fault for just barging in like that. Let's just get into the good part.
I heard him joking after her. Once more, I sighed and had to fight the urge to throw a grenade into his room. By now, his antics were annoying even to me. We arrived at the signature's location about half an hour later. It was a sparsely populated, exclusive neighborhood at the edge of town, the area rich folks moved to once they'd retired. As I walked past all those well-kept houses, I couldn't help but reevaluate my life choices. So, what do you got, Sandra?
Nothing out of the ordinary. It seems to be D-class, maybe lower C-class. Still, let's be careful. We didn't expect to encounter a B-class yesterday.
Oh, don't worry. As long as there are no distractions, I'm going to handle things just fine.
Sandra looked at him for a moment before she focused on her radar again. I saw her frown a little before she pointed at a house nearby.
It should be over there,
she said as she rang the bell next to the gate. A well-dressed older woman opened the door. Her eyes focused on Sandra for a moment before they wandered to me and finally Theodore. When she saw the latter, a frown appeared on her face.
Excuse me, miss. We're here by order of the local police. There's been a burglary in the area. We'd like to have a word with you and have a look around your property. It's nothing but a precaution, of course.
With that, she showed the woman a fake badge we'd been provided with by headquarters. It seemed to do the trick, and the lady nodded and invited us inside.
Oh, to think things like that are happening out there. My goodness, what has the world come to?
She started as she relocked the gate and let us into the house. All right, we're going to have a look around the vicinity to see if there's any evidence of anyone trying to enter your property. With that, Sandra led me aside. She focused on her radar once more, but she was frowning again. What is it, Sandra?
I can't say. The signature's strange. It almost looks like it's spreading out.
Maybe it's a swarm type down in the basement, I asked, but Sandra shook her head.
No, it's not just this place. It's almost like it's stretching out over the entire area.
Shit, are you telling me we've got multiple signatures?
No, that's not...
Our conversation was cut short when the old lady screamed and threw herself at an unsuspecting Theodore.
What the fuck?
He cursed when the old lady tried to claw at his face with her fingers. Her mouth was open wide, and she let out another loud, reverberating scream. In a moment, he tore her off himself and threw her to the ground, where she lay unconscious. He was about to finish her when Sandra called out to him to stop.
Oh, what now? That freaking thing almost clawed my eyes out.
He yelled in anger.
It's not her. Something's weird about the signature. The origin's nearby, but there are smaller ones all over the area. This woman flared up before, but the signal's gone now.
The fuck are you talking about, damn it?
Residue,
she said to herself, but I didn't get to ask what she meant. My eyes turned towards the gate where a bunch of people had gathered. They were all screaming indistinguishable curses and soon threw themselves against the gate. All right, Sandra, what the hell's going on? For all I know, we've been cornered by a bunch of humanoid types and...
No, if they're humanoid types, they'd have transformed and torn down the gate already.
Then what the fuck's going on?
Theodore spat at her.
Can you two just be quiet for one moment?
She screamed at us before she tinkered with her radar again.
Well, I guess we're gonna have some fun,
Theodore joked with a grin on his face, waiting for whatever was out there to come tear down the gate. Calm down, all right? We don't know what's going on. Let Sandra figure it out first.
What? It's clear those fuckers are coming for us. What if they...
Inside, I called out and pushed him forward. If we barricade the door, it will give us some time. You got anything, Sandra? She shook her head, but was quick to follow us. Once we were inside, I pushed a cupboard in front of the door before I added other items of furniture to make the makeshift barrier. After a few minutes, I could hear the gate breaking down, and a moment later, people streamed into the front yard. It wasn't long before we could hear them outside beating against the door. Then glass shattered and someone threw themselves through a window. An older man stormed toward us. His eyes were wide and his face was bloody and cut multiple times by the window's glass. He was about to jump me when Theodore rushed forward and hit him square in the face. The man was thrown backward. His head crunched against the edge of a table and his body started convulsing as a layer of blood gathered below him. What the fuck's going on here? Why have none of them transformed yet?
No, that's not what's going on here,
Sandra explained.
I analyzed the signature of the people here and they only carry the residue of something else. Whatever we're up against is a controller type. It's likely able to assert control over any organism that's been exposed to it for some time. These people here, they're being controlled by it.
Theodore looked up and his eyes wandered back to the body of the man.
Are you telling me? Fuck. Why didn't you say anything sooner?
All the color had drained from his face and showed a look of true misery. I rushed up to him. Come on, we've got to I started, but my words were cut short when more people came crashing into the building. For a second, my hand closed around my gun before I cursed and let it go. Sandra, do you have the location of the controller yet?
Nothing yet. There's too much interference. But it's not in this building.
Shit. Alright, we gotta move. With that, I got a hold of Theodore and threw a flash grenade behind us. Blazing white light exploded. The people who'd broken into the building all stopped and covered their eyes. Outside, now! With that, we hurried through the building and towards the back door. In a moment, we'd made it outside and to a fence at the edge of the property. Talk to me, Sandra. She was still staring at her radar before she gave me a nod.
2 buildings from here. To our right.
More people were coming for us already. For a sparsely populated area like this, there sure were a lot of them. As I hurried on, I knocked out a middle-aged man and barely avoided a knife-wielding woman's attack. Sandra, we've got trouble. We can't just
keep moving. It's past this hedge, right in front of the next building.
The moment we made it through the hedge, I threw another flash grenade, hoping it would give us some time. We hurried through a lavish garden before we reached a small sandbox. A little girl with a shovel in hand sat there, busy building a sandcastle. The moment she saw us, her eyes grew wide, and she stared at us in a mixture of fear and confusion.
That's it. She's the controller,
Sandra called out. I ripped out my gun and pointed at the little girl. When she saw it, she cringed back and crashed over her little castle.
Shit, Sandra, are you sure? If she's not, there's no doubt the signature originates from her.
Fucking hell, I cursed. More people were closing in on our direction. My hand moved to the trigger. Before I could press it, though, Theodore pushed me aside and turned to Sandra.
Didn't you say something was controlling people? What if that little girl's the same? You can't just murder a little girl.
Theodore, just let me get this over with, I screamed back at him. While Sandra used her powers to hold the people closing in at bay, Theodore got a hold of my wrist. He twisted it and the gun clattered to the floor. Right at that moment, the little girl behind us screeched. Her jaw unhinged and a mass of thick tendons pushed outward. If not for Sandra and her powers, they might have very well gotten to me and Theodore. Sandra batted them aside effortlessly before she pushed the little girl to the ground. She held the radar to her squirming body.
Just as I thought. A parasite type,
she brought out in an icy voice.
There's no hope.
No, you can't. Fuck. I didn't come here to kill a freaking kid.
Theodore, fucking stop,
I yelled as I got a hold of him. Once a parasite takes over, the host is already dead. She's not a kid anymore. She's nothing but a husk. He pushed me off him and I crashed to the ground hard.
And what if she's like me? Maybe there's...
No, there isn't.
Sandra cut him off. With a wave of her hand, the girl's body was crushed and evaporated into nothing but a bloody mist. The people who had made their way toward us all fell to the ground, unconscious.
Fucking hell,
Theodore cursed. I walked over to calm him down, but he pushed me back.
You fucking touch me, alright, asshole?
Hey, how about you calm down, okay?
How the fuck could I calm down after seeing something like this?
Then he stopped and looked at me. A sick grin appeared on his face.
Oh, I get it now. This isn't the first time you've done something like this, is it?
What are you trying to say? I asked, getting angry myself. The grin on his face made me tempted to have a go at him, even if I didn't have a flying chance.
What are you waiting for, Dylan?
Theodore taunted me.
Will you two be quiet?
Sandra screamed at us, and her powers erupted from her body. When both of us turned around, we could hear a high-pitched alarm from her phone, and I could see all the color had drained from her face.
Oh, I've got a hit from the surveillance network, but this is too huge.
I stepped up to her. She was analyzing the data of various drones before she found what she'd been looking for. An underground area. And the entire place was swarming with puppets. It wasn't just a few or a dozen. This had to be hundreds. A second later, the stream cut off. What the hell? Where's...
That commercial area. I rerouted the drones there, but most of them have been destroyed. The data they've gathered so far, however...
She broke up, lips quivering. Then let's get going. We're done here, right? When I said this, Theodore gave me another angry look before he spat on the ground. Sandra next to me didn't say a thing. Instead, she just kept staring at the emerging signature she'd found. It wasn't cold outside, but when I saw it spreading further and further, I started shivering. Then her eyes turned toward me. They were wide and scared, and I'd never seen her like that.
You were right, Dylan. You were right. Something was coming, but I never thought...
Well, what's going on? Why the fuck are you acting so scared suddenly? Sandra turned from me to Theodore. Her mouth opened, but it still took her a long moment to find her voice again.
This signature... There's no doubt. It's A-class. And we're too far away to do anything about it. There's nothing we can do to stop it from crossing over. We're in trouble. We're in serious trouble.
Oh, fuck monsters and fuck being right. Call me lucky or call me unlucky, but I never had to deal with an A-class incident until now. When I saw Sandra's reaction, though, and the raw terror in her eyes, I could tell we were in a lot of trouble. So what do we do? You think we can fight that thing? Sandra's head jerked in my direction. Anger and frustration distorted her face.
Fight it? What do you think this is? Can't you see this signature? This is nothing we can handle on our own. There's no way.
Theodore's laugh cut her outburst short.
A moment ago you had no problem crushing a little kid, but now you're afraid?
When I looked at him, though, I saw how uncertain he was, and I had heard how hollow his laugh was. I knew he was afraid of Sandra, or at least respected her for the powers she commanded. Seeing her like this must have made him as uneasy as I was.
I've got to notify headquarters about this. They need to know about this right now.
With that, she tinkered with her radar and phone to transfer the data to headquarters.
Let's return to base and await further instructions. We need support. This is beyond anything I expected.
When I looked over at her radar, I saw her zooming out until she could see the full size of the signature.
Jesus Christ.
I cursed when I saw it. Here's the thing. The size of a signature is proportional to an organism's power. Sure, there are some like humanoids who can blend in and hide their true abilities, but they are the exceptions. A D-class signature is nothing but a small dot. C-class is roughly the size of a building, while B-class can encompass an entire block. The signature on Sandra's radar was far bigger than anything I'd ever seen, and all the while it was still growing in size. The moment we were back, Sandra hit up headquarters to update them on the situation and to request immediate backup. It wasn't long before she began screaming into her phone.
Help would be too late? What do you mean? We've got nowhere near enough personnel to handle an incident such as...
She trailed off, her face distorted by disbelief. After half a minute, another outburst followed.
Then what are we supposed to do?
Once more, she listened.
Yes. All right, of course.
She ended the conversation in a low voice before she slumped down next to me. So, what did they say?
What do you think they said, Dylan? No help is going to come. Not anytime soon. They told us, that we're supposed to do what we can. An incident such as this can't be ignored, but what can we even do? What can the three of us do against something like this?
All right, Sandra, calm down. Maybe there's a way we can... Her shrill laugh cut me off right away.
You think we can do anything against something like this? Dylan, this thing is on an entirely different level from anything we've handled so far. I can feel its influence from here.
She started shaking, and for a moment her powers flared up. Her eyes were staring ahead at nothing, and her face distorted before she turned to me again.
I know this feeling,
she muttered.
It's that manipulator. It's the thing that was probing your mind and that's controlling all those puppets.
You mean... Shit, I cursed. I thought back to when I was in a coma and the visions I'd seen. That wasteland, the terrible, twisted world behind it, and the destruction that was prophesied. Fucking hell.
So you're saying this is going to be a suicide mission?
Theodore joked, but neither Sandra nor I said a word. After a few moments of painful silence, Sandra returned to her computer and rerouted a few more of her surveillance drones. Before she could even get close to the signature's origin, their feeds vanished.
Damn it!
she cursed as drone after drone was destroyed. So we gotta go in blind. Sandra nodded in frustration.
Let's get ready,
She called out and made her way to the storage room. It was the first time I ever saw Sandra putting on protective armor. I didn't like it one bit. While I put on mine and stocked up on weapons and equipment, I watched her rummage through the shelf of alchemic contraptions. I saw her pick up mind blocks, wound treatments, and a variety of others. It was like watching a kid at a candy store.
Get going, put this on.
She snapped at Theodore and threw him a suit of protective armor. Nah, I'm good. He laughed, but a moment later I saw him grimace.
This is no joke,
Sandra screamed. She stepped up to him and pushed him to the ground using her powers.
This might very well be a suicide mission, like you said. If we want to have any chance at all, we've got to do everything we possibly can. And I won't let it be ruined by you.
I heard Theodore curse in pain before his eyes focused on Sandra.
Do you understand? Put it on. Otherwise, I can get rid of you right here, right now.
Freaking hell, all right,
he said shakily. A few minutes later, we were on our way. The sun was already setting when we reached the commercial area. Everything was as normal as it could be. There was no sign of an apocalypse or a towering monstrosity tearing down buildings. It was just empty office building after empty office building. A few people were still around, making their way towards tram and bus stations. But most of the parking lots were deserted. Sandra's radar, however, proved how wrong our impressions could be. The thing was going haywire. By now, the signature encompassed the entire area. But the numbers were still rising before they reached the radar's threshold. Cursing, Sandra put it back, but then she staggered for a moment.
Hey, are you okay?
Theodore called out and walked up to her. Sandra motioned for him to stop.
Yes, I'm alright. There's just so much power here. I can feel this thing and its influence on my mind.
My eyes rested on her, but after a few deep breaths, she seemed alright again. She gave me and Theodore a brief nod before we continued on. It wasn't long before we made contact. Not with the A-class organism, but with another creature.
Beast type,
Sandra called out.
No idea what class, but it doesn't seem above C-class.
Theodore grinned and stepped into the charging creature's path. I took position next to him with my gun in my hand. He gave me a puzzled look before he nodded. No wasting strength today, all right? I said.
Guess I'm not allowed to have any fun,
he said with a shrug. As the multi-legged, twisted monstrosity charged at us, I fired almost an entire magazine at it. The thing was twice our size, but the bullets still hurt it. It screeched in pain, staggered for a moment, but didn't slow down. It got closer and closer, and finally, Theodore charged forward, barely avoiding a collision. He ripped out his combat knife and plunged it deep into the creature's flank. Another pained screech followed, but this time the thing didn't just stagger. Organs and intestines spilled from the gushing wound, and a moment later it crashed to the floor.
Why would there be a beast type here, Sandra? What's going on?
I asked, turning to her.
It's rallying forces. It might try to slow us down.
Slow us down? Why?
It might not have fully emerged into our reality yet,
she said, thinking. So you're saying if we're quick, we might...
No, that's not it. Even as it is now, it has more than enough power already. It could destroy this entire area, but maybe...
Instead of continuing, she just shook her head.
It doesn't matter.
I stared at her for a moment, opened my mouth before I closed it again. While I scanned the area, Sandra brought out a handful of smaller survey drones. She activated them, and the things scurried away in multiple directions. Sandra took out her phone, checked their feeds, but it only took a minute before they were all gone again. Guess it's no use after all, I said, but Sandra shook her head.
No, I got something. See this?
I stared at the screen, and just before the feed had been cut off, a puppet was visible. It was down in the dark in some sort of underpass. You get a location? She nodded.
It's nearby. That's most likely where the rest of them are. Let's go.
We reached the underpass after only a minute. It was old and derelict, a remnant of times past. I was no mentalist, not receptive to the thing's powers, but even I could feel what was waiting for us. Shit, I cursed as I rubbed my temples and wiped the sweat from my forehead. Sandra reached into her pocket and brought out a small vial. She popped it and swallowed the contents. Then she handed me another one of them.
A mind blocker. It's probably not doing a lot, but it could diminish some of the pressure you're under.
I nodded and swallowed it, and in an instant my head became clearer. She turned to Theodore, but he shook his head.
All good, I can't feel a thing.
Sandra stared at him and probed him for a moment before she nodded. As we entered the old underpass, we noticed the puppets instantly. The entire area was teeming with them. The moment they noticed us, they all rushed away and vanished in the darkness further ahead. Like I'd seen in Sandra's live feed, hundreds of them were down here. Hundreds or maybe even thousands. Each step echoed through the darkness ahead and reverberated from the surrounding walls. I couldn't help but shiver. This was no normal underpass. It was too long, too dark, almost as if it had been warped. The place felt all sorts of wrong. My skin crawled as a strange feeling washed over me. I threw a beacon ahead of us. At that moment, we saw the writings and symbols. The walls hadn't just been covered, but were caked in them. I heard Sandra gasp next to me, and for a second she cringed. The beacon continued on and hovered further into the darkness. Two monstrous humanoid types became visible before one of them tore the beacon apart. Shit, why is there two of them? I cursed at Sandra before I threw another beacon.
No, it's not them. They're just guards. There's no pressure coming from them. They're just here to slow us down like that beast type outside.
A second later, she lifted her hands. The two creatures staggered back for a second before they roared and threw themselves against Sandra's force field.
Quick, I can only stop them for so long. There's too much interference,
she called out, clenching her teeth. I lit the left fucker up in an instant. The creature screamed, but more in anger than in pain. Shit, they were tough. No time for games. I ripped out a grenade, activated it, and threw it. The grenade exploded right in front of the creature. I heard a pained shriek as bits and pieces were torn off its body. By now, the second creature had focused on me, pushed itself through Sandra's force field, but Theodore was already upon it. His combat knife flashed through the air, but the creature noticed him. It dodged his attack, and I could hear Theodore curse as the creature retaliated. Clawed appendages shot forward, about to tear into him, but I heard Sandra scream. Power exploded from her body, rose past Theodore, batted the creature's attack aside, and restrained it. I had already reloaded my gun and went forward to support him. The bullets didn't do a damn thing, but they were enough to divert the creature's attention momentarily. Theodore attacked again, and this time he rammed his knife deep into the creature's skull. For a moment it lashed out blindly before it fell to the floor. One down, I thought. But there was no room to breathe. The left creature was back, and it was enraged about the death of its companion. It threw itself at Theodore in a suicidal charge, but its attacks were sloppy. With its body tethered as it was, it could barely do a thing. It wasn't long before it went down as well. Sandra next to me was panting. I saw her pop another vial. For a moment, her body shook uncontrollably, and her hands cramped up before she seemed calm again. Jesus, Sandra, what the fuck are you doing? She gave me an angry stare. What's necessary? She spat at me. We continued on past the two downed monstrosities, and soon found a dark tunnel looming ahead. It led down further into the depths of the earth below. Engravings and writings encrusted all the surrounding walls. The power coming from them was so intense the entire area glowed in a low, unnatural light that made my head hurt. What now? You want to throw down a few of those? I asked, turning to Sandra and holding a grenade in my hand.
And you think that's going to do a damn thing?
She said, laughing. I mumbled a curse.
Come on.
She snapped at me and Theodore as she started down the tunnel. It wasn't long before it opened up and extended into a sort of cavern. The entire thing seemed to have been dug out by those puppets who were still busy extending it. Bones and remains of animals littered the cavern's floor. Here and there, I could even see what I assumed to be parts of people amongst the carnage. In the center of the cavern, a ghastly, giant altar had been erected. Yet my eyes didn't rest on the carnage or the altar, but on the creature hovering above it. It had a small, almost skeletal body. Its head was disproportionately large. It was a skull comprising nothing but raw, twisted bone. Two deep, lying eye holes, glowing in a strange, yellowish light, were staring at us from the moment we entered. When they came to rest on me, fear washed over me. Sweat broke out all over my body and my heart rate went up. I had to fight to keep the rising panic at bay. Jesus Christ, I stammered in a shaken voice. For a moment, those eye holes flared up and my mind was flooded with images. I saw a torn city, tentacles, an upside-down sky before my head reverberated from a cacophony of screams. In an instant, I was on the floor, panting and cringing. Sandra, next to me, was on her knees, screaming in terror under the thing's assault. Only Theodore was still on his feet, but I saw him grimace. He'd not felt a thing before, but it seemed even he couldn't withstand the thing's assault unscathed. With a shaking hand, Sandra got a hold of another one of her vials. Once she downed it, she fought herself to her feet and threw me one of them too. Shit, what are we even... I started, but couldn't bring out another word. In front of us, the creature descended from its ghastly altar. Power exploded from it. The remains on the floor were torn apart and shredded before they gathered around the creature. Bones pushed out from its body, were extended, and then flesh and muscles were added before the creature landed on a pair of newly formed legs. Words appeared in my mind, then threats and feelings.
Doom. Futility. End. No hope.
I clenched my teeth, and with the help of whatever Sandra had given me, I pushed the thing's influence to the furthest back of my mind.
Fuck you,
I spat, grinning. In an instant, power crashed into my body, and I was thrown backward. The air was pushed from my lungs, and I crashed to the floor 6 meters away. As I pushed myself back to my feet, I felt the iron taste of blood in my mouth. After a moment, I picked up my gun, pointed it, and shot. But it didn't do a damn thing. The bullets were stopped a meter in front of the creature and fell to the ground. The air was filled with quiet clangs before laughter reverberated inside my head. Theodore seemed to feel it too. It seemed he could somehow ward off most of the creature's powers, but I saw him take a step back too, and saw him cringe. Then I looked and saw Sandra hovering in the air. I saw her push her hands down and power exploded out from her, like nothing I'd seen before. The wave of energy crashed against the creature, but it merely brought it to a halt. Then the skull turned and focused on her. Another bone pushed from its body, forming an arm and finally a hand. A single wave brought Sandra to her knees before she started screaming again. With its attention focused on Sandra, I handed Theodore one of my grenades. For a moment he seemed puzzled, but then he took it and nodded. All the while, Sandra tried to push back against the assault she was under. For a moment she appeared to do it, but then she crashed to the floor. The flamer flew high through the air, flames exploded and descended, but the creature was entirely unharmed. Once more, laughter reverberated inside my mind, this time louder, and stabbed at my brain. Then I was the one under assault by its powers, and I was thrown to the floor again. I felt bones crack, felt one snap, and I felt it tear into my mind. I closed my eyes, tried to fight back, but my thoughts were assaulted before my very being was torn apart. For in an instant, all sense of self was gone before the attack dissipated. I opened my eyes and saw Sandra. I saw the empty vials on the floor next to her. Blood was streaming from her nose as she held back the creature's assault. I ripped out another flamer and started unloading on the thing. It did nothing, of course, but under the assault from both me and Sandra, Theodore did exactly what I'd hoped he'd do. He rushed forward, pushed against the creature's powers, pushed through, and was about to rush the thing's body when his head snapped forward. I heard him scream as the creature closed its hand to crush him. Then Sandra, staggering, her face white and bloody, used the last of her powers to protect him. I stepped forward, continued shooting, but in an instant my hand was batted aside. I screamed in pain as my wrist broke and the gun clattered away. Yet all of this had given Theodore enough time. The 1 second he needed. He'd activated the grenade I'd given him and thrown it with all the force he could muster. The small piece of metal crashed against the creature's skull and exploded. Theodore crashed to the floor as the hand let go of him. Sandra's powers ebbed away and I saw her keel over. When the dust and the fire of the explosion had settled, all that remained of the creature were pieces of flesh and bone. I saw Theodore move. His hair was almost gone and his arms were red and burned, but he was alive. I crawled over to Sandra, shook her, and after a while her eyes fluttered open. Her nose was still bleeding and her mouth, too, was covered in blood. She gave me a hard, bloodied grin before she pushed herself to her knees. Then she started convulsing. I saw her fingers dig into the hard ground of the cavern floor before she vomited. I pushed myself to my knees and after 2 failed attempts made it to my feet. Sandra was still on all fours panting, but the shaking had stopped. One stare showed me that Theodore was back on his feet as well and on his way towards us.
Did we get it?
He asked. Sandra laughed.
You think that finished it off?
It's gone, isn't it? Sandra shook her head.
Not gone. It just left. It hadn't fully emerged yet, just like I thought. It was merely gathering its power and forming a body. All we did was to stop it for a moment.
Well, then where did it go? Has it gone back to its world?
No, I don't think so. It displaced itself to a different location. Most likely somewhere else in this city. I can still feel it faintly. It's still all around. All of this, the cavern, the altar, what it did here, it seemed to have been making preparations.
Preparations for what?
I don't know. I don't fucking...
She started shaking again before she could continue.
Maybe more distortions and changes to the natural energy flow. It might plan to create a portal, a permanent one. But I can't be...
Once more she broke off, and I finally helped her to her feet. As my eyes wandered around, I saw the puppets had either vanished or ceased functioning.
Dylan,
Sandra pressed out as we made our way back up the tunnel.
Burn it all to the ground.
I gave her a questioning look. Why?
This place, this altar, it's got a power of its own. It's dangerous. If we don't destroy it, God knows what will happen. It might distort the entire area and...
Sure thing, I got it. I cut her off. I tried to smile, but standing on my feet and supporting her was all I could manage. My entire body hurt. I took out the handful of grenades I still had left, and one after another I threw them down into the cavern. As we stumbled back outside, the entire area behind us came crashing down. Once we'd made it, Sandra took out the radar again. While it had gone haywire before, it was now completely quiet.
Nothing,
she brought out. So we finished it off after all? I asked.
No, like I said, this wouldn't be over that quickly, but maybe...
She mused, thinking.
Maybe it's able to hide its presence somehow.
Didn't you say that was impossible? Sandra nodded.
Normally, yes, but this thing, its power, is beyond measure. With a creature like this, we've got no idea what it's capable of. All bets are off, Dylan. All bets are off.
I cursed to myself. How the hell were we ever going to stop something like this? Fuck monsters and fuck A-Class. It took us God knows how long to get our battered bodies back to the apartment. All 3 of us were hurting, and hurting badly. None of us were in any condition to do anything but nurture our wounds. Sandra had gotten the worst of it. After taking multiple mind blocks and mind enhancers, the side effects and withdrawals were harsh. The worst of it happened right after the battle, but her mind was in an uproar for much longer. Even hours after we'd made it back, she was still shaky, numb, and delirious. I wasn't much better off. I suffered from a concussion, and apart from my wrist, multiple bones in my body were broken and in dire need of restructuring. Even Theodore had suffered a great deal during the battle. So far, his mutated body had healed all of his injuries over the course of a night, but it seemed even he had a limit. One thing was peculiar about him, though. While Sandra's and my mind had been subjected to assaults by the creature's powers, Theodore seemed to have been unaffected.
Only thing I felt were the thing's direct powers when it tried to push me back. That's about it,
he explained.
No visions, no mind pressure, nothing like that.
It could have to do with the parasite. Whatever this thing was, it might have given you an immunity from mental powers,
Sandra reasoned.
Well, that's great and all, but it didn't need mental powers to crush me. Even worse, the thing's still out there, right?
Both Sandra and I nodded. Sandra had gotten into contact with headquarters as soon as her withdrawals were down to a manageable level. They analyzed all her information and the data of our fight, but all they did was to tell us to keep an eye out for further developments. As soon as additional personnel were available, they'd send us support, but they were still lacking manpower. Sandra also told me there was no hint of the creature's location and it might hide its presence. Headquarters wasn't much help. Sure, they could find signatures remotely once the thing fully emerged. Finding an organism that could avoid Sandra's surveillance network, though, was out of the question. When I heard that, I couldn't help but curse. What you're saying is that we have to sit this one out and wait till that thing shows itself again? Is headquarters fucking insane? With a creature like that on the loose, who knows what will happen the next time it shows up? And they're going to send us support as soon as they've got the manpower available? Is that a fucking joke? This thing's an A-class organism. Sandra gave me a curt, angry nod.
Yeah, I guess that's headquarters for you.
All right,
Theodore spoke up.
I've heard you mention this shit all the fucking time, but exactly what is this headquarters you're talking about all the time?
It's the organization we work for, I answered matter-of-factly.
Thanks, genius. Totally didn't get that. He spat at me. What I mean is, who the fuck are they? The government? Men in Black? The army? Do they have a freaking name?
No one really knows,
Sandra started.
They keep themselves in the background most of the time. All I know is that it's an old and powerful organization.
So you've got no clue who you're even working for?
He broke into a laugh and shook his head in disbelief. Sandra glared at him but nodded.
There are adjudicators, of course. They are part of the organization's higher echelon and overview the actions of the exterminators. No one knows who's above them, and even they might not know.
All right, so there's some secret organization out there that's not only able to afford all sorts of high-tech bullshit, but that can also hide any and all evidence of those damn monsters out there? They must be filthy fucking rich.
Yeah, or they got good sponsors, I joked. Sandra turned, giving me a strange look. What? Who knows, maybe they provide companies with information and material or God knows what in exchange for a bit of money.
That's impossible. You know what Article 437B of the Codex states, right, Dylan?
When I gave her an empty look, she sighed in frustration and recited it from memory.
Any personnel involved in the sale of either materials or organic matter discovered during an investigation or sharing of information thereof is to be punished by death.
I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yeah, sure, except the higher-ups, I bet. Come on, Sandra, you're the smartest person I know. You can't believe that they differ from any fucking organization out there.
All right,
Theodore cut us off.
How about we argue about the woes of capitalism another day? What I want to know is how long this headquarters of yours has been around. You've both worked with them for a while, so you gotta know some things, right?
I laughed once more. Not me. No one tells me a fucking thing around here. Sandra looked from me to Theodore, and I could see she was unsure about how much she should share. Eventually, she sighed.
I've worked in headquarters archives, and I've seen numerous documents. If those writings are real and by the organization, then it's much, much older than anyone would guess.
What the hell does that mean? What sort of stuff did you find there? Latin? Sandra nodded.
Yes, Latin, but also writings in ancient Greek, even Aramaic and Sumerian.
Yeah, right. Next you're going to tell me that Gilgamesh was the first exterminator,
Theodore said, laughing. Sandra, however, merely shrugged at his remark.
Or the first reported incident in history,
she mumbled.
Freaking hell! If you're serious, then this shit's been going on since forever.
It's presumed by some of headquarters archivists that these types of incidents have always been occurring.
So you mean to tell me these freaking monsters have always been around? I guess that explains where all the old tales and legends come from.
I sometimes wonder if the term monsters might not have been ill-chosen. In the end, they are nothing but visitors from different realities. Many of them arrive here by sheer chance. They might be horrible to us, but...
Yeah, pretty sure those twisted shapeshifters would win a frickin' beauty contest back at home, I joked. How'd someone like you end up as an exterminator, Dylan? Theodore suddenly asked.
I mean, with Miss Mentalist here, there's a pretty damn good reason. But you're just some normal dude, aren't you?
Yeah, thanks for that, asshole. I cursed and gave him the finger. Then I told him how my friends and I had been attacked by a C-class organism years ago, and how I'd been conscripted by an adjudicator. Sandra was quiet the entire time and listened intently. She knew about Julie, but what had happened to her, but I guess my mind had been too scrambled up for her to get the entire story. I was more surprised about Theodore, whose face showed a somber look as he listened to my story.
Shit, man,
he brought out in true and heartfelt honesty. Once I'd accepted the adjudicator's proposal, they subordinated me to a seasoned exterminator. You know, get some training lessons, learn how to handle all the weaponry, and get some mandatory teaching about the creatures I'd have to take down. After a couple months, the guy wished me the best of luck and fucked off to wherever he'd come from.
First time I've heard anything about training,
Theodore mumbled. It was pretty much in the field, and we handled incidents right here in the city and the surrounding areas. Back then, though, not too much was going on. Most of my training comprised this guy beating his lessons into me. You can imagine how great of a time that was.
Cry me a river,
Theodore laughed.
So what about you, then?
With that, he turned to Sandra.
You were chosen because of those abilities of yours, right?
Sandra looked away for a moment before she shook her head.
It's a long story, and I'm not sure we've got time to...
Fuck yes we do,
Theodore cut her off.
We're just sitting here anyway. None of us can do anything in the condition we're in. That thing's fucked off to God knows where, and no others have shown up for 2 days. So yes, we've got time for your story.
Sandra's face turned dark. She gave him a cold, hard look, but eventually nodded.
I grew up in Ukraine. My home was a small town in the middle of nowhere. If you can even call a few dozen houses and some old stores a town. We were one of those backwater communities who suffered in any period of recent history. It was a wonder our small community was even still around. Well, we might have been poor, but we weren't unhappy.
A slight smile showed on her face as she seemed to reminisce about the memories.
My father worked as a day laborer. Hard and honest work, he called it. My mother worked as a history teacher at our town's small school. She always scoffed at my father's words, but they were deeply in love. I was the youngest of 3 children. It was probably my mother's profession that got me interested in books, reading, and old cultures. Life in a small community is dull, especially for children. I devoured any book I could find and fled to the more exciting periods in history. Babylon, Greece, Rome, the Middle Ages, you know. I often wish that I could be swept away from our town and be transported to those more turbulent times in history. It's not that I was unhappy, I was just a child. Still, each night I wished something would happen, and then...
She broke off, staring at nothing. And then it did, right? I asked. After a moment of silence, Sandra continued.
At first it was animals. A stray cat vanished, a goat would go missing, chickens being torn apart, that type of thing. People were scared, thinking of wild animals, wolves mostly. Some men set out for the woods, but they found no hint.
It wasn't wild animals, was it?
No. The reason they found nothing was because the creature was already right in our midst. Or better, they were.
I looked up and was about to say something, but Sandra continued, undeterred.
It was a parasite. A kid must have gotten infested while playing outside in the woods. Within a week, more than half the kids in the village had become secondary hosts. And of course, no one suspected a thing.
How'd you get away? Sandra gave a short, pained laugh.
I was too into my books and spent all my time at the school's library. My mother always tried to chase me out and told me to play with my siblings or my friends. But I never did. I guess that's what saved my life.
For a moment she stopped, took a deep breath, and gathered herself before she continued.
I still remember the evening when all hell broke loose. The creature had grown its cluster and must have decided it was time to take over our town. Right after dinner, I hurried back to my room, as always, and buried myself in another book. When I heard my mother scream, I rushed for the door and opened it, but My siblings had transformed into something else. I saw them tear my father apart. I was so scared I just stood there, paralyzed by fear, and watched it happen. It was my mother who saved me. She rushed towards me, pushed me to the window, and finally outside. Before I left, though, I saw Ivanov, my brother's face. It was split open and revealed nothing but a gaping, wide maw. And just as I was about to help my mother, he came for her. There was nothing I could do.
Fucking hell, I mumbled.
I was crying and screaming for help, but chaos had enveloped the entire town. Screams came from somewhere. People were out on the streets trying to rush away from creatures that had once been their own children. I'd never seen so much blood and never have since. I don't know how, but I made it to an old shack. When I came to myself again, the police arrived. Or who I thought was the police. They found me there in the shack. I think they'd have killed me too, but they must have realized I was still human. I remember very little about that day. There are vague images of townspeople lying discarded in the streets, of houses burning, of those men.
Let me guess, they got rid of the entire town? Sandra nodded. How in the hell could they have let things get so bad?
Because I was in the middle of nowhere. Headquarters doesn't care about a small town or a village being destroyed. There was no one nearby, no surveillance drones, no exterminators, nothing. It's only when things get too bad and when the signature becomes visible that they send someone out. Most of the time, they'll just torch everything. The creatures, the buildings, the survivors. All of it.
Why didn't they kill you as well? I probed.
I always thought it was luck or compassion, but I later learned that my abilities first manifested that day. After I was saved, they sent me off to what they called an orphanage. It was nothing but an internment camp for kids like me. Headquarters ran the whole place. They always needed new personnel. Workers, archivists, researchers, and exterminators. They brainwashed us to follow the doctrine of some shadowy organization. Then after years, I was put into a more specialized facility.
One for mentalists? Sandra shook her head.
No, there was nothing like a mentalist facility in Ukraine. Mentalists are rare, Dylan. They put me into one for research and archival. I didn't excel in sports, combat, or mechanical engineering, but I was by far the best at information procurement and research. I was trained to become one of headquarters archivists.
That's until...
Yes, until they discovered I could do certain things. They knew about my potential, as they called it, from the moment they found me in that shack. For years, however, my powers had been dormant, and I had shown no hint of them. When they manifested again, though, they lost no time. They sent me to their European Center for Operations in Rome.
Don't tell me it's the fucking Vatican. Theodore, who'd been quiet until now, cut in. Sandra laughed.
No, nothing like that. Like I mentioned before, this organization's older than even the Vatican. It doesn't matter, though. Things were different there. Terribly different. I was nothing but a lab rat. A special one they could teach and mold into a so-called mentalist.
Her face grew angry again. But it wasn't her usual temperamental anger. No, this was a different, deep-set kind of anger. A hatred, even.
They didn't know where my abilities came from. Some suggested it was an innate talent, but others said it might be because of my prolonged exposure to a large, parasitic cluster. Either way, I was there for years to hone and perfect my abilities. And I did.
And once that was done, they sent you out like a trusty little lapdog, right? Theodore asked, not bothering to hide the sarcasm in his voice. For a moment, Sandra glared at him before she answered.
No, I guess I was too important of an asset. They kept me in Rome to use my abilities in different ways. Research, analysis, technology, things like that. That's how I learned all I know today. The archives in Rome are vast, but they are still only one of many across the globe. I was only sent out into the field when there was a need for someone with my unique talents and knowledge.
And that's why they sent you here, right? Because of those symbols, the writing, and the rise in signatures? When she nodded, a new thought hit me, and it hit me hard. You knew something was going to happen here, didn't you? That's why you brought along all those computers and God knows what. Headquarters knew all along that something was about to happen in this city. And no one told me a goddamn thing about it.
Dylan, I'm sorry. As per Article 87C, higher-ranking personnel are not allowed to share classified information such as this with simple exterminators and...
Simple exterminators? Tell me one thing. Why didn't they send more people here? If they knew all along that shit was about to hit the fan, why'd they only send you?
Because the possibility of an A-class organism showing up was basically zero. They sent me here to investigate and to analyze the situation. Yes, headquarters assumed something was coming, but as I said...
Well, and look where it fucking got us. Sandra opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly she cringed and rubbed her temples. I could see pearls of sweat on her forehead. Look, maybe you should lie down if you're...
No, I don't know. There's this pressure. It feels as if something's reaching out to me. I can ward myself off, but if it's growing in intensity...
Her voice trailed off. Shit, let me guess.
Yes, it's that thing. It's trying to infiltrate my mind. It knows who I am now, what I am. And it knows I've got the knowledge it needs.
Are you telling me that thing's doing... research?
Theodore cut in.
Yes. And there can be only one reason for it.
It's preparing something. Sandra nodded. Oh, shit, isn't that great? Isn't that fucking great? First I'm left completely in the dark, and now we've got this thing preparing for God knows what. Hey, you're not the only one who's got no clue about... Just shut up, Theodore. I cursed, and with that, I left the room and went to vent my anger somewhere else. I couldn't believe this mess. I couldn't believe any of it. Fuck monsters and fuck this entire goddamn situation. Even days after the revelation that headquarters and Sandra knew more than I did, I was still pissed. I couldn't believe they'd known something was going to happen and barely did anything. Because of this, we were all fucked. We could do nothing but sit here and wait for this thing to emerge again. This time, however, it would be prepared. Hell, it didn't need to be prepared considering our last encounter. Let me just say it again, we're fucked. Throughout the last days, there were no new incidents. No signatures, no alerts, no puppets, nothing at all. I'd be happy about it if I didn't know what it meant. That thing was out there, and it was not only biding its time, it was preparing itself. Fucking shit. I cursed while I sat in front of the computer. The only good thing about it was that it gave us time to nurse our wounds. Theodore was already well again, with that freakish body of his. Most of my wounds were already healed as well. The bones that were still broken hurt, but I was mostly okay. Sandra, though, is a different story. She's still recouping and only slowly getting back on track. It's not so much her body that's damaged, but her mind. For the past few days, though, she wasn't able to rest. The damn thing's probing and sending out its feelers all over the city. Sandra describes it as a rough, almost uncontrolled effort, but at the same time delicate. The thing knows what it's doing, and Sandra knows it's searching for her. For us. Thankfully, it hadn't found our location yet, and most likely wouldn't. The moment Sandra noticed its probing, she set up several distortion devices. Those handy little tools would keep our brainwaves and Sandra's mental capacities hidden. 2 days after our little talk, Sandra downed another memory contraption. To say I wasn't happy about it would be an understatement. No, I was friggin' pissed, and more so worried about her. Instead of listening, she cut me off and stated what was coming was far worse than our last clash. She needed her powers back, and she needed to be ready. I gave her a weak nod, but I could see the toll it was taking on her. What I was most surprised about was Theodore. Until that day, he hadn't given a shit about, well, anything that was going on here. He was only here because of Sandra's threats, but ever since he was back on track, he'd gone through Headquarters Compendium. Seeing him learn about the various creatures out there was something I never thought I'd see. While Theodore was studying the Compendium and Sandra was healing, I kept myself busy as well. I scanned streets, looked for signatures, sorted through our equipment, and even ordered a few additional supplies. Headquarters wasn't too forthcoming when I asked them to send me some of their experimental explosive ammunition. Given our current situation, however, they eventually relented. I even tried to come up with a strategy on how to take the creature down, or at least to give us any semblance of a chance. Sandra also contacted headquarters again, making inquiries about what they were going to do. I watched her as she listened before she screamed into the phone. "No, not her! I am using my authority as head of this operation to oppose..." She trailed off, and I could see anger distorting her face. "What? No, that's..." she started, but was quiet once more. She listened again for a few moments, then the call ended, and she threw her phone down in frustration. "What was that all about?" I asked, turning to her. "Nothing. It's all nonsense. Headquarters might send someone over, but I wouldn't count on it." And so the days passed with nothing happening. To be honest, I was on pins and needles the whole time. I knew something was going to happen, something bad. And then it finally did. It came out of nowhere. The computer alarms going haywire woke me up. For a moment, I stared at the blinking, ringing mess in the center of our living room without the slightest clue of what was going on. I tried to make sense of it, clicked through the software and its various tabs. But all I could tell was that we'd gotten a hit. A big one. Before I could even curse, Sandra stormed into the room. "Move!" she yelled at me and pushed me aside. As she scanned the screen and the data on it, I could see her face growing dark. "This is their fault. Damn it! We called for support. We called multiple times, and now... Damn it!" "Sandra, what's going on? Is it..." "What do you think it is? Look at the signature!" With that, she turned one monitor in my direction, and I could see a giant signature stretching out over vast parts of the city. "Shit, so it's back?" "Not only that," she said. "You see where the signature's originating?" I leaned forward to get a closer look. I saw that this time it wasn't originating in some empty, rundown area. No, this time it had appeared right in the center of a giant apartment complex. "Jesus Christ," was all I could bring out. "What's going on?" Theodore called out, still holding the compendium in his hands. "We've got confirmation. It's back," Sandra said. Then a frown appeared on her face. "Wait, there's more than one signature. See this?" Sandra pointed at a variety of smaller signatures in the area. Then she was back at the keyboard and rerouted a drone that was nearby. The drone scurried through the air. For a second, a building complex came into view before the drone's signal vanished. "Not letting us see a damn thing," Theodore mumbled from behind. "Shut up, look!" With that, Sandra opened the data the drone had transferred and clicked through it. Just before it was destroyed, it had recorded the area. The apartment complex was a mess. Buildings were damaged, walls were torn down, and debris lined the street that led through the complex. Sandra hit up headquarters right away. She didn't hold back and screamed into the phone that they'd fucked up. "This is exactly what I've been worried about. This is exactly what should have been prevented."
"Exterminator 4B98344.
I heard the computerized voice say over the speaker.
"We are already aware of the situation. We are taking measures as we speak. The entire area is being locked down by our civilian personnel, as well as the local police force. We have already gotten in contact with the media, and all material regarding the incident will be confiscated or denied. However, immediate action is required. We need you, Exterminator 7D11087, and your other asset to set out and do what you can. Reinforcements are on the way, but we can't tell you when they'd make it to your location."
"You sent her after all, didn't you?"
Sandra asked in a strained voice.
"Exterminator 4B98344. We would like to remind you that your executive decisions are to be made by headquarters exclusively. Focus on the task at hand."
With that, the call was cut. While Sandra had been talking, I'd taken a more detailed look at the signature data in the area. Apart from the gigantic A-class signature, at least 24 other smaller ones had appeared. I knew why. That thing must have somehow rooted them here, and every one of them had been hidden from us. It had been gathering forces. Shit, this was getting worse and worse.
"I guess we're on our own again,"
Neither I nor Sandra answered Theodore's question. There was no need to. A few moments later, I made my way into the storage room. Alright, for the next few days, I thought hard about what we could do if shit hit the fan again. I know it won't do a lot, but we're going all in. New state-of-the-art protective armor, weapons, grenades, as well as additional equipment that might come in handy. A couple of beacons, distortion devices, and some sentry drones. Stock up. Sandra was about to walk over to her diminishing shelf of memory contraptions, mind blockers, and mind enhancers, but I blocked her way. She gave me a hard, angry look and was about to push me aside. Only if necessary, okay? I knew what that shit did to her, and she knew it as well. She gave me a sarcastic grin, but nodded before she filled her pockets. I got my hands on some mind blockers as well, and handed a few of them to Theodore before I stocked up on any first aid and healing contraptions I could find. After Theodore had put on his protective armor, he also got a hold of a handful of grenades. I couldn't help but frown when I looked at the almost depleted stash of my favorite little friends. We set out, and about a quarter of an hour later we arrived in the area. It was crowded with police and rescue personnel, but from what I saw, the entire area looked normal. I saw no signs of destruction. Wait, what's going on here? The entire place was destroyed, so how... Sandra pointed at a few inconspicuous metal boxes that had been placed around the area. I stared at them but had no clue what they were. Reality distortion devices. Well, that's taking it too far. You could say it's an advanced piece of augmented reality. It's creating a visual representation of what the area looked like before it was destroyed. Nothing but a giant, sophisticated hologram. I stared back at what she called a hologram, open-mouthed. It looked entirely real. Shit, man. How the hell were they able to do something like that? Sandra had already turned away, gotten her phone out, and pressed a few buttons. Within mere moments, a man dressed in a plain dark suit hurried over to her. What's the situation? Sandra snapped at him before he could so much as say a word. The entire complex has been devastated. There are multiple signatures inside, but we can't give you any clear data. There's too much interference, we can't get a clear reading. All we've been able to do was put the area under lockdown to handle the eyewitnesses. With an incident such as... Any attacks? Sandra cut the man off again. He shook his head. Negative. No attacks. None of the creatures inside the perimeter have shown themselves to us. We presume they're waiting for us to enter. Well, isn't that great? What about the people? Theodore spoke up. The man's face turned bleak in an instant. We have a list of 722 people living in the affected area. So far, we've only got confirmation about 300 have been evacuated. The rest are still missing. What the fuck are you guys doing? Theodore screamed at the man. You just gonna let them die in there? The man took a step back. There's nothing we can do, he started. None of our personnel is equipped or trained to handle situations such as... You know what? Go fuck yourself and your excuses, you piece of shit. Theodore took another step toward the man, but I was quick to put my hand on his shoulder before the situation could escalate further. Calm down. Look, I know how you feel, but the guy's right. There's no way he or any of his men could do anything. Yeah, so where's the frickin' support your headquarters was supposed to send? Like I said, Sandra started in a low voice, headquarters is hard-pressed. They're understaffed, and an incident such as this wasn't... Fuck, I get it! Alright, here you go, I said as I handed each one of them a distortion device. We don't know what we're up against, and I've got no clue if it works or not, but it might help us hide our presence. At least for a time. Guess you're finally showing some foresight, Dylan, Sandra said, giving me a brief smile. Alright, let's fucking go already. Theodore cut in and pushed past us. Some sort of scaffolding had been erected between the police barricades, most likely to hide us from vanishing when we stepped past the holographic fake. I felt nothing when we passed it. No pop or anything. What my eyes saw simply changed. A display of sheer and utter destruction replaced a normal-looking apartment complex. It looked like the entire area had been subjected to a bombing raid. Some buildings were almost intact, while others were crumbled ruins, missing entire walls. The street had been upheaved, cars were turned upside down or destroyed. It felt like we were entering a war zone. Well, almost. I saw no hint of creatures or any people. How the hell did this all happen so fast? Theodore asked in a whisper. That's an A-class organism for you, Sandra explained.
As I said, this creature could level entire parts of the city in an instant. That's what it must have done here.
We'd barely taken a few steps when I noticed the smallest of movements from a ruined building to my left. The moment the puppet noticed me staring at it, it hurried away. Shit, that's one of those puppets, I cursed and set out after it.
Dylan, what are you...
If this thing makes it back, God knows what'll come after us. I sprinted past debris and followed the thing, ignoring Sandra, who was cursing after me. An entire wall of the building was gone, and only parts of the upper floors remained. In an instant, the gun was in my hand, and I took the puppet down in a single shot. Well, what can I say? My intentions were good, but as so often, I hadn't thought ahead. It had been a trap, and because of me, we'd fallen right into it. The debris to my right exploded, and 2 humanoid types threw themselves at me. Without Sandra warding them off, things might have ended badly for me right there. A third creature revealed itself nearby, but Theodore rushed right for it. While Sandra pushed my 2 attackers back, I loaded some of the explosive rounds and unloaded on them. I expected the stuff to be powerful, but was still surprised when it tore them apart in mere seconds. I was about to help Theodore, who was struggling against his enemy, but Sandra next to me cringed. A pained, concentrated expression distorted her face before she screamed up and sent out a shockwave. Her eyes darted around, and soon we could make out a creature on the floor above us. Sandra raised her hands, but in an instant she was clutching on her head again, cursing in pain. The grenade flew in a high arc and crashed right into the creature. The resulting explosion took it out, but also part of the crumbling floor. I could tell the remains of the building were about to crash down on us at any moment now. "Oh, we gotta get you out. Theodore, are you..." I started, turning to him, but there was no need to continue. He'd taken care of the enemy all by himself. As I saw him there, covered in blood and the slightest hint of a satisfied grin on his face, I couldn't help but shiver. The moment we made it outside, Sandra cursed.
That thing was another proxy organism, an extension. It didn't even try to fight or hurt me. It tried to pry open my mind. That's what it wants, she spat in anger. To analyze my mind, dissect it, take it apart.
Her face showed no fear or worry, only anger.
"You guys remember what that fucker outside said?"
Theodore asked. I turned to him. "What do you mean?"
"The people. Over 400 of them are still missing. Where the fuck are they? You see any blood or remains?"
Shit, he was right. We'd made it past the first couple of buildings when we noticed something in the complex's center. What might have once been a playground had been turned into a twisted construction. Creatures and puppets gathered around it, adding debris to the structure. As I focused my eyes on it, I saw stones flying in the air, moving on their own and being incorporated.
A ziggurat,
Sandra pointed out.
An ancient temple construction. That's where the thing must be hiding.
We set out trying to hide our presence as best we could, but the creatures in front of us had already noticed us. Right at that moment, I felt a surge of mental pressure assaulting my mind. It was the feeling of something pushing into my brain and probing it. Once again, visions appeared in my mind, and I struggled to push them aside. In an instant, I downed a mind blocker. My mind cleared up, and the thing's strange, probing feelers were pushed aside. We weren't out of harm's way yet, though. A multitude of creatures came rushing toward us. Within moments, however, I noticed that most of them couldn't be above D-class. With the new ammunition and Theodore at the top of his game, we made quick work of them. At one point, Sandra struggled again, but she instantly found the proxy organism assaulting her. She screamed, and with a wave of her hand, the disgusting lump of flesh exploded into blood and gore. As I took down creature after creature, giving out grenades like candy on Halloween, I saw new trouble brewing. In front of what Sandra had called a ziggurat, the puppets were gathering. No, not just gathering, they were clumping together and forming into something. "We've got trouble," I called out and pointed ahead. I saw Sandra's eyes turn wide.
They're fusing together. We've got to stop them, Dylan.
"I'm on it," I called out, ripped out a flamer, and threw it against the amalgamation of writhing, teeming bodies. The flamer exploded, drenching the puppets in hungry flames, but it did little. One after another, they sacrificed themselves to drench the flames, before the rest fused back together. A moment later, the resulting giant monstrosity pushed itself upward. Puppets crawled out from the center, forced into limbs, and the lumbering puppet giant came crashing toward us.
"You've gotta be..."
Theodore cursed and was about to rush forward to attack, but I stopped him right away. Don't. There's nothing you can do, I started, but was cut off by another mental assault. Visions and emotions were pushed into my mind. The thing was teasing us, telling us to go all out, to fight and struggle and to die. And it called out to Sandra to unleash her powers. Sandra grimaced. I saw sweat gathering on her forehead. I heard her whisper something that might very well have been a "fuck you." Then she threw her powers at the puppet thing. It was stopped, then pushed back. "Do something!" she screamed. In an instant, I threw a pair of grenades. No flamers this time, but good old explosives. They crashed against the body, tore it apart, yet the puppets were already repairing the damage. Sandra was shivering and shaking. She was concentrating hard, pushed her hands forward before she jerked them away, and sent out a wave of energy. The monstrosity in front of us began crumbling. Some puppets were still moving, but they seemed unable to fuse again.
"What did you..." "Another proxy organism," Sandra said, panting. "Too big to be destroyed by conventional means. But I cut its connection. It was forming all those puppets into this thing."
I stared ahead. Some puppets skittered away, but most of them lay discarded and unmoving on the ground. Sandra's breath came in short, hard bursts. For a second, she staggered, and her eyes rolled back. In an instant, she ripped out a memory contraption and swallowed it. Then, with a somber look on her face, she downed two more. "Sandra, what are you..." I started and reached out for her, but she batted my hand aside.
"Don't touch me! Let's go!"
I inched back. I'd never seen her this angry.
"That thing's done enough. It's done enough to my mind, and I won't let it violate me any further."
And right at that moment, as we set foot into the ziggurat's interior, I heard laughter in my mind. A giggle. "Come and enter. I'm waiting for you," that thing seemed to say. Great, I thought. Things are about to get ugly. Damn ugly. Fuck monsters. Fuck all this. And so we made our way into the lion's den. The looming, otherworldly ziggurat in front of us. The moment we entered, my head began spinning. This construction made no sense. There was an insane beauty to it, a disorienting, hellish beauty. The more I looked, the more things didn't make sense. It was almost as if the surfaces and edges weren't possible in a geometric sense. It made my head hurt. I had to close my eyes and take a deep breath. Fucking hell, I cursed as I rubbed my temples.
"Don't look too closely, Dylan. This place is under the creature's influence and has been altered. It's not entirely part of our reality anymore. What this thing's done here, or rather, what it's trying to do, is overlap different planes of reality. You could say a different reality is invading our own."
How in the hell is something like that even possible? Sandra shook her head.
"It's not, truly. Right now we're in a place in between ours and this creature's reality. It's a shifting place that's been meticulously constructed. A transitional plane, so to speak."
As we continued down the long, winding tunnel, I noticed something ahead of us. A creature pushed itself from a tear in the wall. Its head jerked in our direction, and a scream escaped its gorging maw. It took a single explosive round to take care of it, whatever it had been. As I stepped forward, I realized the creature hadn't come from the wall. What I saw in front of us was an opening. A portal that was now slowly closing. For a moment, I saw a place shrouded in deep darkness. The further we went, the more portals we saw. I caught Theodore stepping up closer to one of them. Standing nearby, I could make out a blazing white light and a giant glassy plane. Theodore stood unmoving and stared deeply into it with wide, fascinated eyes. A moment later, Sandra pushed him away.
"Don't. Those are dangerous. You might get lost. The longer you stare into it, the higher the chance of falling in."
Theodore stared back once more, and I saw him shudder before he went on. He never said a single word about what he'd seen. We saw more creatures ahead of us. I lifted my gun, but the moment they noticed us, they hurried away. "They aren't attacking," I blurted out in a perplexed voice.
"It's because it wants us to reach it,"
Sandra said. "So it's arrogant?" Sandra gave a short laugh. There was no humor in it.
It's got a reason to be, doesn't it? This entire place here, Dylan. It created it. It has no reason to fear us.
So why are we even...
Motherfucker.
I heard Theodore curse and found him staring at the wall to our right. What's going on? I started, but I saw it right away. The wall didn't just comprise debris. Parts of human beings were stuck in between. They'd been used as plaster, I realized. For a moment, as I stared at the organic, inorganic mixture of the wall, I thought I saw the flesh twitch. I averted my eyes and took a deep breath. Fucking hell. The tunnels we walked through stretched on further and further, became longer, winded, and almost labyrinthian. The whole place was much, much larger than anyone would have expected. It had to be because of what Sandra had said. Reality was distorted here. At one point I saw a disgusting idol in front of us. It depicted a tentacled mess. The moment I set my eyes on the alien thing, my vision became blurry and its form seemed to shift as if alive. I couldn't help but stare at it with a mixture of fear and wonder. Then Sandra swatted it aside with a wave of her hand. Right away, laughter filled my head, laughter and a vision that showed similar idols in other tunnels all around us. I don't know how long we continued walking. All the while, the surrounding tunnels were changing. We saw more flesh, more blood. It warped the tunnels into a grown-together mess of flesh, blood, and debris. By now, I was suffering from a terrible headache. The patterns and forms all around us were too confusing and abstract. I had to pop a mind blocker to keep my brain functioning normally. Suddenly, Sandra's face grew angry and frustrated.
Why are you playing this game? You want us to come to you, so get us there already,
she screamed. This time the laughter wasn't just in our heads. This time it reverberated from all around us. Then the tunnel we were in grew smaller.
What the hell's... Quiet!
Sandra cut me off. It was over before I knew it, and a grand hall opened up in front of us. I couldn't tell how big it was. The geometry was impossible. The shapes were too complex, too constricted. This hall should collapse at any moment, and yet it didn't. It could only exist here in this impossibility of a place. As I followed Sandra inside, I tried my hardest not to be distracted by the alien physics. A group of strange creatures were gathered in front of us. They were lumbering, twisted things. Their bodies, too, like the physics of the room, made no sense. They were all wrong, and too many appendages sprouted from their bodies. It made them look like freakish amalgamations of flesh. I pointed the gun at them, but they didn't attack us. They screeched in shock and fled to the back of the hall. At that moment, I could make out what they'd been working on.
What the fuck?
Theodore cursed, and I saw his eyes grow wide. His hands opened and closed, but not in horror. No, in sheer and utter rage. Sandra, next to me, cringed. Her face was riddled with terror. In the center of the hall stood another one of the ghastly idols. It was different, however, and much, much larger. This time, the twitching movements weren't an illusion. My mouth opened, but no words escaped it as I realized what it was made of. People. Dozens of people had been twisted and fused together to create this thing. I saw bodies and limbs, saw wide-open eyes and mouths twisted into perpetual, toneless screams. Blood was still gushing from the bodies, and organs dangled from them like ghastly decorations. The floor of the hall, too, was littered with people. Theodore next to me was shaking from anger.
You fuckers,
he pressed out. A second later, he rushed forward, and was about to throw himself upon the creatures which had created the disgusting idol. He'd only taken a few steps when the entire hall erupted from a shockwave. Theodore was thrown back and crashed right into me. Sandra used her powers to shield us from the brunt of the attack, but I could see her struggle. She could barely keep up with the powers that assaulted us. Then I noticed a tiny, glowing thing which hovered above the idol. Another burst of energy followed, and this time it wasn't directed at us. A vortex formed around the tiny, glowing light, and I watched in horror as the people closest to the idol were shredded, and their flesh and bone formed into a body. I watched in horror as bones formed and flesh grew. Mouths opened, organs developed before they were incorporated into the rest. I raised my gun, wanted to shoot, but my arm and hand were shaking so badly from the creature's presence, I wasn't able to aim. At that moment, laughter reverberated through the entire hall, shaking me to the core. Sandra next to me gasped, and when I turned to look at her, all the color had drained from her face.
I got it wrong. What we saw the other day wasn't its body. I'd got it all wrong. This thing, it's got no real physical body like we do. It's nothing but concentrated energy. What it's forming is just another extension. Another proxy.
My eyes went back to the ever-growing mess of flesh and bone in front of us. Sandra staggered, took a step back, and then fell to her knees. I was about to call out to her, but right at that moment I was hit as well. Images flooded my mind, invaded it, and scratched away at my sanity. For a moment I wasn't sure where I was, and my consciousness was plunged into a dark, twisted abyss. I pushed against it with all the strength I had and screamed at myself to stay calm. Then my hand closed around the small distortion device in my pocket. I didn't know if it would work, but I prayed it would. A stinging pain cut through my head when the small device sent out a sharp, tingling sound. The images vanished. I raised the gun and shot at the thing. The explosive bullets hit. Flesh was torn, but it did nothing. The damage was repaired in mere instants. And then the creature retaliated. This time it didn't bother with my mind. This time it used hard, brute force. When the shockwave hit me, I was thrown backward. I screamed in pain when I hit the floor and the gun clattered away. I ripped out a grenade, was about to activate it and throw it when Sandra raised her hands.
What do you want?
She called out, panting and shaking. The thing laughed from the dozens of mouths all over its newly formed body.
This is not your realm. You don't belong here. This invasion of yours won't succeed. More of us are on the way and they will destroy you. It's futile.
The distortion device in my hand disintegrated, and before I could even curse, a new flood of power hit me. I saw images of destruction, of people torn apart, and of a sky in flames. Sandra grimaced.
No, that won't happen. You won't be able to do any of this,
she screamed. In an instant, she had 2 more vials in her hand and swallowed their contents. Right away, I could feel the pressure, the power emanating from her. I stared at her as her eyes grew wider and wider and her hair stood up on end. Damn it, Sandra, what are you doing? I called out to her, but she didn't even listen to me. Instead, her hand shot forward, spread out, and a wave of power descended upon the creature in front of us. Flesh exploded and was ripped apart before the creature pushed Sandra's powers aside. A second later, the creatures behind it were hit and evaporated. Once more, the creature in the hall's center laughed, and I could see how the remains of its underlings were incorporated into its body. A new emotion appeared in my mind. Astonishment, acknowledgement, and then anger. Before I could even react, the creature attacked again. Flesh poured out from its body, transformed into appendages, no, tentacles which shot out in our direction. I could do nothing but throw myself back, trying to avoid the attack, but I was too slow. A tentacle closed around my arm, jerked it up, and twisted it. I screamed in pain, but a moment later Theodore cut it apart. In an instant, more tentacles shot forward and got a hold of him. He used his combat knife, tried to do his best to get free, but there were too many of them. They closed around his body, constricted him, and began tearing at his limbs. The combat knife dropped from his hands, and he screamed in pain. Blood ran from his mouth, but he was still trying, still fighting to get free. The gun, where's the fucking gun? I found it, aimed, but at that moment Sandra threw out another surge of energy. The tentacles holding Theodore were torn apart, yet I could already see how the remains were pulled back and reabsorbed by the main body. Fuck! I heard Theodore curse as he fought himself to his feet. Fuck, why didn't you... He screamed at Sandra, but was cut off when the creature in front of us began moving again. This time there were no tentacles. No. Its entire shapeless body washed over the floor in our direction. I saw a face push from the mass of flesh, a skull, a head. When its glowing eyes focused on me, all the strength left my body. I crashed to the floor and felt blood in my mouth. Jesus Christ, all this from a mere glance. I had nothing to do here, nothing at all. Then Sandra screamed again. Waves of energy spread out from her body, and the thing's advance was halted. When I looked over at her, I saw how contorted her face was from the effort of holding the creature back. What the hell do we do? I screamed at her.
There's nothing we can do. We gave it too much time. It's too powerful. We won't win this, not on our own. Get out, leave. I'll hold it off and...
Fuck that, Theodore spat. His eyes focused on Sandra, then on me, and then on the people on the ground. I won't abandon them, and I won't abandon you. With that, he ripped out one of the mind blockers I'd handed him and swallowed it. There's no way I'm leaving you here to die. Even if we can't destroy it, we might push it back again. Loud, giggling laughter reverberated through the hall, and a second later, more of the people on the ground were torn apart. Theodore's eyes widened. I saw the rage on his face, the conviction, and I picked up my gun again as he rushed forward. More tentacles shot out, but Theodore was out of it, and cut apart any that got a hold of him. In the meantime, I plastered the thing with explosive ammunition. Sandra was still pushing back against the creature's advance, but her powers were waning, and a moment later we were assaulted again. Another shockwave that sent me to the ground and almost made me vomit. Theodore, however, seemed unaffected and able to continue to push on, at least for a moment. Then even he was driven to his knees under the creature's raw power. Sandra, too, was on the ground, panting. Her powers were entirely spent. I stared at the thing in front of us and waited for another assault. No. I waited for it to end it. But it did nothing. Then I heard stone grinding and flesh twitching behind us. When I turned, my eyes grew wide. The opening of the hall was closing.
I told you to get out. I told you, but now...
I heard Sandra curse. She mumbled something else, but it was indistinguishable. For a second, her hands were shaking before she quieted them, and I saw her down another vial, and then another. Fucking hell, I cursed. Theodore was still on the ground, but a moment later I saw him get to his feet. No. He was being lifted by the thing's powers. A limb grew and a bony hand formed that got a hold of him. For a moment it was almost caressing him before the creature's glowing eyes focused on Theodore. He screamed up as it brought out a surge of power down on him. His body started shaking and convulsing. I unloaded on the thing, threw a grenade at it, but my attack was thwarted and deflected effortlessly. Nothing. There was nothing I could do. Then I felt something. Pressure. Power. Unbridled, unrestrained power. My eyes turned to Sandra. Her body was contorted, but she lifted herself into the air. The ground in front of her was littered with empty vials. A moment later, the hand holding Theodore was evaporated, yet he didn't fall to the ground. He was held up and protected by Sandra's powers. When I looked at her, no hint of the person she'd once been remained. She was a blood-covered banshee. Blood was running from her nose, her mouth, even her eyes as she pushed on relentlessly. What would it do, though? Hadn't she said the thing was nothing but energy and had no real body? Then what could we do? No, what could she even do? Right then, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. The barrier behind us was stretching, and a moment later some sort of creature slipped through and was about to throw itself at Sandra. Before it reached her, I threw myself in its path, pushed it to the ground, and shot it. When I looked up, I saw Theodore. He was upon the thing's massive, fleshy body. I watched as he plunged his hands in and saw him tearing at it, yet there was only giggling laughter. And for the first time, words appeared in my mind. Words spoken in a distorted version of my own voice.
Oh, so much effort for nothing.
Sandra's body was shaking. For a moment it looked like she'd crashed to the floor, but then she let out a blood-curdling scream as she sent out the full force of her powers. One of her hands went forward, it opened wide and slowly pushed down. Her eyes grew wide and I watched in horror as more blood gushed from them. Then she closed her hand. Anger erupted from the thing in front of us, boundless anger, but in mere moments it was all pushed aside by Sandra's will. I saw her bloodied mouth turn into a satisfied grin as she ripped her hands upward. "Got you," she brought out with a mouthful of blood. I stood there, not understanding, but I didn't have time to think. More creatures slithered in from behind us, desperate to protect their master. As I fired the few remaining rounds of explosive ammunition, I readied 2 flamers. They flew in a wide arc before they drenched the barrier's opening, and the creatures there in hot, burning flames. When I stared back at Sandra, her arms were contorted and twisted. Her fingers were torn apart, burst open from sheer power. Power she wasn't able to contain. She ripped both of her arms upward, and I heard the bones in them snap. "Now!" she screamed, and sent out a last surge of power before she crashed to the floor, vomiting blood. In front of Theodore, something was torn from the creature's body. It was nothing but a tiny, glowing thing, no bigger than a fetus. Another shockwave exploded outward. I was thrown to the ground, the air pushed from my lungs, and I felt blood in my throat. Yet Theodore could somehow endure it and held on to the small thing in his hands. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw how he plunged his hands into it and tore it apart. An explosion of blazing light and an ear-shattering scream filled the hall before all was quiet again. Yet, for a moment, I felt something else. A different emotion I couldn't read. As I lay there, I was close to passing out from the pain. I ground my teeth and screamed at myself to stay conscious. Sandra was on the ground near me. She was a battered mess. I could see the weird angle of her broken arms and torn fingers. Her eyes were wide open but unseeing. Her face was still contorted and covered in blood. Her own blood. I saw her body twitch, and for a second her eyes became clear. Her mouth opened, but she didn't speak. Instead, another surge of blood erupted from it before she lay still again. "Sandra," I called out as I fought myself to my feet and stumbled toward her. When I touched her body, it felt cold. So cold. Her pulse was there, but it was weak. Almost non-existent. I poured some healing contraptions over her body, but I wasn't sure if it would even do anything. Her eyes fluttered open before they fell shut again. I turned to Theodore. "Why didn't you run? What the fuck? We might have been able to get out, all 3 of us, if you..."
"It wasn't me. Sandra was the one who destroyed it," he mumbled. "If she hadn't torn it apart, then..."
"I don't give a shit. Look at her. Look at her body, her arms, her hands. She's fucking dying."
Slowly, ever so slowly, he turned toward me. His face was ghastly white. Something about his expression was different. At first I didn't know what it was, but then I realized it was shock. No, it was terror. Sheer and utter terror.
"Do you know what Nietzsche once said, Dylan?"
He asked in a low voice.
"I don't give a shit about Nietzsche. Because of you, Sandra's... Fuck!"
Theodore didn't even react, didn't even listen to me. Instead, he babbled on.
"If you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you."
I stared at him, not sure if I should punch him or shoot him here and now. "I saw it, Dylan. The place this thing came from, and I know what's coming for us. There's no hope. There's no freaking hope." With that, he clutched onto his body and shook uncontrollably. Around us, the entire area reverted to normal as the creature's influence waned. The grand hall and its strange proportions changed back to nothing but stacked stone and debris. The barrier behind us vanished and the contorted hallways grew smaller. Gone were the strange, impossible constructions, the edges and portals. None of it remained. And I just stood there, holding Sandra in my arms and praying she'd survive. All I could think about as I stared down at Theodore was one thing. Fuck monsters and fuck Nietzsche. We only realized the magnitude of shit we were in once things were over. No incident like this had ever happened anywhere in my country. Sure, A-class incidents had happened before, but they'd never gotten this out of hand. Don't get me wrong, I fucked up before. And I fucked up bad. This, however, was the worst thing I'd ever been a part of. An entire apartment complex had been leveled, and hundreds of people had died. This wasn't something headquarters could sweep under the carpet. No, this time they were in deep shit. They did their usual damage control, of course. People were paid off, the media was bought, and they sent an adjudicator to mediate with the higher-ups. Still, this entire failure of an operation would haunt them for a long, long time. The moment the cleanup crews and support squads made it to our location, they escorted us from the premises and provided immediate medical care. Theodore and I were hurt. Hurt badly, but once again, Sandra had gotten the blunt of it. She was a bloody wreck, and her body had been shredded to pieces by her own powers. It was so bad I couldn't even look at her. The medical unit did all they could, but she's still in a coma. And there's no telling if she's ever going to wake up again, or if she's going to make it at all. Even if she does, however, there's no telling what state she'll be in. Sure, her body's in terrible shape, but her mind must have suffered far, far more. She'd not just gone all out, she'd pushed her powers far beyond the limit. Headquarters had transformed one room in the apartment into a medical station. The entire room was filled to the brim with complicated machines and advanced gadgets, all to keep Sandra alive. During our trip back, Theodore was still out of it. Even hours after the incident, all he did was mumble to himself and clutch onto his body. I don't know what he experienced, what he'd seen, and as terrible as it sounds, I'm thankful I didn't. For now, we're on leave and restricted to the apartment. No going out, no doing anything. Until we're back on track, headquarters told me that the support squads would keep a tight surveillance of the city and do their best to take care of any straggling creatures still on the loose. Honestly, I didn't give a shit about any of it. For now, I was done. Headquarters wasn't, and they lost no time to get in contact with me. They informed me that we'd handled the situation well enough given the circumstances. What a fucking joke. If I'd have had the energy left, I would have screamed at them and told them to go fuck themselves. What they told me was simple enough. It was regrettable what had happened to Exterminator 4B98344, and they'd provide any means possible to restore her back to health. Yeah, and I'm sure you're doing it out of the kindness of your hearts, not because she's a valuable asset. The next thing they told me was that they'd send over additional personnel. The exterminators in question would take over until we were back on track. But they wouldn't leave anytime soon, no. They were here to stay, to take over operations and assist us in case similar accidents were to occur. Great, I thought. More new faces. Well, whatever. Before they cut the call, I hit them up about Theodore and what he thought he'd seen. They listened and assured me they'd analyze the data regarding the incident and take any action the situation demanded. I'd have argued back that their actions had caused the shit show we were in right now, but of course I didn't. I gave them an okay, and with that the call ended. For the next few days, I didn't leave Sandra's side. It felt so strange to me to sit in this cramped room listening to the beeping of the medical equipment all around me. Sandra just lay there as if dead. Her arms were in casts, and what remained of her fingers had been bandaged. So many tubes entered her body it made me shudder. When the silence grew too oppressive, I talked to her. I talked about my life, about nonsense, about the things we'd been through together, about anything. I didn't know if it would do a thing, I just couldn't bear sitting there. Every once in a while, a hint of something showed on her face, a frown or a grimace. But I knew she wasn't reacting to me. It was her broken mind tormenting her. Whenever it happened, I injected her with a specialized medicine provided by headquarters. I walked through the apartment like a zombie. I wasn't just drained, it was the state I was in. My entire body was bruised, and all my limbs had taken on a sickly mixture of green and blue. As for Theodore, he locked himself away in his room. He just sat there, brooding in the darkness and fighting his own demons. The memory of the A-class organism was still fresh in my mind. It didn't feel like memories, more like an afterimage, and as if the visions it had shown me were burned into my mind forever. It was the worst during the night. My dreams were haunted by visions of destroyed cities, dead and twisted people, of ghastly creatures entering our world and of some terrible other place. Those dreams reminded me of the time after I touched that orb, and when the creature had invaded my mind. Whenever I thought about it, I shuddered. When I couldn't bear sitting with Sandra anymore, I went back to the computers. I did my best to familiarize myself with Sandra's software. I sent out drones here and there to get a feel for it. Yet, no new signatures appeared, and it seemed headquarters support squads had taken care of all the stragglers. For all I knew, I had time to rest. And I needed it. Yet, whenever I closed my eyes and tried to relax, something else came back to mind. It was only a hint, the smallest of breezes blowing through my mind. That last emotion I'd felt before Theodore had destroyed the creature. It hadn't been rage. It hadn't been fear. No. It had been something else. I thought about it. And I thought about Theodore's warning. I couldn't help but wonder if he was right, and if so, what he'd meant when he said something worse was going to happen. Before long, I decided to confront him about it. When I entered his room, he didn't look up. Instead, he was brooding over a variety of books in front of him. The moment I faced him, I saw how terrible he looked. His face wore a dark expression. The bags under his eyes were huge, and he looked endlessly tired. "Jesus, dude, you need to get some rest," I said. He gave me a frustrated laugh.
"You don't get it, do you, Dylan? We don't have any time to fucking rest."
"All right, Theodore. What the hell did you see?"
"The end of the world,"
he said, grinning. But there was no hint of his usual sarcasm to it. No, he said it in a bleak, matter-of-fact sort of way. "What are you going to tell me?"
"You really want to know?"
I gave him a nod.
"It was hell, Dylan. No, not the Christian type. I think I caught a glimpse of where this thing came from. I don't think I can describe it. Our laws of physics don't apply there. I saw mountains growing from the sky, a dark, twisted wasteland, space nebulas and entire horrible galaxies all around it. There was a monument, so strange and twisted I couldn't understand it. It was created from entire cultures, civilizations, entire realities. There was such terrible, otherworldly beauty there, and it was all destroyed and fused together to create this monument. It was a thing of such insane magnitude, it made no sense."
He shuddered, clutched onto himself, and stared ahead at nothing for a long moment. "Theodore, calm down. You're not there, all right? It might have been nothing but another vision, a memory of that."
"No!"
He cut me off.
"There were more creatures like the one we fought. Many more. But they were nothing in front of the thing that created that monument. It was a thing that defies reality. And you know what the worst of it all was? You know what the fucking worst was?"
I didn't say a thing.
"There was no hate or rage coming from it. All I felt from this ghastly, indefinable thing was indifference. Indifference at a cosmic level. This thing, whatever it is, it doesn't long for destruction. It doesn't want to eradicate. It wants order. It wants to order and tame reality itself at a level that goes beyond anything. This thing,
He trailed off, shaking his head. I felt cold as I listened to him before my eyes wandered to the compendium in front of him. "You find anything in there? Anything about that thing you saw?" He laughed and threw the compendium across the room.
"Not in there, but in this one,"
he said, and picked up another one of the books that Sandra had brought with her. It was a theoretical thesis on creatures, different realities, and their connections. When I looked at the page and read the title, my eyes grew wide. When Theodore saw my expression, he laughed. It sounded manic. "Theodore, that's not possible. No incident of that magnitude has ever happened. It's only theoretical. Hell, it's stated that if they exist, they can't even travel into a different reality." Theodore began laughing again.
"No, Dylan. Oh no. They can. And this thing, whatever it is, it's coming here. That's what the creature we fought was preparing for. What we've got coming here is an S-class. Eldritch. And if we don't stop it, we're all done for. Us and this entire reality."
I opened my mouth to say something, but this was insane. He was insane. There was no way any of this was true, and even if, why here? Why in an unimportant city like this one? Oh, fucking hell. I cursed and made my way back outside. The moment I left, I went to check up on Sandra. I didn't even want to think about what Theodore had said. Something like an S-class, it couldn't exist, yet, as much as I told myself these words, as much as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't. As I sat there shuddering, I noticed how hard I was pressing Sandra's hand. Shit, sorry. When I turned to her, however, I saw her eyes were open. Sandra! I called out in shock. You're awake. How are you feeling? Do you recognize me? Do you need anything? Instead of answering, Sandra stared at me with hard eyes. Shit, are you alright? Are you in pain? Do you need me to... I stopped when she opened her mouth. No words came out, and then I felt a slight pressure in my head. I saw Sandra frowning before pain contorted her face. I realized then what she was doing. She was trying to communicate with me mentally. Sandra, what are you doing? Stop, you're gonna... It was too late. I felt her push into my mind. Her efforts were rough, jagged as she tore through it. For a moment I winced in pain, and then a name appeared. The name... Marcia. Yes, Marcia, but who's that? Suddenly my brain felt hot, almost as if burning up. What are you trying to do, Sandra? What are you trying to tell me? I saw her grimace. Her body twitched as she strained herself under the effort, and finally 2 more words appeared in my mind. The Inquisitor. I stared at her, and for a moment her eyes continued to rest on me before they fell shut again. She sunk back onto the bed. Right away, the surrounding machines gave out warnings, and I was quick to inject her with more of headquarters medicine. Shit, Sandra, what the hell are you doing? I cursed at her, but knew very well that she didn't hear me anymore. That was when it hit me. Marcia, the Inquisitor. Headquarters had said they were going to send additional personnel, and I remembered Sandra's freakout from before. What Sandra had just given me was a warning. She'd used what little energy she'd had left to convey it to me. Fucking hell, don't tell me headquarters was really going to send her. Every European exterminator had heard of the infamous Inquisitor. She was some sort of self-righteous zealot who followed headquarters' doctrine to the point, and went against anyone who dared to question their orders. Yet they only ever sent her to areas that were under investigation for breach of protocol, didn't they? Then I realized what was going on. Those bastards. Those fucking bastards. There could only be one reason for sending her here. To clean house. I already knew they weren't happy about what had happened here, but I guess they needed someone to blame. Who better than a low-class exterminator and a freak of nature like Theodore? We were the perfect scapegoats. This entire thing was their fault. Their fucking fault, and now... Shit! I needed time to think and prepare. I needed to talk to Theodore, and... My outrage was cut short when my phone notified me about an incoming call from headquarters.
Exterminator 7D11087. We are calling to inform you that from now on, you will work under new command. Exterminator 2A00114 will take over all activities in your area. She and her partner are on their way to your base of operations as we speak. Please proceed with your normal operations and share any data regarding the last incidents with her. That is all. With that, they cut the call, and I stood there staring at the phone, knowing things had just gotten worse. A lot worse. Fuck monsters and fuck the Inquisitor. Well, things are turning to shit like always. It feels like it's the only constant in my miserable life these days. It's not enough that Theodore is mumbling about some eldritch being making its way into our reality. No, the freaking Inquisitor herself is coming here. The crazy bitch. And of course, right at that moment, the doorbell rang. I froze, staring at the door in apprehension. Theodore stumbled from his room, staring at me with dead, empty eyes.
What's going on?
He asked in a tired voice. I ignored him and answered the door.
I presume you've been informed about my arrival?
A cold female voice sounded from the intercom. Yes, I have. With that, I opened the door, and a few moments later, I found myself face to face with her. Marcia looked anything but normal. I could tell right away that this was a cold, calculating woman. Her face looked as if it was carved from marble. No emotions, nothing at all. Her clothes comprised a plain dark robe. Her eyes were light blue, and long platinum hair surrounded her face. She might have been beautiful once, but now there was nothing to her. The first word that came to my mind when I looked at her was empty.
Exterminator 7D11087,
She said in a monotone, almost bored voice.
I am Exterminator 2A00114, Marcia Loggia. I presume you're aware that I'm here to take over command of all operations in this area. As of now, you and Exterminator 4B98344, as well as that thing you're keeping around, are under my control.
Thing? I asked. The moment the word escaped my mouth, her face changed to anger.
You are not to interrupt me, Exterminator 7D11087. You speak only when I tell you to. Is that understood?
I grumbled something to myself, and right away a man I presumed to be her partner stepped up to the door. I hadn't seen him before, but I could tell right away that he wasn't normal either. He was quiet, didn't say a word, and was clad in plain dark clothes similar to hers. What made me shiver was the mask he was wearing. The only thing I could make out of his face were the eyes. They were bloodshot slits, and when they focused on me, I couldn't help but take a step back. Marcia raised her arm and bowed him to step back.
At ease.
It was all she said, but the man instantly returned to his prior position.
As I said, from now on, I'm in charge. I've been informed that certain operations have gone out of hand, and some actions taken here might have gone against protocol.
As she said this, I saw the hint of a smile on her face. The bitch was enjoying this.
This will change from now on. Are we understood, Exterminator 7D11087?
I nodded.
Good. You learn fast. How is Exterminator 4B98344's condition? I was informed she suffered injuries during your last incident.
Again, I nodded, but this time she waited for me to explain myself. Yes, that's correct. Because of our encounter with an A-class organism, she used all of her mental powers. As a result, she received massive damage to both her body and mind.
Interesting. A mentalist like her failing like this.
I was about to speak up again when Theodore walked up to us.
So what's going on here?
He asked. Marcia's face turned anger again.
I presume that's the thing I've been informed about. I've never heard of exterminators keeping pets like this.
Who are you calling a pet, bitch?
Theodore snapped at her. In an instant, her partner was about to rush Theodore. I quickly pushed myself in front of him. Stop it! This is not important right now. Exterminator 2A00114, with all due respect. But I believe we've got bigger... I was cut off when she shrieked, and I felt a powerful surge of mental energy wash over me. Great, another freaking mentalist. I should have known there was more to that bitch.
Exterminator 7D11087.
She began, her words dripping with condescension.
I am well aware of your theory that another incident of similar or worse magnitude is coming. However, I assure you, headquarters sent me here for that exact reason.
I bit my lip in anger. Exterminator 2A00114. Excuse me if I may speak up again, but what we think is going on here is beyond A-class. Theodore suspects we have an S-class organism coming.
Nonsense,
she said coldly.
No such thing as an S-class organism exists.
Theodore laughed and shook his head but didn't say a thing. Now the brief smile on her face was back.
Either way, Exterminator 3B66901 and I were sent here to take over operations. You are now under my direct command. For now, I'm going to let your transgression slide. Should you approach me in this manner again, however, I have no problem replacing you.
Her eyes went from me to Theodore. For a few moments they came to rest on him. They were almost all but empty, but for a moment I could have sworn their light blue turned a tad darker. I could almost hear her thoughts, and I knew what she was thinking. She wanted to get rid of him. No. Get rid of this abomination that went against headquarters doctrine. Shit, this was going to get ugly. Theodore, however, turned around and made his way back inside. Understood, I finally said. Without another word, she turned around.
We'll see to finding a new base of operations. For now, you're to remain here, given Exterminator 4B98344's condition and failure.
She said the last word in a voice of pure and utter contempt.
In case of an incident, we'll contact you.
With that, she and her partner went on their way. Once she was gone, I threw the door and rubbed my temples. Alright, who the fuck's that bitch? Theodore asked. Our new boss, it seems, I said in a slightly joking, slightly annoyed way. Well, isn't that great? It was at this moment that I hit up headquarters myself. Alright, so what's the deal with all this? Are we still on leave? What about Exterminator 2A00114? What about
Exterminator 7D11087? I was cut off. As we stated before, all operations in your area will be taken over by Exterminator 2A00114. You are to follow her orders. That is all.
With that, the connection was cut.
Fucking shit, I cursed.
What now? Theodore asked. Don't you get it? They're cutting us out. This bitch is going to take over. And I know what she's going to do. Shit's brewing and they need a scapegoat for their fuck-up. That's why she's here. Theodore gave a frustrated laugh. And of course, they plan on blaming it all on us. That comes as a real surprise, Dylan. I turned, but he'd already vanished, not caring about any of this. I cursed at myself before I walked into the storage room and rummaged through the box the medical personnel had left for us. After going through it for a while, I popped 2 of their emergency healing contraptions. Burning heat surged through my body. I was in terrible pain as the healing of muscles and bones was done. I cringed, shook, and almost crashed to the floor. Once it was over, though, I could breathe without pain, for the first time in more than a week. Shit, that stuff really did the trick. Turns out I was just in time. The next day, after I'd gotten up, I received a phone call.
Exterminator 7D11087. A new signature has appeared. The data is being transferred to you as we speak. Make your way to the location right away.
Isn't that great? Theodore, we got work to do. I called out to him. As I waited for him to emerge from his room, I checked the data. A C-class creature, confirmed to be a remnant from our last incident. I stared at the phone. This was fucking bullshit. There was no way a freaking C-class creature could hide its presence for this long. She knew this was bullshit, and I was sure she knew I was aware of it. Fun times. Fun fucking times. Well, there was nothing I could do about it. So I stocked up on weapons and protective armor, handed Theodore his trusty combat knife, and with that, we were on our merry way. I could tell Theodore still wasn't himself. He seemed shaky, skittish, and still looked tired as hell. As I stared at him, I wondered how long it had been since he'd last slept. Great. I'm on my way to meet up with some power-tripping bitch and her freak of a lapdog, and the only one on my side is this guy. Nothing can go wrong at all. Marcia was already pissed when we arrived at the location, an abandoned building complex.
You are well aware that this call requires immediate action. How did it take you so long to get here?
I bit my tongue and swallowed the insult. I almost spat at her. We're sorry, Exterminator 2A00114. As you're aware, we still haven't recuperated from our last incident. We had to make sure to come prepared to assist you to the best of our abilities. She stared at me for a moment, and I could see the condescending look she gave me.
At least you came prepared then. Now get going, and handle the extermination.
Wait, you're sending us in alone? There's no way we can handle a C-class incident in any satisfactory manner. What if something were to...
Exterminator 7D11087. Are you refusing orders?
Theodore pulled out his combat knife and started on his way to enter the abandoned complex. Fuck it, he said in a low voice. Yeah, that's great. That's just fucking great. The briefing had told us that the creature was a humanoid type, most likely a shapeshifter who'd created its lair here. As I hurried after Theodore, Marcia and her partner came after me, but of course they didn't enter the complex itself. Those fuckers wouldn't do a thing. I ripped out my gun the moment I set foot inside. The iron smell of blood was heavy in the air, and I saw the 2 dead bodies in a corner. Then I heard something nearby. I pointed my gun and was about to pull the trigger when a wounded man stumbled toward me. For a moment I was about to shoot, but then I saw his pleading eyes and the blood on his body. "Get the hell out of here," I yelled at him, and the man dragged himself past me. "Now where are you, you fucker?" Theodore had already moved on and made his way to the next room, and yet I had a bad feeling about this. It was almost like I was being watched by something. My eyes scanned the room, but nothing was there. Then I heard the sounds of claw on metal, and a moment later something descended upon me from the ceiling. I threw myself back and barely avoided the creature's surprise attack. Its twisted mouth opened as it giggled at me. I raised the gun, but my body was still weak, and in an instant the thing rushed me and batted the gun aside. "Fuck!" I cursed in pain. Right at that moment, Theodore was back, combat knife in hand. The creature had wanted to attack me, but before it could, Theodore was upon it. It blocked his attack with one of its clawed arms, but the combat knife sunk deep into it. Flesh and muscles tore, then bone, before the arm was sliced off.
"Back away, Dylan. This fucker's mine."
He dodged an attack by the creature's second arm. Then his hand closed around it, twisted it, and tore at it. The thing screeched in pain as Theodore ripped its second arm clean off. Then he plunged the combat knife deep into its body. There was no hint of his usual grin. No, his face showed no emotions at all. Suddenly, my phone went wild, notifying me of a second creature. How the fuck did a second signature appear just now? No, I realized it must have been here all along. They must have suppressed it. That fucking bitch. She knew all along there was more than one creature here. I glanced back at her, but I saw no change in her cold, emotionless stare. My eyes darted through the room, and a moment later I saw the fucker. It burst from the doorway and charged right at Theodore. Not gonna happen, I thought as I lit the fucker up. Bullets trailed toward it, but only a few of them hit. It didn't do a damn thing, and for a moment I wished I still had some of that explosive ammunition left. Right away, the fucker focused on me. Its claws scratched over the ground before it propelled itself forward. I could barely dodge the onslaught that followed, and a moment later I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The fucker had torn right through my protective armor. A long black tongue lolled from its mouth and grinned at my pain. 2 more appendages burst from the creature's back, and it released an ear-shattering screech. It was about to rush me, but in that moment, it noticed Marcia. Its expression changed from anticipation to fear. At that moment, I saw my chance and shot it again. This time the bullets hit, and this time the fucker was hurting. I expected it to attack me, but it rushed back to where it had come from. "Oh no, you're not getting away," I cursed, already holding a grenade in my hand. But before I could activate it, Theodore hurried after the creature. This time I saw the slightest hint of a grin on his face as he threw himself at it. His combat knife came down on the thing's back and brought it to a stagger. Then Theodore pushed it to the ground, and I could see how he thrust his hand deep into the creature's body. I saw him twist his arm before he tore. Blood and guts sprouted from the thing's body. Again and again, he rammed his hands into the thing while screaming incoherently. "Theodore," I said, stepping up to him and putting my hand on his shoulder. "It's dead. We're done here." For a moment, he just stared at me. His face was still tired, and the grin I'd seen before had long since vanished. Without another word, he got up and we made our way outside. Marcia was still there, but her partner was gone, and so was the man I'd sent outside. "Where's the survivor?" "We are following protocol." "Wait, what are you—" "To the book!" She cut me off. Then her head jerked towards Theodore and came to rest on his blood-covered body. "Why didn't we get confirmation of the second creature?" I spoke up. Marcia didn't react. She had eyes only for Theodore, and her face distorted in a mixture of anger and disgust. "Exterminator 2A00114. Why was there no information about the second signature?" I asked again, this time louder. "There was no confirmation of a second signature," she said in a trembling voice as she turned back to me. "Let me ask you, Exterminator 7D11087. Why is a thing like this allowed to be here? Why hasn't it been exterminated?" "This thing's name is Theodore, and he's been a valuable asset until now. Exterminator 4B98344 got confirmation from headquarters that—" "Until now," she cut me off. At this moment, her partner reappeared.
Call the cleanup crews,
she instructed him. The man nodded and hit a few buttons on his phone.
This incident is over. You can return to your base of operations. As for Theodore,
she said with a grin,
I'll get in contact with headquarters. There might be a need to ask for special permission.
With that, she and her partner turned around and left. As I stared after them, I couldn't help but curse again. Fuck monsters and fuck special permission. After we'd returned from that last incident, I knew things would get spicy. Real soon. Marcia had made it clear she wanted to get rid of Theodore. It hadn't only been her actions or the way she'd stared at him. No, it had been that special permission she'd mentioned. So here I was with no clue what to do. If headquarters would give me clearance to get rid of him, what the hell should I do? Shit, this was all way too much for me. I was nowhere near smart enough to figure a way out of this mess. Hell, we shouldn't even bother with any of this shit. If Theodore wasn't just insane and there really was an eldritch being coming, we shouldn't be antagonizing each other. We should be out patrolling the city. We should call support and try to figure out a way to stop it from happening. Fuck, we should do anything except what we were doing. I sat in front of the computer. I rerouted drones, activated Sandra's various scanners, looked for any and all signatures, but there was nothing. That's when I started to think. That last signature. Marcia had transferred it to us. Sandra's system hadn't even picked up on it. What if that bitch had somehow fucked with Sandra's system to keep us in the dark? Fuck. I cursed and bashed my fists against the desk. There was nothing I could do, nothing at all. I thought about getting in contact with headquarters again, but what would that do? They had sent Marcia here to clean house, to antagonize us. Get us the fuck up and eventually get rid of us. We were screwed, completely and utterly screwed. I sat in front of the computer, rubbing my temples, before I made my way to Sandra's room. Her hands were so small, the remains of her fingers so tiny. Once again, I talked to her. Not about what was going on, just random things. At one point, I administered her with the daily dosage of medicine. Today, like every other day since she'd warned me about Marcia, I got no reaction. No frowns, no grimace, nothing. She lay there as if dead. And if not for the machines telling me otherwise, she might very well have been. As if things couldn't get any worse, my phone rang. Without even looking at it, I knew it was Marcia.
Exterminator 7D11087. We've got a confirmation of a new signature. You need to take action immediately. The data indicates it's a D-class signature, so there's no need for me and Exterminator 3B66901 to accompany you.
Wait, you're just...
There's no need for high-ranking personnel to bother with incidents such as this. No, someone like you is ideal to handle it. However, I have to insist you put on a communication device to stay in direct contact with me for the duration of the incident. Now get to it.
With that, the phone went quiet. Fucking bitch. This whole thing smelled fishy. Considering our last incident, I could tell this wouldn't be a simple D-class. Fuck, here we go again. I called Theodore, and together we stocked up on anything that might help us stay alive. Then I rummaged through the storage room until I found one of the small in-ear communication devices she'd been talking about. It had been ages since I'd worn one of those. When I checked the signature data, I saw it comprised dozens of smaller signals in the forestry areas near the city's western outskirts. The data informed me we were up against a swarm type, yet I couldn't help but wonder if she'd tinkered with it again. Shit, we were going in absolutely blind. The moment we made it there, I hit up my close-range scanner. It showed me nothing but a more detailed version of the data Marcia had submitted to us. Eventually, I hit up a few buttons on my phone, took a deep breath, and established a connection with her.
Exterminator 7D11087. The area is under lockdown.
I heard Marcia's cold voice in my ear.
Proceed with extermination.
I couldn't help but shiver. I didn't like this connection one bit. Having that bitch's voice right in my ear made my skin crawl. Well, Theodore, let's get going. I called out to him. He said nothing as he followed me. His expression was dark, distant, and I could tell he wasn't fully there. As we made our way into the forest, I rechecked my close-range scanner repeatedly. The fuckers were on the move already. If the data was correct, we had a migratory type on our hands. One that was busy spreading its influence. I hated swarm types. My gun would be pretty much useless. The only thing that worked against them were flamers, and I still remembered how that had ended last time. We just pushed our way through a few bushes when a flock of birds erupted from the trees ahead of us. When a loud buzzing and the clicking of mandibles reached my ears, I realized those weren't birds. We'd stumbled right upon the first of the fuckers. What we were up against were insects. Giant insects the size of birds. They were disgusting, bloated monstrosities. They had sharp, long mandibles, pointy, clawed legs, and huge, multifaceted eyes. Oh, God, how I hated bugs. I couldn't help but grimace. I'd been right. There were too many of them, and they were too fucking big for this to be a simple D-class incident. We made contact. I spoke into the communication device. It's a swarm type, but there's no way this is a D-class incident. We might need additional support.
Exterminator 7D11087. Marcia spoke up, not able to hide her gleeful undertone. I'm sure you'll be able to handle the situation accordingly. As for now, we'll assess the situation and request a reevaluation of the data.
Fuck. I ripped out my phone and tried to hit up headquarters myself, but I couldn't get through. She'd blocked the connection. By now, though, we had other things to worry about. The fuckers had noticed us, and the first outliers were descending upon me and Theodore. I ripped out my gun and lit them up, but what could a single gun do against a dozen fist-sized insects? The moment I'd shot one down, the rest got angry. Seriously angry. I shot two more before I threw myself to the ground to avoid the rest of them. Yet it did nothing. Within moments, two of them were upon me and tore through the protective armor. I screamed in pain, rolled on the ground, and kicked the damn things off me. Shit, this wasn't good. Not good at all. In an instant, I threw myself behind a tree and shot down another one. But more and more of them were coming for us. It sounded like the entire fucking forest was buzzing with them. From where I was, I saw Theodore. His combat knife cut through the air, slicing through one, then two more, but I knew he wouldn't last. Theodore, there's no way you can handle a swarm type on your own. We got more coming. We gotta find the damn nest. If we don't, they'll tear us apart. He glanced at me and gave me a curt nod before he did his best to hide himself. For a moment, my hand closed around a flamer, and I considered burning the entire fucking forest to the ground, but what would that do? They were airborne, and with my luck, I'd burn both myself and Theodore to a crisp instead. Shit.
Exterminator 7D11087. This is no time to rest. Should any of the organisms escape, they'll most likely form a new nest. Get going and take care of the extermination.
Yeah, as if I didn't know that. How the fuck are we supposed to handle something like this on our own? We were pinned down and we didn't even know where the damn nest was. I shot down another one. I strained my eyes, but I found no hint of it. Then I got an idea. Theodore, get over here. In an instant, he darted across the forest and threw himself down next to me. We gotta find the nest. Look, I got an idea.
Well, shoot, Dylan.
In an instant, I took out a flash grenade. I couldn't help but smile. It had been a while since I'd used those babies. Alright, I can't be sure, but the nest is most likely near the center of the signature, right here. We've just got to make it there. Theodore nodded, and an instant later I activated the flash grenade and threw it high into the air. The sky was drenched in blazing white light, and I could hear the confused buzzing of the insects around us. Without even looking, Theodore and I hurried across the forest floor. My eyes were glued to my phone's screen. We didn't have time to make it far, but I knew those fuckers wouldn't be out for long. We'd barely crossed 100 meters when I had to throw a second grenade. Another surge of light erupted above us. This time, though, I turned around to light the fuckers up. It wouldn't do much, but I might diminish their numbers at least a little. Still, by now, there were dozens of them, and it seemed the grenade hadn't affected them at all. I didn't like this one bit. The fuckers were learning to avoid them, and they were learning fast. Shit, I cursed as another group of them came for me. I shot down 3 more, dodged another bunch, but one of them got a hold of my shoulder. Its clawed legs dug deep into my flesh, and its mandibles were about to tear into my throat. I pushed it back and put the gun right against its head and pulled the trigger. Disgusting greenish goo erupted all over my face. For a second, I gagged before I threw myself behind another tree. Theodore continued on, and I could see him a couple dozen meters ahead of me. That's when I saw where he was running. Between the trees ahead of us, I saw a giant hornet's nest. So that's where they were coming from. Without wasting another second, I threw the last of my flash grenades behind me and rushed after Theodore. I ripped out a flamer and threw it. It crashed against the side of the nest and blanketed in hungry flames. Trees caught on fire and then the nest before it tore wide open. I'd hoped this would do the trick and would throw the swarm into chaos, but my eyes grew wide. I saw mandibles, giant mandibles, and a moment later a monstrosity pushed itself out from the nest. This thing, it was the size of a human being. No. I realized as it spread out its wings, it was much, much bigger. A loud, high-pitched buzzing cut through the air as the thing lifted itself upward. Then it screeched so loud my ears popped. In an instant, the rest of the swarm flocked toward it. Shit, it was gathering them for an all-out assault. Instead, something else happened. The monstrosity's mandibles opened wide, and it plucked the first of the many smaller hornets from the air, devouring them. The rest of the swarm, however, didn't flee. They sacrificed themselves as well. In horror, I watched as the thing gorged itself. At that moment, I remembered something I'd read a long time ago, something I'd forgotten. Most swarm types breed and multiply to increase their numbers. Yet some acted differently. The word cannibalistic that Sandra had once mentioned came back to my mind. This entire swarm was bred and nurtured to feed an alpha organism. And this beast in front of us was exactly that. Theodore, we got to take care of it now before it... I started, but trailed off. I could already see the creature growing and mutating. A second pair of wings spread from its back, and additional legs pushed outward. I started shooting, but the bullets didn't even seem to hurt its chitinous body at all. A second later, the thing came for me. I thought I'd be safe behind the trees, but it tore through the forest effortlessly. In an instant, it had reached me and descended upon me with its giant mandibles. I'd barely enough time to throw myself aside. I felt its legs scratching over my back as the surrounding forest exploded around me. When I came to a rest on the forest floor a few meters away from its path, I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. I tried to lift it, but saw the long, wooden splinter that had impaled it. Oh, shit. What the hell could we do against this thing? And where the fuck was Theodore? My eyes darted around. A moment later, the creature came for me again. This time, though, the trees were gone and its path was clear. Its mandibles clicked in anticipation, and I could see its multifaceted eyes focus on me. No other way, I thought, as I pulled out a grenade. Come on. Come closer. Come on. When there were only about a dozen meters between us, I threw the grenade. Not at the thing, but the ground right in front of it. I was thrown backwards by the resulting shockwave, but the creature was hit as well. It staggered before crashing to the ground, and I saw one of its wings was broken. Yet that damage was already healing. I watched in fascination as a new membranous wing began forming. Right at that moment, I saw Theodore. He rushed for the creature and threw himself on its back. The thing screeched, batted its remaining wings as it tried to shake him off, but within moments, Theodore tore through them. Its mandibles clicked wildly. Legs scurried across the ground, but it couldn't reach him. For a second, he was about to fall, but then he got a hold again, raised his combat knife, and plunged it right into the creature's multifaceted eyes. It let out a thundering screech, shook its body, and skidded it over the forest floor blindly. Theodore was thrown off and crashed against a tree. Goo was streaming from the thing's damaged head as it flailed around from tree to tree as it tore through the forest. Eventually, its energy seemed to leave it and it came to a rest. Its legs were still kicking, still moving, and I knew the thing would eventually mend the damage. Not going to take any chances, I told myself as I stepped up to it. I unloaded an entire magazine into its head until nothing but disgusting greenish goo was left. For a while, the thing's body continued flailing around, and I already held a flamer in my hand, but then it grew silent. Fucking hell, I cursed. As the adrenaline left my body, I realized just how badly my left arm was hurt. It was almost entirely covered in blood. I reached for the piece of wood that had impaled it. Without even thinking what I was doing, I tore it from my arm. Blood gushed forward and the pain almost made me pass out. Shit. All I could do was pour a healing contraption over it and hope that it would stop the bleeding well enough until we made it back. I looked over at where Theodore was. He'd fought himself to his feet and was grinning at me. Got that fucker good, didn't I? He called out to me. You're freaking insane, you know that? I said, shaking my head. I was about to hit up Marcia to give her confirmation that the incident was over when I noticed something. At first I thought it was a remnant of the swarm, but then I saw plastic and metal. It was a drone. But why was a drone... I didn't get to think about it as it flew right past me and straight at Theodore. Don't tell me. Theodore, watch out! He looked at me, not understanding, before he noticed the drone was flying towards him. A second later, it went up in flames. Theodore was engulfed and thrown aside. I rushed toward him, and at first I thought he was dead. Then I saw how he fought himself to his feet. He was burned, one of his arms was covered in blood, but to my surprise, he seemed okay. As okay as one could be after being hit by a fucking explosion. For a moment he staggered, spat out a mouthful of blood, before his eyes came to rest on me, not understanding what was going on. "Marcia!" I snapped. "It was Marcia!" I hit her up via the communication device instantly. "What the fuck's going on? Why the fuck did you... Exterminator 7D11087. Special permission to handle this abomination was given a mere 10 seconds ago. The extermination will be carried out as... Don't fuck with me. Theodore's the only person who knows. He's seen what... Exterminator 7D11087. What you're referring to by name has just been designated a target for extermination. But don't worry. I'm not as heartless as you think. You can stand down. Exterminator 3B66901 will carry out this extermination." At that moment, I saw that freakish partner of hers. The man darted out from between the trees and rushed right at Theodore. Something long and shiny glimmered in the afternoon light. Theodore staggered, barely dodged the attack, and when he tried to get away, he crashed to the ground. Before he could even get up, the fucker went for another attack. This time, the combat knife he was wielding made contact, and he buried it deep in Theodore's arm. I got out my gun and tried to hit up headquarters, but once more the line didn't connect. In the meantime, Theodore dodged another attack, but I heard him scream in pain when Marcia's partner landed another deep cut on his chest. Yet, Theodore wasn't done. He rushed forward, crashed his head against the other guys, and for a moment Marcia's partner stumbled backwards. I pointed the gun and was about to press the trigger, but right at that moment I heard Marcia's voice again. "Exterminator 7D11087, Marcia shrieked in my ear. "You are hereby commanded to stand down. This extermination will proceed as planned. Any action you take will have dire consequences." In front of me, the two of them clashed once more. This time, Theodore had the upper hand, and the combat knife Marcia's partner had been holding was batted aside. Right away, the man threw himself back and vanished beneath the underbrush. A moment later, he fired at Theodore, but the bullets merely grazed him before he charged after the man. I did my best to follow them, but they were fast, and soon more gunfire reached my ears. When I saw them again, Theodore had closed in on the man, but he was bleeding from a gunshot wound in his lower abdomen. Still, he could finally land a blow against the guy's head. The mask was torn from his face, and I gasped when I saw what was below. It was inhumane, comprising nothing but scar tissue. The only visible thing on his face were his bloodshot eyes. Where his mouth would have been, I saw nothing but a stitched line. I'd read about them before. The guy was a freaking enhanced human. Those practices, however, had been outlawed years ago because of the side effects. "You're telling me Theodore needs to be exterminated, but that thing?" "I'd like to inform you," Marcia cut off, "that while the practice of artificially enhancing humans has been abolished, we higher-ranking exterminators have a certain freedom to choose our assets." "Then Theodore's one such asset as well." I spat at her. Marcia reiterated her tirade about standing down and headquarters permission. And at that moment, I had enough. Fuck that bitch and fuck headquarters. Sure, Theodore was a crazy freak, but by now I couldn't call him anything but a friend. Without him, I'd be long dead. Hell, without him, we'd never have taken down that A-class organism. My hand closed around the gun. I pushed my finger against the trigger and marched forward. "What you were about to commit, Exterminator 7D11087, will be deemed as high treason and..." I didn't give a shit anymore. Blame everything on me for all I care. With that, I tore the communication device from my ear and threw it deep into the forest. I could see that Theodore was barely keeping up with Marcia's partner. He was covered in wounds and one of his arms wasn't working anymore. I pointed the gun at Marcia's partner. He was fast, tried his best to dodge, but the bullets still hit. One went deeper into his upper body, another one hit him straight in the head. He was thrown aside, staggered for a moment before he crashed to the floor and lay still. I knew I'd just made the biggest mistake in my entire fucking life. But I didn't care. All I could think about was one thing. fuck monsters, and fuck artificially enhanced humans. I'd done it. I'd fucking done it. After I'd shot that bitch's lapdog, I knew I was fucked. Theodore was in terrible shape, but he was alive, and with some luck he would be for a while longer. None of his wounds looked mortal, and he'd endured similar before. He gave me a weak grin when I helped him to his feet.
Thanks for that one. Wouldn't have hurt if you'd been a bit faster, though.
Let's get out of here. That bitch won't be happy about what I just did.
Thanks for the heads up,
Theodore mumbled before he passed out. I reloaded my gun and scanned the forest, but all was quiet. To be honest, though, I hadn't expected her to dirty her own hands. Making our way out proved to be tougher. I was pretty damn sure Marcia had informed the cleanup crews about my little misdemeanor. Still, I'd lived in this city for the better part of my life, and after some deliberation, I found a route that led us to safety. As we went on our way, though, I was quick to destroy my phone. That way, she wouldn't be able to track us. At least for a while. We weren't able to make it far. Theodore's condition was critical, and he needed immediate care. Before long, I dragged him into an abandoned construction site. The official story was that the western outskirts were going to be revitalized and a big change was coming to my city. Everyone knew it was bullshit. No, this construction site, like so many others in the area, had most likely been abandoned for good. With some luck, we might hide out here, at least for a day or two before the manhunt started. It would give us enough time to think of, well, something. With what little medical supplies I had on hand, there wasn't much I could do for Theodore. I bandaged his wounds and administered some healing contraptions, but that was about it. I could only hope it was enough. After that, I sat in our small hideout for hours. I was on pins and needles the entire time. My brain was going crazy. If headquarters wanted me dead, I was. There was no way I'd be able to escape. Eventually, I decided to get in contact with them. I didn't know what it would do, but it was the only chance I had. My phone was gone, of course, but every exterminator had their emergency number beaten into their own head. All I had to do was find a public phone. As carefully and as inconspicuously as I could, I made my way to the inner city area by using a mixture of taxis and public transportation. I should be able to find a public phone there, and I was sure Marcia wouldn't take me out in the middle of a pedestrian area. At least, I hope not. Still, I had to be fast. By now, they'd probably added mine and Theodore's face to the wanted list of every police station in the city. With swift fingers, I punched the long emergency number into the phone and waited. The monotone voice of headquarters informed me I'd reached their emergency line. The moment I stated who I was, I heard an abrupt click as I was dispatched and connected to another part of the system. I knew fairly well that they were tracing my location.
Exterminator 7D11087. You went against the direct orders of a higher-ranking exterminator. This offense is punishable by nothing short of...
Alright, hold on. Exterminator 2A99114 not only withheld critical information about signatures, she also employed an artificially enhanced human. Haven't they been outlawed by the Codex more than a decade ago?
We will look into your allegations, and we will analyze the data of the latest incidents. However, as a higher-ranking exterminator, Marcia Loggia is allowed a certain extent of freedom.
What the fuck does that even mean? She can do whatever the fuck she wants?
It only means there are certain exceptions to the rules. As you all know, considering the organism you and Exterminator 4B98344 have been employing.
And you know this organism, as you call it, is the only reason we know about the giant shit show coming our way.
We are well aware of the dangers you have informed us about, and we have been preparing for an incident exceeding A-class.
So that's it then? You don't need us anymore, so you're getting rid of us? That bitch went against her own rules. You're just gonna ignore...
Exterminator 7D11087. You went against the direct orders of the organization. Exterminator 2A0014 was given special permission after she laid out her concerns.
So that's it then. I'm a traitor, aren't I? You gonna get rid of me then?
Punishment will be carried out as we see fit.
Alright. One last thing. Exterminator... Sandra's got nothing to do with any of this. She's done nothing but follow your orders.
We will start a full investigation of her involvement, but we have no suspicion that she went against the organization.
Well, Thanks for that, I guess, at least. With that, I hung up the phone. For a moment, my eyes darted around, expecting to see the police charging me, but I was undisturbed. With the strangest of feelings, I hurried away. Marcia, it had to be her. She was planning something. I carefully made my way back to the abandoned construction site where I'd left Theodore. I forced myself to act as calm as possible, but I was nervous the entire way. When I'd made it back, I felt a sliver of relief, but knew I shouldn't. It was only a matter of time before they'd be coming for us. Theodore was still in awful shape, but he was awake and looked somewhat better. His face, however, was apathetic as always. We're officially not a part of headquarters anymore. Theodore shrugged.
Well, isn't that great? Here we are fighting amongst each other. Shit, it doesn't matter anyways.
With that, he slumped down against the wall and closed his eyes. Headquarters stated that they are prepared, so maybe...
Don't you get it, Dylan? There's no preparation for what's coming. None. We're all fucked in this little scuffle here. It doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, alright, Mr. Doomsday. What do you suggest, then? Theodore said nothing. Hell, man. Alright, we can try to stay hidden here for a while longer. But this is not a permanent solution. I might try to hit the apartment soon to get some supplies, but I've got no clue if I can even get in there.
What about Sandra?
Theodore asked. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Best we can do is leave her behind.
You plan on running away, Dylan?
You got a better idea? You want to stay and fight Marcia and whatever she'll throw at us? Theodore's face turned serious.
You still don't get it, do you? Marcia, headquarters. None of it fucking matters. That thing. It'll tear everything apart if we don't do something.
I thought there was nothing we could do about it, I asked sarcastically. His face turned into a slight grin.
If it comes through, yes.
And you think you can stop it? You think you can save the world and...
No, Dylan, I don't. I fucking don't, alright? But I can try, can't I?
I couldn't help but laugh and shake my head. When Theodore saw it, he pushed himself up and started towards me. I opened my mouth to throw another set of words at him when I heard Marcia's voice.
You thought you could hide from me, Exterminator 7D11087?
I jerked around, ripped out my gun, but she wasn't there. Instead, all I saw was a small sentry drone hovering in the building's entrance. Well, it was worth a try, wasn't it? What now, Marcia? You're too afraid to come to us personally? Or do you plan on sending some of your little suicide drones here?
I don't know, Exterminator 7D11087.
She started, and I heard the humor in her voice.
I might just start with Exterminator 4B98344. After all, she was involved in this as well, wasn't she?
Sandra. She's got nothing to do with any of this. She's been fucking comatose for God knows how long.
But she might have useful information. Extracting that information might be useful, considering the dire message your little friend had for us.
Don't you fucking touch her.
And what are you going to do, Exterminator 7D11087? You think you can stop me?
When she started laughing, I couldn't contain my rage anymore. I pointed the gun at the drone and shot it down. Fuck! I cursed. Then I turned to Theodore. Change of plans. As I said this, Theodore grinned.
Guess you finally had enough of that bitch.
Yeah. And it's only a matter of time before she's gonna smoke this place out anyways. With that, we set out on our way back to the apartment. I knew it was a trap. And I knew I was doing exactly what that bitch wanted. What I knew, too, was that she wasn't bluffing. If we didn't go, she had no problem scrambling up Sandra's mind. As we hurried from street to street, I kept my eyes open. I scanned every intersection and all the people I saw, but it didn't seem like anyone was looking for us. No police, none of headquarters agents, no cleanup crews, no one. I couldn't help but grin. That bitch wanted us all for herself. She was arrogant, and even worse, she was enjoying this. God damn it, she was really the fucking worst. How you doing, Theodore?
I'm good, apart from being in terrible fucking pain.
I tried to come up with a plan, but Marcia was most likely prepared. No. Our only chance was that she was as arrogant as she seemed. There had to be a chance for us to use it to our advantage and overwhelm her. The moment I saw the small apartment building ahead, I turned to Theodore. I'm going in alone. It won't do much, but maybe you can surprise her. He gave me a curt nod and vanished down a nearby alley. When I made it to the building, Marcia was already waiting outside, staring at me with a cold, condescending expression.
Will you look at that? You actually came. This makes things so much easier.
Wasn't much I could do, was there?
Oh, Exterminator 7D11087. You never cease to disappoint me. You know what the Codex says, don't you? Should a fellow exterminator find themselves in harm's way, you shouldn't risk valuable assets on a rescue mission. But here you are.
Didn't you say I was useless anyways? For the first time, I saw a genuine smile on her face.
I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart.
In an instant, I pointed the gun at her, but before I could pull the trigger, she used her powers to bring up an unconscious body in front of her. My eyes grew wide when I recognized Sandra. What do you think you're doing? Marcia said nothing. Instead, she put her hand around Sandra's neck. For a moment, she seemed to just rest her hand there before she twisted.
Just getting rid of another useless asset?
At that moment, I saw red and was about to rush her. I'd taken only half a dozen steps before she brought me to the ground with her powers.
How foolish of you. I knew from the moment I laid eyes on you, you weren't fit for the righteous work we're doing.
I tried to get up, closed my hand around the gun, pointed it, but in an instant it was torn from my hands. Then her powers washed over me, searching me and finding my throat. A moment later, I wasn't able to breathe. Her eyes rested on me as she pushed down on my throat harder and harder. Dark spots appeared in front of my eyes. I tried to reach for my throat, but within seconds my arms were restrained as well. Right at that moment, Theodore came for her.
And you thought I didn't know you were here all along?
She laughed. With a wave of her hand, Theodore was thrown aside and came crashing down a few meters near me.
I take it you thought all mentalists were as weak as her. Believe me, my powers far exceed anything she could have mustered.
With her eyes resting on Theodore and me, she began twisting Sandra's neck again.
Useless. You're all so useless.
In a moment, though, Theodore fought himself back up and charged her again. For a moment, Marcia's eyes grew wider, and an amused expression showed on her face before she threw another surge of power at him. This time, however, Theodore pushed against it, and took another step toward her. By now, disbelief showed on her face. Sandra crashed to the floor, and suddenly the pressure against my throat was gone.
Guess not everything's going as planned, is it?
Theodore asked. Then he pushed through her powers and stormed at her.
You ungodly abomination!
She screeched. Rage contorted Marcia's face, and for a moment her powers intruded into my mind. While I cringed back, it didn't affect Theodore at all.
That won't work,
he spat at her. When Theodore attacked her with his combat knife, she avoided his attack, retreated backwards, and then brought a new onslaught down on him. Theodore staggered, but didn't go down. Sweat was running down Marcia's face. She raised her arms, spread out her hands, and threw yet another assault at him.
Useless,
he brought out. For a moment, he had to take a step back, spat bloody froth on the ground before he attacked again. Marcia was freaking out now. Blood was running down her nose, and her hands were moving delicately. I knew she was going for Theodore's mind, was going to rip his consciousness apart. But a second later, she cringed back.
Told you this wouldn't work. Ever since our fight with that A-class creature, my mind's all sorts of fucked. Can't tell you what it is, but those tricks of yours won't work on me.
How dare you? How dare you?
She brought out in a quivering voice. In a last-ditch effort, Marcia threw everything she had at Theodore. The ground was upheaved, and this time even Theodore didn't push against it. He threw himself aside, but crashed to the ground hard. He pushed himself back to his feet, staggered, and almost fell down again. I saw Marcia grin in triumph. She was about to go for him again, but in her rage, she completely ignored me. I lit her up, but I knew the bullets would be useless. She warded them off before she twisted my arm. I screamed in pain, but at that moment I got out what I'd been holding in my left hand this entire time. Marcia knew my modus operandi, and when she saw the small metal object flying in her direction, she shielded herself. When no explosion followed, her eyes grew wide and changed to disbelief when she recognized the small beacon I'd thrown at her. Gotcha, I thought. As her eyes turned from the beacon to me, I gave her a wide, condescending grin. It was the last thing she ever saw because Theodore was upon her and drove his combat knife right through her throat. I fell to my knees. My entire body was hurting, but the grin on my face didn't waver. Gotcha, bitch. Fuck monsters, and fuck high-ranking exterminators. The moment Marcia was dead, I hurried over to Sandra. When I saw she was still breathing, I sighed in relief. Theodore was still standing over Marcia's body, unsure of what to do next.
What now?
I've got to make sure Sandra's alright, I answered. I knew I didn't have time to fuck around, but I could see that she was getting worse. If we were lucky, Marcia had kept this little exploit of hers a secret from headquarters, and we might have some time on our hands. Theodore followed me inside and went straight to the storage room. It took him a moment before he found what he'd been looking for. A memory contraption. He promptly swallowed it. You alright? I asked while I was busy hooking Sandra back up. Did she fuck with your mind after all? As he joined me, he shook his head, but I saw the serious expression on his face.
No, there's something else, though.
I stared at him wide-eyed. Are you saying it's...
I don't know. My brain's been acting weird for a while. God knows what it is. Might as well get my hands on a few more of those.
With that, he made his way back to the storage room. Once I was done taking care of Sandra, I joined him. We had no time to lose. As fast as I could, I stocked up on all the things I'd need to keep us alive. Or at least give us a chance. Weapons, grenades, protection, drones, and a few other handy gadgets. Turns out I didn't need any of that, or wouldn't, because only a few minutes after we'd taken down Marcia, one of headquarters' heavily armed support squads stormed the building. Before I could even react, half a dozen guns were pointed at me. Well, shit, I cursed. You guys got here quicker than I would have thought. A man in a plain, dark suit stepped forward.
We set out the moment you made contact with Exterminator 2A00114. Unfortunately, her actions weren't within our calculations, as well as the result.
Well, what now? Are you gonna execute us? A smile showed on the man's face.
That would be a bit too crude, wouldn't you agree? No. We're here to make sure you stay in line for a little interrogation.
Then he turned from me to Theodore.
And to learn more about that theory of yours. What, you think we were just coming out for fun? You think you're just coming along?
I could see him ball his fists as he stared at the armed men in front of him. Their faces were hard, not showing the slightest of emotions, and I was sure they'd been briefed about his abilities.
Should you not follow orders, we're authorized to shoot. So why don't we all calm down and... What, and become one of your damn lab rats?
Theodore spat at the man. Theodore, don't. These guys are the real deal. They won't hesitate. For a moment, my eyes met his. I saw the anger in them, and I knew he wouldn't listen to me. Then he focused on the group in front of us again. Before I could even react, he rushed them. To my surprise, they didn't gun him down. Instead, they shot him with what I assumed to be a high-voltage taser. Theodore convulsed and crashed to the floor. He wasn't out yet, and I watched as he tried to get up. At that moment, he was pushed to the ground and injected with some sort of substance. His body went limp instantly. The guy in the suit stood there undeterred, his eyes resting on me.
Well now, Exterminator 7D11087. Are you going to give us as much trouble as your friend here?
I could guess why they'd only incapacitated Theodore. His strange symbiosis made him valuable to headquarters. I, however, was nothing but a low-level exterminator. Not worth a damn. And replaceable. I grinned at the guy and relaxed. Nope, I'm all yours. With that, two of the men came forward, put my hands behind my back, and apprehended me. While they handcuffed me, I watched as they put a variety of restraints on Theodore. He still wasn't out, still mumbling and cursing at his captors.
Hit him again,
the man in the suit said. I watched in anger as they hit Theodore with another injection. Before I could say so much as a thing, however, the two men pushed me into another room. A chair was shoved towards me, and they commanded me to sit down. What's this? I started, but was hit with the back of a gun. My head exploded in pain, and I tumbled to the ground. Fucking hell, I cursed, pushed myself back up, and sat down. My head was throbbing and could feel warm, sticky blood running down the back of my head and neck. Once they'd strapped me to the chair, the two men left. I don't know for how long I sat there by myself. Outside, people were busy, most likely stripping the place and securing the data we'd gathered. Not that any of it mattered. Eventually, exhaustion and stress took their toll on me, and I drifted off to sleep. I jerked awake when the door was thrown open. A plain-looking woman with hard eyes stepped inside. She brought a chair into the room and took a seat opposite me.
Well, Exterminator 7D11087. Looks like things have gone awry here.
You guess so? Adjudicator? For a moment, an emotion that might have been anger washed over her face. It was gone as soon as it had appeared.
I'm sure you're well aware of what happens to people who go against the organization's orders, aren't you?
Sure am. So what are you waiting for, then?
You know, Exterminator 7D11087.
She started and got up. She took a few steps toward me and stared down at me with a condescending expression on her face.
All in due time.
What's the holdup? You want to catch up on old times? Maybe a little small talk about... The force of her slap made my head jerk to the right. Because of the restraints, my neck was painfully twisted and I grimaced.
Now then,
she said, without the slightest hint of difference to her voice.
Let's talk.
Why'd you want to talk to a lowly exterminator like me? Aren't you dissecting Theodore as we speak? Shouldn't that give you all the information you need?
That was the idea, but it seems the higher-ups have other plans.
I thought you adjudicators were the higher-ups, I asked tauntingly. She gave a short, empty laugh, but didn't comment on it.
Given its abilities and performance records, this symbiotic organism proves to be highly valuable to the organization. However, for now, we have more pressing issues at hand. We need to know more about that incident that's supposed to occur here.
So why are you talking to me? Theodore's the one who saw it.
I'm interested on your thoughts on the matter, Exterminator 7D11087.
And why do the thoughts of a lowly exterminator like myself matter to you? This time the slap came with such force that the inside of my mouth was cut against my teeth and I tasted blood.
Fuck,
I cursed in pain. Alright, I'll tell you. I've got no fucking clue what he saw. He tried to explain it and talked about some horrible interdimensional creature, but it was all too vague. In his words, this creature wants to order all of existence and that it's coming here to order this very reality. He said the creature's so high above A class it would fall into S class. The adjudicator shook her head.
That's not possible. Even if S-class organisms exist, our research proves it would be impossible for them to enter a different reality.
Isn't all that research theoretical? And don't you think a being such as this would be able to break the rules? She was quiet for a moment and seemed to regard my words.
If what you say is true, why haven't you?
Because of Exterminator 2A00114. She was too fucking busy trying to get rid of us, presumably on your fucking orders. Once more she regarded me before she sighed.
I guess there's no more need of this talk.
I couldn't help but grin as she took out a communication device. She only spoke 2 words into it.
It's time.
Figures. I spat at her as 2 men entered the room. This was it. They were going to get rid of me right here, right now. The adjudicator, however, seemed to read my thoughts.
As I said, in due time, Exterminator 7D11087.
A moment later, one of the men rammed a syringe into my neck, and before I passed out, they connected me to some sort of advanced computer terminal. I don't know for how long I was out, but whatever they'd injected me with plunged me into a surreal hell. It must have been some sort of mind breaker to analyze everything I'd seen and experienced over the past weeks. They laid my mind open, invaded my deepest thoughts, and leafed through them like a fucking book using that damn terminal. The worst, however, was while they analyzed my memories, I lived through every event all over again. Once more I saw the terrible, destructive visions. Once more I felt the overwhelming power of the A-class organism. It was my own personal hell, and I could do nothing to escape it. As I was subjugated to our last clash with the creature repeatedly, I felt that strange emotion once more. When Theodore destroyed the creature, there'd been fear and anger, but behind it all I'd felt something else. A hint of a different emotion had reached me. In every iteration, I pushed the anger and fear aside and probed deeper. Eventually, I realized what it had been. Satisfaction. I didn't understand. Was this coming from Sandra or Theodore? No. It felt too different, too alien. In this perpetual nightmare, I focused on it, taking it all in, and eventually another memory returned from the back of my mind. It was a vision I'd seen before. It depicted a wasteland, upside-down mountains, and behind it all lingered an unfathomable existence. I cringed, tried to banish the vision, and I felt myself being drawn back towards it, almost as if I was pulled forward. Tentacles spread through the sky, out towards stars and entire galaxies. For a mere moment, I felt a mind so vast and powerful it shook the entirety of a universe. A silent scream reverberated inside my head as my consciousness was almost torn asunder from laying eyes on it. Then I was back and felt the restraints digging into my flesh. It took me a few moments to realize where I even was. I was still strapped to the same chair and in the same small room in the apartment. I thought they'd kill me right after they were done with the analysis of my mind, but here I was. My head was pounding. I felt sick to my stomach. For a moment I retched and spit on the ground. It was only then that I caught on to the noise outside. I heard screaming and shouting. At first I thought Theodore had freed himself, but then I heard the blaring of Sandra's alarms. "Hey, what the hell's going on?" I screamed at the top of my lungs. After a while, my screams were noticed. One of the heavily armed men entered the room and cut the restraints. For a second, I just stared at him without understanding what the hell was going on. I opened my mouth to speak, but he cut me off right away. "Out!" he screamed at me, pushed me from the room and back into the main part of the apartment. The adjudicator was on the phone, screaming into it over the sound of the blaring alarms. I looked around but didn't know what was going on. Theodore was in the back of the room. He was still restrained, but he was shaking and cursing to himself. When he noticed me, his face distorted. At first I thought he was in pain, but then I realized it was pure and utter terror. He opened his mouth to say something, but under all the noise in the room, I couldn't make out a single word. I didn't need to, though, because I realized what was going on. "How long until there?" I heard part of the adjudicator's words. It was here. Whatever we'd thought would happen finally had. Almost in a trance, I stepped past the adjudicator and to the computer where the man in the suit was trying to make sense of what he was looking at. "Fucking move!" I screamed at him, and without waiting for an answer, pushed him aside. I opened Sandra's programs, looked through the data, and saw that the numbers were through the roof, but still kept rising. When I opened a map of the city, I saw a multitude of emerging signatures, but only focused on one of them. It was a giant signature that had appeared right in the center of the city and was spreading at an alarming rate. Within seconds, it encompassed the entire city, but with each passing moment, it spread faster. Soon it engulfed the entire city, but it didn't slow down. Then the alarm stopped and Sandra's entire software just shut down, unable to keep up with the magnitude of the incident. As I stared at the screen and the error messages flooding it, I finally heard Theodore. He was in hysterics. "It's here!" he called out from the back. "It's here and we're all fucked!" As I turned around, I met the eyes of the adjudicator and saw the raw terror on her face, the incomprehension as she screamed into the phone in her hand. And then it hit us. It was a wave of energy, a presence. It was nothing but the smallest of efforts, only the slightest brush, but sweat broke out all over my body. My heart was pounding in my chest. I staggered and almost crashed to the floor before the immeasurable power was gone again. This was it. Fuck monsters and fuck our entire reality. The day Theodore had been babbling on about had come. Shit, I'd had my doubts. I thought he'd gone crazy. Hell, I hoped he had. Now, I can't anymore. After seeing the impossible size of that signature, and after feeling that thing's presence, I knew he'd been right. While we were all stunned by its power, Theodore began laughing again.
"Shit,"
he finally brought out in a quivering voice.
"All that and it's not even here yet. It's just probing, just feeling around."
I jerked toward him. How'd you even... I started, but one look at that mad face made it clear I'd get no answers from him right now. Instead, I turned to the adjudicator. What now? What are we supposed to do? No one here can handle something like this. Her eyes were wide, sweat covered her forehead, but it took mere seconds to get her composure back.
The organization's aware of the incident. They've been preparing, and support is on their way as we speak. Until they arrive, however, we'll assist the local authorities with the evacuation procedures and try our best to ward off the premises of the incident. That's an order, Exterminator 7D11087.
I thought I wasn't part of the organization anymore. She stepped up to me and brought her face close to mine.
Your position as an official exterminator has just been reinstated. Should you choose to decline, however...
In an instant, some of the squad support members pointed their guns at me. I gave her a short laugh. How could I decline an offer like that? With that, we set out. All the while, the adjudicator was in direct contact with the local authorities. From the voices that blared from the phone, I could see how shaken and outraged they were. The adjudicator did her best to keep them calm, explained that this was an unprecedented incident, and it would all be taken care of in time. While the voices on the phone continued screaming at her, I couldn't help but shake my head. We'd take care of this? What a fucking joke. For a moment I turned to Theodore, but he was a mess. Sweat covered his face and his eyes were half open and bloodshot. I could see him grimace in pain every once in a while. I thought about handing him a memory contraption, but he'd already downed multiple. This time, however, they didn't seem to do a damn thing. Hey man, are you alright? He shot me a glance and gave me a weak nod. Yeah, right, I thought. When we arrived in the inner city, it was absolute hell. Even from where I was, I could see that the city center had been leveled. It almost seemed as if a giant sinkhole had opened up and swallowed any signs of civilization. Panicked people flooded the streets and stared at the massive destruction without understanding what was going on. Police were everywhere, busy issuing evacuation orders and driving people away. A defensive perimeter had been set up, and the adjudicator went to talk to the man in charge right away. My eyes wandered over the police forces and the rescue personnel, and I could see the shock on their faces. None of them knew what was going on, but I could tell they were all out of it. Shit, wasn't that why we existed? To keep things like this from happening?
The evacuation is underway,
the adjudicator spoke up.
Right now our objective is to take care of any creatures trying to break the perimeter until support is here, and guarantee the safety of civilians.
I watched as one of the squad members readied and sent out a multitude of sentry drones. The little devices didn't make it far before they were fried and crashed to the ground. I heard the man curse in anger, but I knew sentry drones wouldn't be of any use. Even an A-class creature's presence had been enough to overload them, and this here was much, much worse. While I was checking my equipment, another wave of pressure hit us. Before I even knew what was happening, I found myself on the ground. I gnashed my teeth and fought against my instinct to run away. A moment later, it was gone. It must have been another one of its probing feelers. We're all fucked! Theodore called out from behind me. Get a grip, man! I screamed at him and got a hold of his collar. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to stop this? Weren't you? He gave me a short laugh but said nothing. Fucking hell! I spat at him before I made my way to the front of the defensive perimeter. One of the squad members handed me a pair of binoculars. When I gave him a questioning look, he pointed ahead. At first, I saw nothing but rubble and destruction, but after a few seconds, I knew what he'd pointed at. Slightly to the east of the signature center, I saw a twisted construction. At first, I thought it might be another ziggurat, but I soon noticed how different it looked. It wasn't constructed from rubble or stone. No. It looked organic, almost like it was grown. Right at that moment, something akin to a tentacle slithered across the ground, wreathed itself around it, and was incorporated. I couldn't help but shiver. What the hell? I mumbled. Theodore came over and took the binoculars from my hand. For a long moment, he focused on it. Once more, I saw him grimace before he got a hold of himself again. That's the place. That's where it's going to come through, he brought out in a shaken voice, more to himself than anyone else. The adjudicator turned toward us. It was the same during the A-class incident, I explained. The creature was creating something, but we stopped it before it could finish what it was doing. Or, I suddenly reasoned. It might have been nothing but a test. A preparation for this.
How much time do we have?
She asked. I turned to Theodore, but he merely shrugged.
Might be days, might be minutes. So far it's only probing, testing the waters, so to speak.
Once more, I was about to ask him how he knew all that, but at that moment one of the squad members called out.
We've got visuals.
Here they come, I thought, and as I stared ahead, I saw dozens of creatures between the rubble. That thing might not have come through yet, but a ton of others had. I thought they'd attack us, but they only seemed to patrol the area and watch us from afar. What are you waiting for, you bastards? I picked up the binoculars again and then saw it. People. They weren't attacking because they were busy dragging away people, most likely to incorporate them into the ghastly growing structure. Shit, they're going after the civilians, I called out to the adjudicator. In an instant, she ripped the binoculars from my hands and her face grew serious. A moment later, she called out orders. I had to give it to her. Sure, she'd lost her composure when the thing first appeared, but she'd long since gathered herself. We set out in an instant, but it seemed that was what those fuckers had been waiting for. I watched as the members of the support squad gunned down creatures, but I could tell from a glance that those were nothing but small fry. The moment something stronger arrived, those men would be in over their heads. Mere minutes later, I saw two of them hit the ground like wet sacks. Yet I saw no visible wounds, no attacker. Shit, don't tell me. A third man fell to his knees, throwing up blood. Then I felt it too. A force reaching out for my mind. For a moment my head spun, but I instantly popped a mind blocker. My eyes darted around, and I soon found the proxy organism responsible. It was nothing but a grown-together bundle of flesh. I pointed my gun at it, but right at that moment my arm started shaking, and I felt my breath come in harder. Shit, that thing was no joke. I took a deep breath, gathered all my strength, and threw a grenade right at it. I felt a last, terrible stab of pain in my head before the thing was evaporated. If there was one of those proxy organisms around, didn't it mean... Shit, I had no time to think. I'd barely gathered myself when a humanoid type came right for me. This time, my arm wasn't shaking, and I took the fucker down before it could get to me. Yet more of them were coming. I turned to see Theodore taking down another creature with his combat knife, but his movements were sloppy and he barely seemed to make it. He was slower than usual, panting and clearly in pain. I rushed over toward him, took position by his side, and shot down a beast type that came for him. My eyes darted over our quickly dwindling group. Shit, we wouldn't last out here. Right at that moment, a giant beast type crashed right into a handful of squad members. The thing might have once been a stray cat, but was now a towering monstrosity. The men shot at it, but it did nothing against the thing. I watched as its claws tore through one man, then another before its jaws closed around a third one. Pain screams reached my ears, and a second later I heard ribs break and flesh tear. The two men still alive were frozen. Cursing, I rushed toward them, shot the thing in the head once, twice, but it was still alive. And now it was not only hurting, but truly angry. The fucker turned around and charged right at me. I threw myself back, but the thing was faster than I thought. I felt long claws scratch over my protective armor. Its jaws opened wide to get a hold of me, but at that moment I saw my chance. Got you, I brought out as I threw a grenade down its throat. A second later the thing exploded and I was covered in blood and guts. Adjudicator, we gotta go back, I screamed towards the woman. We need a defensive position. We won't last out here. Exterminator 7D11087, she snapped at me. Our orders are to rescue any civilians that are... Our orders won't matter if we all die out here. This is hopeless. For a moment she stared at me before she cursed and ordered a general retreat. Her eyes wandered back to her phone, and for the first time I saw clear anger on an adjudicator's face. What's going on? Our support should be here by now. I spit on the ground but said nothing. Our group made its way back, meter by meter, fighting off any creature that came for us. But more and more squad members were going down. The moment we'd made it back to the defenses, however, none of the creatures followed us. Theodore next to me was panting, shaking, and covered in blood. Only a dozen members of the sports squad were still alive. The men were shaken and clutched onto their weapons with wild eyes. I couldn't blame any of them. Sure, they might be hardened professionals, but they were not trained for an incident like this. Take care of the wounded, I heard the adjudicator call out to the small group of survivors. I opened my mouth to inquire where the hell our support was when the ground shook. My eyes darted around, expecting to find a towering monstrosity coming our way, but I saw nothing. A second later, the ground below us was torn asunder. I lost my footing, almost crashed down, and For a second, I didn't know what was going on. Then I watched as a bubbling mass of flesh pushed itself from the ground. Shit, worst case. Another one of those formless fuckers. In an instant, fleshy appendages formed, shot out, and got a hold of 2 squad members. I fought myself to my feet, ripped out my gun, but before I could even pull the trigger, the liquid flesh engulfed the 2 men. Without thinking and by pure instinct, I threw a flamer against the creature. Hungry flames licked over it and screeched in pain. A second later, it pulled itself together and retreated to where it had come from. I knew, however, that 1 flamer wouldn't be enough to finish it. My eyes darted around, and a moment later, the creature exploded outward from the street behind us. Only now, as it showed itself in its entirety, did I see how huge it really was. I couldn't help but grin a little. Shit. Even with multiple flamers, I wouldn't be able to finish it. "Where's that support you've been talking about, Adjudicator?" I screamed at her. She opened her mouth, but before she could even answer, the thing came for us. Liquid flesh washed over the street in our direction. The members of our support squad panicked, and I watched as some of them took their position and fired at the creature. Damn it, that wouldn't do a thing. "Get back, there's nothing you can do." My words, however, were too late, and the men were drowned in the enclosing liquid flesh. The second flamer flew high through the air, crashed against the creature, and covered it in more flames. This time, however, it didn't retreat. It pulled itself back together, sacrificed part of its body, and came for us again. Eyes formed and focused on me. Mouths appeared all over its body and giggled in anticipation. The Adjudicator was by my side. Her eyes darted around wildly. "What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here!" I screamed at her and pushed her back. Then my eyes found Theodore. "Theodore, we've got to get..." I broke up when the creature pushed itself up higher and higher. It was a literal avalanche of liquid flesh, and it would come down on us at any moment. As I stared at the countless bulging eyes and open mouths, I knew there was no way we'd be able to outrun it. Right before it threw itself onto us, though, the mass of flesh was hit by a blazing light. A flamer, I thought, but when the creature's flesh melted away and disintegrated, I knew this hadn't been a mere flamer. The thing screeched in pain, tried to gather itself and find out what was attacking it, but before it could, it was hit twice more. This time I saw what it was. It was no grenade, it was some sort of concentrated energy beam. I stared at the sizzling remains in front of us in utter confusion. My eyes darted around, scanned the area, and I finally noticed a group of 4 people who made their way toward us. All except one were clad in armor. I could tell right away these guys differed from any other exterminator I'd ever seen. Their faces were hard, emotionless, and covered in scar tissue. When I noticed the silver emblem on their armor, I knew who they were. Omega. The upper echelon of Europe's exterminators. The best of the best. A special branch tasked specifically with taking care of A-class incidents. Seems headquarters had realized how serious the situation was. Still, with those guys here, things could get ugly. They had a reputation, one even more questionable than Marcia's. Sure, they handled all incidents they were tasked with, but from what I'd heard, the word monster fit them more than anything they were thrown against. My eyes wandered over the group, and I remembered each member was named after a Greek god. One of them was a giant of a man, carrying some sort of futuristic weapon, one he'd most likely use to destroy the formless creature. Considering what I'd seen, it had to be some sort of energy weapon. This guy had to be Hephaestus, named after the smithing god. Another one was a sleek, incredibly tall bastard, adorned with a multitude of jagged blades. Ares, named after the god of war. The third man looked more like a robot than a person. His entire body was covered in a dark, futuristic suit of armor, and an assortment of gadgets and robots hovered around him. Hades, named after the god of the underworld. The last member of the group was a young woman. She was bald and dressed in a long, heavy robe. When she shot me a glance, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Another freaking mentalist. One I'd heard about. Athena, named after the goddess of wisdom. What a bunch of fucking tryhards. The group didn't give me, Theodore, or anyone else notice, and walked straight up to the Adjudicator. Eventually, I joined them and instantly found myself at the center of attention, and 4 pairs of cold, hard eyes focused on me. "So you're the exterminator responsible for this?" Hephaestus asked and walked up to me. For a moment, I could only stare at his imposing figure, but then I nodded. Before I could even react, one of his hands shot forward and lifted me up by the neck. "Guess it was a little too much for trash like you," he said and tossed me aside. "But don't worry. he continued. "We're gonna take care of that little fuck-up of yours."
Oh, isn't that great? I mumbled. As I watched them getting ready for action, I couldn't help but curse to myself. Fuck monsters and fuck these assholes. From afar, I watched as the members of Omega took down any creature near the premises. I couldn't help but be in awe. The creatures had driven us back and had massacred the members of the support squad, who were wiped out in mere instants. Right away, a battalion of what I could only assume to be special forces, accompanying Omega, set out and created a forward base closer to the center of the signature. Those guys weren't doing things like any other group of normal exterminators. They were employing freaking military tactics. I looked around and found the adjudicator. What's the plan now? We were told to hold position until those guys arrived, right? I take it they can handle the situation and we aren't needed anymore? The words had barely left my mouth when I felt my body being pulled away from her. Almost in a trance, I set out and made my way towards Athena. My steps were light and my body felt almost weightless. We received information that your companion has certain abilities. From your quarrel with Exterminator 2A00114, we learned he can ward off his mind. Her eyes went from me to Theodore, who stood alone, dejected, staring out at the giant, fleshy abomination growing near the signature's center. For a moment, her hands went up, and I felt a wave of pressure emanating from her. Theodore's head jerked in her direction, and he shot her an angry glance. Yes, there's no doubt. He's somehow able to hinder me from scanning or influencing his mind. Theodore spat on the ground, but the woman didn't react at all. You're to come with us. We might need your abilities, she commanded him. Theodore looked at her for a moment before he shrugged.
And here I thought you'd be able to handle this incident on your own, he said.
It's merely a precaution, she said in a flat voice. Hold on, what about me? I spoke up. Low-ranking personnel, such as yourself, would only be in the way, she said, not bothering to hide the condescension in her voice. Wait, no fucking way. I'm not letting you take Theodore just to... I was cut off when I felt a wave of power crash over me. You're not needed, she said with the slightest edge to her voice. Oh yeah? We handled the last A-class incident in the city, and I'm pretty damn sure more of them are around. Do you even know what those fuckers are capable of? How strong they... We've been briefed on your encounter. We're more than prepared. Theodore began laughing.
Oh, so you're prepared. You got no clue what's coming our way. None. You might not believe us, but you'll need us.
Finally, the guy named Ares joined the conversation.
If they want to tag along, let them. But let me make one thing clear, he continued, turning to me. The moment you're in the way, I'll get rid of you.
There was no humor in his voice. He didn't grin or laugh, he just stared at me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and nodded. Target is about 800 meters ahead of us, Hades said. What are we going to do? Not like there are any civilians in the area, right? Might as well blast it from afar, Hephaestus suggested with a shrug. Athena stared at him before she sighed. Yes, of course, blast it away and be done with it. The big man shrugged.
Might be our safest bet.
We tried that in Estonia, and you remember how that turned out, she retorted.
The young woman's eyes focused on the fleshy growth. For a moment she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she grimaced.
What we see here isn't the signature's origin, but a consequence of it. Something that's being grown. The true origin is deep within, and whatever's causing it has not entered our reality yet. While a direct attack might destroy or damage the structure, it will most likely not harm the creature that's creating it.
Well, great. What are you suggesting? We'll have to make our way to the root and pluck it, Hades cut in. You're saying that we have to crawl into that thing? Hephaestus said, frowning as he stared ahead. Considering your company of choice back in Varna, I think you'd be all over this, Hades joked. And look who's talking. Want me to tell the rest about your little escapade back in Belgium? You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
As I listened, I couldn't help but stare at them. They'd been briefed about the incident. They knew what was at stake, and those assholes were just joking around. I opened my mouth, tried to find the courage to speak up, but Before I could, Ares set out into the wasteland ahead.
Let's go. Can't be worse than what we went up against in Belarus. Frickin' hell, man, don't remind me of that.
Hephaestus cursed as he set out after him. Hades and a quiet Athena soon followed after him.
And here we have them, the heroes who are gonna save the fucking world,
Theodore mumbled. Oh, just shut up, man, I cursed as I rubbed my temples. As much as I hated to admit it, though, those guys were the real deal. On our way, a multitude of creatures attacked us. Yet none of them got even close to us. The moment Hephaestus saw them, he incinerated them with his energy weapon. I couldn't help but stare at it. Shit, man, if I had something like that myself. Before long, I felt something reaching into my mind again. I knew what it meant, proxy organisms. The disgusting lumps of flesh were hiding themselves between the surrounding rubble, sending out their powers unseen. With Athena around, however, they were powerless. The moment she felt the slightest hint of their power, she ground them into nothing but bloody mist with the smallest of gestures. I mouthed a holy shit when I saw how easily she took care of them. That's nothing, she said when she saw the look on my face. As I trudged along, not even bothering to pull out my gun, I heard a sound to my right. It was quiet, and no one but me seemed to give it any attention. When I turned, I saw a group of shapeshifters who were about to ambush us. The fuckers were huge, most likely B-class. I ripped out my gun and was about to call it a warning when Ares rushed past me. Before I, or even the creatures, knew it was happening, he was right between them. A second later, his strange, jagged blades were in his hands, flashing through the air as he stood amidst the heaps of gore. Holy shit, what the hell was this guy? Theodore, Sandra, and I had almost been killed when we encountered a single B-class shapeshifter. This guy here had cut down an entire group of them as if they were nothing. Ares has been enhanced, a voice spoke up next to me. When I turned around, I saw Hades, who'd set in next to me. First Marcia, now you guys? Does that damn codex mean anything these days? Hades laughed. The technology developed in Bucharest was crude. All they did was to push alien flesh into the bodies of low-ranking exterminators, hoping they'd assimilate it and develop superhuman abilities. Ares here is far different. You could say he's lab-grown. Each part of his body has been enhanced since he was a child. Muscles, tendons, bones, all of it. He's faster and more powerful than any of us. But there's no hint of the corruption the Bucharest types showed. I nodded while I stared at Ares.
Guess I might as well have some fun as well,
Hades continued. He activated one of his gadgets and seemed to listen to something I didn't hear.
17 signatures to our west,
he said, more to himself than to me. He reached into one of his many pockets and brought out a handful of small metallic cubes, and threw them beside himself. I watched in wonder as the sides of the tiny cubes opened up and revealed pairs of sophisticated, translucent wings. A moment later, they scurried away and vanished through the rubble. I was about to ask what I'd just seen when explosions went up to our west. Hades was quiet for a few seconds, before a satisfied smile showed on his face. What the hell was that?
AI-controlled bombing drones. I reasoned the flying ones were best for this type of territory.
Freaking hell. How come I don't get any of this good shit? The man smiled at me.
They're my invention, and far too delicate and valuable.
For a low-ranking exterminator such as myself, I added in my mind. The rest of the way we were unimpeded, and we didn't see any hint of any other creatures. Or, I thought, they'd been recalled to the disgusting organic structure in front of us. Now that we were closer, I knew what it had reminded me of before. A hive. As I stared at it, two more tentacles slithered from the ground and writhed themselves around it. Right at that moment, another surge of energy erupted from it. This time, though, I felt it for only a moment. Athena's hands were up and she warded it off, with little effort. Or so I thought until I saw the pearls of sweat on her forehead. Once it was over, she inhaled deeply.
What the hell have we gotten ourselves into this time?
Hephaestus cursed and spat on the ground.
That's just the beginning,
Theodore muttered in his manic voice.
If you're getting scared already, you might as well run.
In an instant, the giant of a man walked up to Theodore. For a second, he just stared at him, and then I saw him ball one of his hands into a fist. When the punch came, Theodore didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he caught the man's fist and glared at him. For a second, Hephaestus was surprised before he grinned at Theodore.
Guess you aren't entirely useless,
he said before he walked off. During their brief argument, Hades had sent out a few more of his drones, and soon enough, explosions went up around us. "Nothing but a few stragglers," he said, shrugging. As if to answer him, the flesh of the hive burst open, and a small, disgusting orifice pushed itself outward. Thick, dark blood poured from it before a small ball of energy revealed itself. For a moment I thought it would crash to the floor, but when it hovered in the air, I knew what I was seeing. My eyes grew wide and my head jerked towards Theodore, who stared at the thing with a mixture of fear and contempt. Shit. I knew one of them was around. I fucking knew it. If there were proxy organisms, at least one of them had to be controlling them. "A-class," I said in a shaken voice. "Another A-class." In an instant, the creature began forming a body. Flesh and liquids were torn from the hive and gathered around the ball of energy. I watched as organs grew, bones formed, and finally appendages. "What the fuck are you doing? If you don't stop it now, then..." I was cut off when the creature's powers spread out and assaulted me. Images were pushed into my mind. I saw the hive extending, an opening forming, but after mere moments the images were pushed aside. Athena was hovering in the air, pushing the thing's powers back. Her eyes were wide and I could feel the ghastly creature's anger, its outrage. In an instant, Hephaestus unloaded his weapon on the thing. Even from where I stood, I could feel the blazing heat of its blast, and for a second I thought he'd incinerate the creature. Things weren't that easy, of course. This was an A-class organism, after all. The creature gathered all of its power and diverted shot after shot. As it did, I saw Hades grin slightly before he released a dozen tiny metal balls into the air. They reached the creature in an instant. Bombs, I thought, but instead they formed a net that surrounded the creature. I saw it push forward, felt it send out surge after surge of its power, but the net didn't break. Instead, it seemed to dampen the creature's power and kept it trapped. "It won't hold for long," Hades said. "Athena, are you ready?" The woman nodded and walked forward. She was in no hurry and approached the creature step by leisurely step. The air around her crackled, and for a moment I had trouble breathing. Then she sent an avalanche of mental power forward. The creature's body was pushed together and almost folded into itself. She sent her hands forward, then down, and her eyes grew wide before she smiled. The creature was writhing, shaking, and trying desperately to push against Athena's powers, but it was futile. When it finally stopped moving, a concentrated look washed over Athena's face. It was gone within moments.
"There's more of them in there. I can feel at least 3 of them. What they are creating here isn't so much a portal, but a womb. We got all the information we need. Ares, take it out."
With that, the tall man pulled out his jagged weapons and rushed forward. The moment he was in front of the creature, Hades' net vanished, and I saw Ares' weapons cut deep into the creature's already battered body. Flesh, organs, and appendages rained to the ground. Before he could annihilate it, though, the small ball of energy abandoned the remains of its body and vanished back into the hive. Or the womb, as Athena had called it. As Ares walked back, I saw the annoyed look on his face. "Sorry, it got away."
"Doesn't matter," Athena said. "It's weakened now and won't be much of a danger anymore."
Once more, I couldn't help but stare at them in awe. Wait, this was an A-class organism, wasn't it? How are you guys able to just... I mean... I rambled.
"We're used to creatures like that,"
Athena said matter-of-factly. I was about to say something else, but she'd already turned to the rest of her team.
"All right, when I pushed into its mind, I saw where we have to go. It's below the surface level at the center of the womb. The place is a labyrinth. Hades, will you send in some of your little toys?"
The man shrugged and got another bunch of small airborne robots. He threw them into the air and they scurried away, entering the womb through the small orifice. "Won't do much, but it might give us a rough understanding of the place," he said. "Now, we tried that before," I started. "With the amount of pressure and interference, sentry drones..." "These are made with a different technology," he cut me off, slightly annoyed. "In case of mental pressure or other interferences, pure mechanics still work. They're sonar-based. Doesn't matter if they get destroyed. As long as they send out a signal, we're set." Freaking hell, how have I never heard of this shit? "Got it. It's rough and incomplete, but it's the best I can do." "Well, we'll get right into it," Hephaestus called out. "Got a point of entry, Hades?" Hades checked the screen again before he shrugged. "Doesn't matter." Hephaestus grinned, and before I knew what was happening, he blew apart the flesh in front of us. "Hey, freak! Get moving!" Move it! He snapped at Theodore, who'd spaced out. As he set out to follow the group, Athena fell in next to him.
When it first appeared, was the creature able to reach into your mind?
She questioned him. Theodore shook his head.
No, there was no need. Those things already know what I'm capable of. It came to learn more about you guys.
What do you mean?
It wasn't trying to stop or fight you. It came to analyze your abilities,
Theodore said in a somber voice.
And it almost was destroyed because of it. It's powerless now.
That only proves that whatever we're up against doesn't mind sacrificing an A-class organism to probe you guys. It might not have touched your minds, but it could deduce your abilities. And now everything in there knows about them.
Athena was quiet after that, but she didn't seem worried. Her expression showed a clear, then let them know. By now we'd reached the fleshy walls of the womb and the opening Hephaestus had created.
Fucking stinks,
Ares brought out as he stepped inside. The rest of the team followed him undeterred, and even Theodore didn't so much as look up before he entered the flesh tunnel in front of us. Freaking hell, how could they just... I took one step forward, wretched, and almost cringed as the flesh in front of me wriggled. Then I stepped through the syrupy blood. As I followed the group through the fleshy tunnels, I noticed that thick liquids were pumped through them, almost as if they were veins. Once more, I shuddered. Occasionally, some lone, lost creature attacked us, but they were easily dispatched. Before long, the tunnel branched off into a multitude of others. Athena had been right. The place was a freaking labyrinth. As I stared at the flesh all around us, my head hurt. The tunnels themselves seemed to grow and change as we wandered through them, bending into impossible directions and snaking around themselves. It seemed almost as if gravity and our laws of physics didn't matter here. Sandra's words from when we'd entered the ziggurat came back into my mind.
This place is under the influence of the creature, and has been altered. It's not entirely part of our reality anymore.
My thoughts were interrupted when Hades approached and handed me a small gadget.
A transmitter, he said. Might not do much in here, but in case we get separated, you can roughly pinpoint our location.
I checked the device's small screen. It was working, and I could see 6 little dots all next to each other.
It's got a communications channel as well, but with all the interference, there's no telling if it will work, he added, shrugging.
I stared at the device for a moment longer before I pocketed it. Here and there, something inside the flesh wall seemed to twitch. At first, I thought it was the strange, disgusting liquids that were perpetually pumped through them. But when I focused on one such spot, I saw something else. It was a twisted body. At first, I thought it was a person, but when eyes focused on me, I realized it was some sort of creature. It twitched again, and I ripped out my gun to blast it apart. Yet the creature didn't attack. Instead, it seemed trapped. Seemed to have been incorporated into this disgusting creation. For a little longer, it stared at me in abject misery before its eyes fell shut. Fucking hell, I cursed. If it's using its own to grow this place, then all those people who'd been dragged away... Shit. Following Hades' rough map, we soon found ourselves in a wide chamber. Dozens of tunnels branched out from it. For a moment, my eyes wandered around. Then I noticed a tiny glowing ball above us. I opened my mouth, but the words were trapped in my throat when I noticed another one, and then another. Within moments, I counted more than half a dozen of the things. Jesus fucking Christ, I finally cursed. When the rest of the group heard this and saw what I was staring at, flesh was already being torn from the walls above us. This time, however, the creatures didn't create individual bodies. No. They formed into a single, gigantic entity. A moment later, an onslaught of mental power hit us. Athena screamed up as she tried to ward it off, but she was pushed back and blood began streaming from her nose. God damn it! She screamed up. Hephaestus pointed his weapon and shot at the amalgamation of A-class organisms, but none of his effects had a shot, almost as if the energy from his weapon was being negated. A moment later, Ares rushed forward, and Hades sent out a multitude of his bombing drones. Neither attack had any success. Ares was restrained and pushed to the ground by another surge of energy, while Hades' drones were diverted and thrown against the surrounding walls. Flesh exploded, covering all of us in gore and disgusting thick fluids. Then the entire chamber shook. Walls collapsed inward and the ground below us ripped apart like a membrane. I felt Athena using her powers, to protect the rest of her team, but she didn't waste any of it on me or Theodore. Before I could so much as scream, the two of us slithered down the gorge in the center of the room. I crashed against wet flesh, washed through tunnels, and was almost drowned in blood and gore before it was over. My entire body hurt. I felt sick to my stomach and vomited. Theodore near me spat on the ground and swatted pieces of gore off his body. For a moment he stared upward before he turned to me.
You know, Dylan, I always hated water slides, but this...
The fuck are you talking about? I snapped at him. We're fucking lost. We're lost somewhere in this whatever this thing is. What the hell do we do now?
Fuck monsters and fuck his goddamn jokes. We were alone and isolated from Omega. As I fought myself to my feet, I took out the transmitter Hades had handed to me. One glance at the screen showed me they were still up there, and we were far, far away from them. I hit the communications channel, tried to get in contact, but was answered by nothing but static. Fucking shit, I cursed. Theodore walked up to me.
Don't bother, Dylan. They've abandoned us.
What? How are you so... I closed my mouth when Ares' words came back to my mind. The moment you're in the way, I'll get rid of you. Shit, so that's what happened. Athena had ignored us. To her, we were unimportant. Or not important enough to waste her energy on. Still, I had to at least try. As I continued tinkering with the small device, Theodore put his hand on my shoulder.
Stop toying with it. They won't answer.
You're saying they just left us here to die? Is that it? Theodore shrugged. For a moment he was about to say something, but then he closed his mouth and pushed me back a few steps. I stared at him, but then I heard it too. Something was moving through the tunnel ahead of us. A moment later, a dark, reddish worm appeared and slithered in our direction. At first it was only one, then two, then a lot more. When the first one slithered around my foot, trying to snake itself around my ankle, I brought my foot down on it. The thing burst open, leaving behind a puddle of disgusting liquid. The rest were getting closer too, but Theodore didn't focus on them. Instead, he continued staring ahead. A moment later, I knew why. What slithered out of the tunnel ahead of us was another worm, but this one was much, much larger. It was a giant abomination that filled out almost the entire tunnel. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Theodore and I rushed down the tunnel away from the thing. As we ran, I shot backwards at it. The bullets hit, leaving behind bleeding holes, but the thing was so big it didn't even seem to feel them. As it came after us, more and more of the smaller worms joined it. When I unloaded it on it again, the wet outer skin opened up. It revealed a mass of muscled flesh and a giant, gorging maw. A second later, it roared at us, vomiting disgusting liquids and a plethora of smaller worms in our direction. I pulled up my arm to protect my face. Two of the smaller worms got a hold of my arm, and in an instant I felt them tear through the protective armor. Razor-sharp teeth dug into my flesh and began sucking out blood. Still running, and in a panic, I tore them off, leaving behind tethered wounds. Blood was streaming from them, and when I saw the amount, I cursed myself. If more of them hit me, I'd be in serious trouble. I ripped out a flamer and threw it behind me. By now, though, the thing's outer skin had pulled back to protect its muscular mouth. The flames licked over the wet skin, leaving it blistering and sizzling, but that was about it. The creature roared in pain and threw itself forward with full force. When it revealed its muscular mouth again, Theodore rushed it. What the hell are you... Before I could finish, the creature vomited up another surge of worms. Theodore was hit but didn't react to them at all. Instead, he ripped out his combat knife and plunged it deep into the muscular tissue. He was thrown back, but right at that moment I threw the grenade I'd been holding. It crashed against the creature's mouth and exploded. Its entire front end was torn apart. Burned flesh and worms descended upon us. A few of them were still moving, slithering around, but they soon died. Theodore, are you alright? I called out as I rushed toward him. He was on the floor and covered in dozens of worms. Shit, we gotta get them off of you. To my surprise, however, the worms simply fell to the floor. None of them had bitten him or even clung to him. How did you avoid them biting you? Theodore was busy trampling the remaining worms before he turned to me.
I think they just didn't attack me, he said matter-of-factly.
When we both caught our breath, we stumbled on down the tunnel. For a moment I stopped, wondering if this was the right direction, but then I thought about the damned worm. Wherever it had come from, there might be more of it. Even worse, I was running out of grenades. I only had about a dozen of them left. We hadn't gone far when another surge of mental energy hit us. This one was by far the worst yet. One moment I was walking, the next I was on the floor, pushed to the ground by its pressure. I screamed as something dug into my mind, probing and tearing at it. With shaking hands, I rummaged through my pockets and injected a mind blocker, but it did nothing. Images appeared in my mind. Omega was fighting the amalgamation of A-class organisms. Words reverberated inside my head. Futile. Useless. For a moment I heard screams and saw Ares' battered body crashing to the ground. Then the images were gone and the assault was over. For long moments I lay on the floor, panting and shaking. Freaking hell, don't tell me even they weren't a match for this.
Something's happening,
Theodore said while he stood over me. Is it coming through? Are we too late?
I don't know, but the tunnels, they're shifting and changing. It's doing something to this place. It's warping it.
Once I'd pushed myself to my feet, I noticed what Theodore had been talking about. The surrounding flesh was moving and reshaping itself as if alive. I watched as chunks of it pushed outward, changing their form before they seemed to crawl back into the walls. As we walked on, Theodore began mumbling to himself.
I can see it, Dylan. I can see what it's doing. It's not only reshaping the womb, it's reshaping the laws of physics, the laws of our reality. Soon this place will be entirely different.
He shuddered before he began laughing to himself. Mere minutes later, another vision assaulted my mind. I saw them again. The mountains rising from the sky, but for the first time I got a closer look at them. What I'd thought to be rocks was a writhing, teething mass. It was bodies, millions, billions of bodies that were somehow still alive. As much as I tried to push the vision away, I couldn't stop staring at it and being sucked deeper into it. This writhing hell might have once been an entire civilization, an entire reality. The bodies' eyes showed nothing but terror, and their mouths were wide open in perpetual screams. This was waiting for us. This would...
Don't look, Dylan!
Theodore suddenly screamed at me.
Whatever you do, don't look at it! You will lose yourself if you do. Push against it!
I desperately tried, but only when I stared into Theodore's eyes was I able to do so. The vision was pushed back, and soon it was nothing but a distant, lingering memory. What did you just... He didn't answer. Instead, he let go of me and continued on. By now, the tunnels had become a pulsating mass of veins. More and more of the strange liquids were pumped through them. Here and there, it was leaking from pores and orifices, drenching the floors of the tunnels in them. As I stared at these openings, I noticed more bodies in the walls. They were being changed, dissolved, and incorporated. It was only after a while, though, that I realized I wasn't staring at creatures, but people. That's why those things had been dragging people away. It needed them to form and grow this womb. Theodore's eyes grew wide when he noticed them as well. He stormed to the wall, plunged his hands into the writhing flesh, and tore it open. The person trapped inside was constricted by thick tendons, and stared at us with half-open, empty eyes. When Theodore tore the tendons apart and began pulling the man out, his mouth opened. Whatever he'd been trying to say, however, was cut off when his body began changing. The man's flesh burst open, spread out, and formed into strange, fleshy branches. Theodore and I cringed back in horror. The man's one arm dangling from the wall stretched out, and so did the person's neck. The man's mouth opened wider and wider, but no sound escaped from it. Instead, his head began bulging, becoming oval-shaped before the skull broke apart, and his eye stalks pushed outward. More and more of his body grew and changed into a network of worm-like branches. Then it all stopped. The disgusting thing that had once been a human being grew limp before it withered away. What the absolute fuck? I muttered in shock. Theodore didn't say a thing and had already continued. I set out after him, but suddenly felt a breeze blowing past me. I jerked around, expecting to find a creature breathing down my neck, but to my surprise, nothing was there.
It's the womb, Dylan. It's alive. Breathing, Theodore said from ahead. Did you think this was just a heap of twisted flesh? No. There's method to it. All this here, it's a meticulous effort.
What are you... I started, but he just rambled on.
This was its plan all along. The theoretical data was right. An organism of this magnitude can't enter our reality. It can't bring its physical body here. That's why it's growing this womb. It needs to create a new body for itself. A proxy. An avatar.
What the hell are you even talking about? I asked, stepping up to him.
I don't know. What was I saying again?
As he stared at me, he looked utterly confused. You were saying this thing's using this womb to create a new body for itself.
Oh,
was all he said as an answer. For a moment he closed his eyes and shook his head before he took a deep breath. We didn't have a direction as we continued on. No goal, but there was nothing else we could do. We just simply continued walking. Eventually we noticed movement ahead of us. I told Theodore to wait as I checked it out. What I saw was a twisted creature. It was nothing but a heap of flesh with a multitude of different appendages sprouting from it. I watched as it pushed one of them out into a wall of flesh. For a moment I didn't understand what it was doing, but then I saw the flesh bubbling and changing shape. As I inched closer, I finally got a look at what it was working on. The creature hadn't just pushed its tentacle appendage into the wall. No, it had pushed into the mouth of a person trapped inside. It wasn't merely changing the wall, it was reshaping the person. The gun was in my hand in an instant, and I lit the fucker up. Only a single bullet hit before a surge of flesh pushed from the wall in front of it to protect it. Then it spread out its tentacles and came for me. Fucking hell! I cursed and threw a flamer. The flames had barely spread when pores opened up all over the walls. Disgusting, thick liquid leaked out from them and extinguished the flames almost instantly. The smell was unbearable. The thing in front of me, however, merely giggled, and a moment later an image of hundreds of similar creatures doing the same thing was pushed into my mind. I grinned at it. I don't give a shit about the others, but you're going down. With that, I started shooting again. As I did, Theodore too rushed forward. Shit, that crazy asshole. The tentacled creature, however, didn't attack him. I watched in confusion as it seemed to push itself against the wall, out of his way as if to allow him to pass by. You motherfucker! Theodore screamed at the creature in his rage. He was about to pull out his combat knife and attack, but there was no need for it. The moment he'd screamed at the creature, it was crushed and torn apart, leaving nothing but a heap of ground flesh behind. Theodore froze and stared first at the remains in front of him, before he turned to me, not understanding what had just happened. Theodore, did you just use mental powers? How are you able to...
I don't know, Dylan. I don't fucking know. Maybe when we destroyed that A-class creature and Sandra shielded me, something...
His voice trailed off and he shook his head. Shit, man, what the hell's happening to you?
My mind. My head, my mind, it's all scrambled up, he brought out, clutching his head. Ever since then, those visions, those whispers, suggestions, and... Shit, Dylan, I don't know. He pushed himself against the wall, taking one deep, shaky breath after another. Right at that moment, I heard something from the communications channel of the transmitter. It was working after all. Between the static, I could make out words, orders. I barely understood any of it, but what I'd heard had been enough. One word made me gasp. What the fuck are you talking about? I screamed into the thing, but of course none of my words reached anymore. Moments later, the device was quiet again. What did they say? Theodore asked. Didn't catch a damn thing apart from the order for a... cleansing. And what's that? Headquarters last resort. They're gonna level the entire area with an orbital energy blast. But we're still here. We're still fucking here. Theodore laughed. You know it's useless, don't you? They might damage this womb, but they won't be able to destroy it. Can't you feel it, Dylan? Can't you feel this place isn't entirely here anymore? Don't you feel how alien it is? It's a place in between reality. An altered place. So this cleansing is fucking useless. Shit, but if they're willing to go that far, it can only mean Omega's... Fuck! They're probably gone, Dylan, Theodore said in an empty voice.
I ripped out the transmitter again, tinkered with it, and tried to get the signal back. At first there was only static, but then I heard something else. Screams, ghastly laughter, and then the sound of tearing flesh. Those screams, though, they were a woman's. Athena's. If even those guys can't handle this, then what the hell are we supposed to do? What the fuck can we even do? I screamed as despair took a hold of me. That woman, Athena, she might still be alive, Theodore suddenly suggested. What are you talking about? If they called for a fucking cleansing, then... No, Dylan, listen. He cut me off, his face showing some sort of new understanding. They gathered all those people here because it needs them. That A-class organism did the same. I thought it only needed their flesh to grow this womb, but what if it's their minds? What if it needs them to create its new body? With Athena, though, with a mind as powerful as hers. Shit, so you're telling me headquarters just sent Omega here? And they might have helped it? Theodore gave me a nod. It might have known that we'd oppose it with more powerful forces. Maybe that's why it brought all those vassals here. Vassals? Once more, however, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he came up to me and pointed at the transmitter. It should show us where she is, right? I stared at the thing, but it showed nothing. Even after I tinkered with it for a while, not a single signal was visible. Cursing in anger, I threw the damn thing to the ground. After a few moments, Theodore closed his eyes and stepped up to the wall next to us. He reached out his hand, caressing the fleshy surface. What are you doing? Instead of answering, I watched as he slowly plunged his hand between the flesh. My eyes grew wide, and I cringed in disgust when he plunged his entire arm into the writhing mass. Theodore's body began shaking, and his face was covered in sweat. A second later, he pulled his arm back, crashed to the floor, and vomited. For a while, he just lay there panting before he pushed himself to his feet. What did you just... Let's go. I know where she is. He cut me off. With that, he set out down the tunnel again. I stared after him in confusion. What the hell had just happened? For a moment, I just stood there, not sure what to do before I set out after him. What other choice did I have? Fuck monsters and fuck whatever's going on with Theodore. We're in deep shit. In deep fucking shit. First, there's some eldritch being trying to destroy our reality. Second, Omega, headquarters' top guys, are most likely dead. And third, they plan to perform a cleansing without knowing that it won't do jack shit. After Theodore had pinpointed Athena's location, we continued on our way through the disgusting, ever-changing labyrinth of flesh tunnels. Nothing else we could do. Even if we'd find our way outside, and would ignore the literal end of the world, we'd never outrun a cleansing. We were fucked. Majorly fucked. Our only hope was to stop an eldritch being's plan, which seemed absolutely impossible. I'd have laughed about all of this if it wouldn't mean that I was most likely a dead man. Hell, none of this even mattered. And so I simply trudged after Theodore as he led me through tunnel after tunnel. We encountered more creatures, more of the strange flesh formers, but they didn't seem to care about us at all. Whenever we got close to them, I heard Theodore mumble in a language I didn't understand. A shiver went down my spine when he did it, and I saw his half-empty, unfocused eyes. What are you... I asked when we'd passed another creature, but he shut me up with a single glance. Theodore looked terrible as he dragged himself forward. At one point, he staggered and spat blood on the floor.
Something else is in my mind. Not just me, not just...
He continued mumbling to himself as he clung to the wall, but it was unintelligible. Are you okay, man? He gave me a grin, but it was a pained caricature of his usual one. On our way, we came upon strange idols. They were twisted, shifting statuettes, created by the creatures populating the womb, most likely in praise of their terrible god. With each tunnel, with each step, the pressure on my mind was rising. I popped 2 more mind blockers, but they did nothing at all. A third one was already in my hand, but I remembered what had happened to Sandra. I put it back. I had to race my mind before I'd have a chance of blocking the ghastly influences. Finally, Theodore stopped and pointed ahead. At first, I saw nothing. Only when we got closer did I notice a discarded weapon on the ground. It took me a moment before I recognized it as Hephaestus's energy weapon. I lifted it off the ground, but saw it was busted. Cursing, I dropped it again. "Are they nearby?" I asked, turning to Theodore. For a second, he closed his eyes before he gave me a curt nod. We followed another tunnel before we made it to a wider area, a congregation of multiple tunnels. I'd barely taken a few steps when I noticed a battered body leaning against a wall. I stormed over, but it still took me a while before I recognized him. It was Hades. He was in terrible shape. Half his face was bloodied and his head was strangely dented. His lower body, though, was far, far worse. It was covered in deep, gorging wounds. I was sure he was dead, but then his eyes opened and focused on me. "Holy shit," I blurted. He opened his mouth, but started coughing and brought out a surge of blood. For a moment, his body convulsed before his eyes found me again. He lifted one of his hands, and I took hold of it. At that moment, I noticed the many small robots surrounding his body, busy working to keep him alive. "Shit, man, hold on," I started, and was about to bring out a healing contraption. When I saw his hard eyes and felt him press my hand, however, I stopped. He opened his mouth again, but only to throw up more blood. When he finally started talking, his voice was weak. It was nothing but a wet gurgle and far from anything human.
"We thought we were prepared. We thought something like this. It's never happened before. A class forming a cluster.
A cluster?
Fused together with such power."
His voice trailed off and his eyes fell shut. "Hades! Hey, speak to me!"
"Took Athena,"
he brought out.
"They wanted her, needed her, and God killed Hephaestus, killed Ares. I'm only alive because of them."
He lifted part of his armor, and I could see that his entire body was torn apart. I grimaced when I saw flesh move and organs slipping around, being held together by nothing but more of the small robots. His breath came in hard bursts. For a moment, he was convulsing again before his hand slipped from mine in search of something.
"There's no time."
Shit, then what are we even supposed to do? This time, a sound that might have been laughter escaped from his mouth.
"Nothing you can do. Not someone like you."
Then he brought out whatever he'd been looking for.
"Energy blocker. Won't do much, but..."
He broke up again under the strain of trying to hand it to me. I took the small device from him and gave him a nod. As I did, he stared first at me, before he gave Theodore a long, hard stare, and his eyes fell shut again. Right at that moment, Theodore came forward, and before I could do or say anything, he closed his hand around Hades' neck. I heard a sickening crunch, and Hades' body grew still. This time forever. "What the hell did you just..."
"His eyes, he wanted this. He didn't have long, he was suffering."
But how could you just... Fuck! I stared at him, at his cold eyes and his sweaty face. Suddenly another thought crawled into my mind. Theodore had been acting weird for a while. Those mumblings, the way all those creatures had ignored him, and the way he'd just killed Hades. Could I still trust him? What if... I was torn from my thoughts when Theodore spoke up again.
"Let's go."
"Where the hell do you even want to go?"
"To where they took Athena."
"And then what? What do you think we can do?" He stayed quiet for a moment before he shrugged and moved on. We hadn't gone far when I felt something probing my mind. A small, impish creature pushed itself from the wall in front of us and focused on me. I was about to pull out my gun, but before I could, Theodore sent it back to where it had come from with nothing but a wave of his hand. More and more of them were around. They were disgusting, fleshy things no bigger than my head, but I felt a terrible power resonating from them. These were no mere proxy organisms. These were something different. I almost clutched onto Theodore as he walked, unfazed by their presence. The creatures, in turn, ignored us. Suddenly I saw something. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. I thought I was hallucinating. In a different tunnel, branching off to our right, I noticed another person. At first I thought it was Athena and she'd somehow escaped, or hell had stopped whatever was going on. I was about to rush in her direction, but then I saw it was a man. He wasn't a member of Omega and neither of the support squads. No, this was a normal person wearing cargo pants and a slightly stained shirt. What the hell was this guy doing here? I told myself he had to be a survivor and that he'd somehow escaped from the fleshy walls, but how was he still alive? How was he just walking through these tunnels with all these creatures around? It didn't make any sense. I was about to approach the mysterious man when Theodore's arm shot forward. Theodore, what are you... Instead of answering, he shot me an angry glare, one that told me to be quiet. From afar, the two of us watched as the man shuffled on. Suddenly, the fleshy wall next to him burst open, and another of the impish creatures pushed itself from it. I pulled out my gun, but to my surprise, the creature ignored him. In stunned silence, both Theodore and I watched as the man continued on and vanished down the tunnel. What the hell's going on here? I finally asked in a whisper. Theodore was still staring after the man, but I saw something on his face. It looked almost like recognition. What is it? For a moment he didn't react before he shook his head. Soon enough, however, I heard him mumble to himself again, thinking aloud.
Another one. Another one like me.
I heard him. What do you mean? I asked, but when he turned to face me, his face was empty, puzzled even. Eventually, the tunnel we were in spread out, grew bigger, and from afar I could see a giant, fleshy chamber. Right away, I froze. All the hairs on my body stood up, and my instincts screamed at me to get away, to run. At first, I didn't even understand why, but then I saw it. In the center of the chamber, I could see a ghastly amalgamation of flesh. It was a thing with too many appendages, too many hands, and far, far too much power. Yet it gave us no notice. Instead, it was feverishly working on something. Theodore moved on, undeterred by the presence of the A-class cluster. For me, however, every single step was a fight. I had to scream at myself and command my legs to keep following him. Finally, I saw what they were working on. It was another one of the strange, ghastly idols. An elongated piece of twisting, moving flesh. And then, in utter horror, I noticed a face. I saw wide eyes and a mouth that was open in a perpetual scream. Even in this twisted form, I recognized those eyes. They had been cold and hard before, but now were full of nothing but raw terror and despair. It was Athena. They transformed her into this thing, and when I saw her blink, I knew she was somehow still alive. Oh, dear God. For a moment, I was shaking. I retched and almost vomited before I could get a grip. I forced myself to look away from what those things were doing. As I scanned the room, I saw a shimmering, twirling opening of pure energy. It was a portal. A giant portal. With each twist, with each change to Athena's body, it was bulging, then flattening again. Yet there were more faces, more wide eyes and open mouths all around her. The entire portal was made from people. Just like Athena, all of them seemed to be still alive, and to have been pushed together to create it. As I stared at the unfathomable horror in front of me, I noticed movement from another part of the chamber. My eyes wandered to that spot, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A person. Not the man we'd seen before, but an older woman. The surreal sight of an older woman in a fucking dress in this place almost made me laugh out loud. At first I thought I'd snapped, but then I saw another person, and soon after another. They were all walking towards and congregating around the portal. I didn't understand what was going on. Why were they here? Why weren't they being attacked? While I watched them, Theodore moved on, stepping towards the portal as well. Theodore, what the hell are you doing? We can't just... My voice trailed off. When he turned to me, his eyes were different. He felt different. He didn't feel like Theodore anymore. No, he felt alien. For a moment, his eyes flared up and were glowing like those of an A-class organism that we'd been fighting. Those mumblings, the way the creatures had ignored him, and the mental power he'd shown. Something had happened to him. Something had changed. And now... Oh God, no. I muttered. Then, with the wave of his hand, he sent me flying, and I crashed against the wall next to us. The air was pushed from my lungs, and I felt ribs break before I slumped to the floor. I felt blood in my throat, and when I tried to get up, I noticed the odd angle of my lower right leg. In a mixture of surprise and indifference, I stared at my broken leg, unable to even feel the pain. I wondered why I hadn't been killed, and then I remembered what Hades had handed me. An energy blocker, he'd called it. I wondered what he'd meant, but now I understood. It was a device that blocked attacks. Attacks by mental energy. The only reason I was still alive was because of this device. And now they weren't even bothering with me. I didn't seem to matter to them. I was nothing but a fly, an ant, a discarded, broken thing not even worth the effort. For a moment I just lay there, grinning, before I turned my body around and looked ahead to where Theodore had joined the congregation. There he stood, completely still right next to the portal in front of the A-class cluster. His eyes were glowing again, filled with the same alien light. Not just his, I realized. Every person's eyes were glowing, and I could feel the power, the energy within them. I cringed as I felt it wash over me. Theodore's words came back to me.
Another one. Another one like me.
All those people, they were like him. They were all being controlled, yet why would this creature control those normal people?
Like me.
I finally understood. They were like him. Not because they were being controlled, but because they were like Theodore. They all must have been infested with similar parasites. In front, the A-class cluster stopped its feverish work, and the portal broke open. I watched as a multitude of smaller, delicate tentacles slithered from it. There had to be hundreds, thousands. They moved towards the people gathered around the portal. They were caressing them, probing them. A moment later, however, I watched in horror as they plunged into the first person. Skin was torn, flesh was shredded, and what had once been a person was dismantled until nothing but a strange, small core remained. No, not a core, I realized. A parasite. As they moved on to the next person, the A-class cluster began working again. It was twisting and rending flesh, tearing it from the walls and forming it into something. Then the hands picked up the parasite and delicately plunged it into the hovering mass of flesh.
It needs to create a new body for itself. A proxy. An avatar.
That's what Theodore had said. Was that what I was seeing here right in front of me? Why did it need these people, though, these parasites? None of what I was seeing made any goddamn sense. By now, another person had been shredded. Skin, flesh, and organs covered the floor where the man had stood moments before. And then, for a second, Athena's eyes met mine. She reached out to me, and I felt her mind digging into mine. I felt her despair, her terror, her pain, and I felt her pleading for me to end her. I cringed back and tried to push her presence away. No, I can't even fucking move anymore, I said while tears were streaming from my eyes. Right at that moment, the tentacles approached Theodore. When they slithered over his body, my eyes grew wide. No, Theodore, get away! Mere moments before they plunged into him, I saw him strain, saw his body growing tense. The glow in his eyes abated as the otherworldly energy left him. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, right at Athena, and tore her to pieces. A cacophony of screams echoed through the chamber. Screams of anger. I saw the portal shimmering, saw it wavering before it turned into a vortex. Some of the tentacles retreated, but the portal's wild fluctuations tore many others apart. A fresh assault of mental energy erupted. One of raw, burning anger so powerful the entire womb was shaken by it. As I lay there, I couldn't believe what had happened. Theodore. He'd done it, hadn't he? He'd stopped it. Yet, things wouldn't be so easy. A second later, I felt something new. I felt the will of the Eldritch being itself. A will as strong as a universe ushering a single command. Sacrifice. In the center of the chamber, Theodore was on the ground. But behind him, the amalgamation of A-class organisms was cowering, twisting and changing. I could feel their terror, their pain as they were pushed together and formed into something new. One after another, I felt their powers waning. Their presences fizzled out as they were forced to sacrifice themselves to restore the wavering portal. As I watched it all, I realized what must have happened. Somehow, either by himself or in a last-ditch effort by Athena, Theodore had freed himself from the thing's control and had destroyed the portal. In the end, though, it hadn't done a thing and had only been temporary. A minute setback. Then the portal burst open again, this time bigger and more powerful than before. and the entire floor of the chamber was torn apart. I could feel the being's power, could feel the cosmic threat it presented. Tentacles pushed themselves from the portal again. They were massive and burrowed deep into the walls of the womb. For a moment, something else erupted from the portal and glanced into our reality. It was nothing but an eye so huge and alien it pushed me to the edge of my sanity. A laugh escaped my mouth, an insane laugh before I closed my eyes, gnashed my teeth, and screamed at myself not to give in to it. Then it was gone again, and the small, delicate tentacles were back to continue their ghastly work. And there I was, all by myself, broken, half insane, lying on the floor, not able to do anything but watch. Fuck monsters and fuck the end of the world. There I was, on the ground, my body broken and half insane, while an eldritch being was preparing to destroy our very reality. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my breath came in hard, ragged bursts. I knew it was only a matter of time before the sheer pressure of what was happening here would kill me. In front of me, the delicate tentacles continued their work. They were tearing apart person after person, and added the parasites to what I could only assume to be a cocoon in the chamber's center. At the same time, though, more of the larger tentacles pushed from the portal, studying it and spreading it out further and further. Vile, vapid air pumped from the rift into reality. It was thick and spread over the ground like liquid. I laughed again. I laughed because we'd thought we'd be able to stop this. Any of this. And all this I knew, all this was merely the beginning. I pushed myself into a sitting position while a voice in the back of my head screamed at me to do something. Anything. What could I do, though? What could one low-ranking exterminator do here? Omega had failed. Athena had failed. Even Theodore's last-ditch effort had failed. Half-conscious, I pulled out a flamer. For a moment, I stared at it with a mixture of indifference and hope. Then I threw it towards the portal. It flew through the air but exploded long before it reached its target, and the flames fizzled out in midair. I grinned. Useless. It was all so fucking useless. A moment later, another surge of mental energy hit me, and I was thrown backwards against the fleshy walls. I'd have screamed at the pain if I'd had any energy left. For a second, I wondered why the thing hadn't killed me, but I knew. I was unimportant. It hadn't even bothered to target me. It had merely sent out an uncontrolled burst. The smallest of efforts, because I wasn't even worth searching for. I was nothing. Not even a distraction. Another burst of laughter escaped my mouth. The despair in it surprising even me. I could still move, but why should I bother? Instead, I pushed myself up against the fleshy wall. At least I thought I'd have front row seats for the end of the world. Right at that moment, something pushed into my mind. It was distant and came from far, far away. I tensed up, cringed back, and tried to push against it. Yet, whatever was invading my mind wasn't violent or alien. No. It felt familiar. It was the smallest of breezes, barely reaching me, but I could feel the terrible sense of urgency that accompanied it.
Dylan, listen.
A low, almost inaudible voice resonated inside my head. I looked around, confused, trying to find whoever was talking to me before I recognized Sandra's voice. Sandra? How the hell are you talking to me? How's any of this... I was cut off when she stabbed at my mind, tearing through it in a surge of burning hot pain to quiet me.
There's no time.
Her voice was a scream now, one that reverberated inside my mind. Then she used her powers to tap into my memories. Mentalists can scramble up your mind and alter your memories, and that's exactly what she was doing. She conveyed her full understanding of the situation and pushed it all into my mind. Right away, I could connect all the dots. During our fight against the A-class organism, Sandra had protected Theodore. But she hadn't merely shielded his body. No, she'd shielded his mind as well. It was during that time that she became aware of a connection between Theodore and something else, and with it, a plan was revealed to her. The parasite infesting Theodore hadn't been a normal, coincidental occurrence, but had been part of the Eldritch being's plan to invade our reality. It was an organism that had been meticulously created to undergo a symbiosis with life forms native to our reality. It would then adapt to it, to our laws of physics, and stay hidden until this very moment. Yet Theodore hadn't been the only one. Far from it. More than a dozen people had been infested with parasites, all of which had congregated around the portal. And now all these parasites would serve as the basis for an avatar, a body fit for our reality and which it could use to conquer it. When the A-class organism had come into our reality, its goal hadn't been to create a portal, or even to fight with us. All of that had been nothing but a diversion. Its true goal had been to get in contact with, gather, alter, and prepare each individual host for what was to come. During that time, it had established a connection between each host and the mind of the Eldritch being, the same one Sandra had become aware of. I remembered the glee, the success I'd felt after we'd defeated the creature. Now I knew what it had meant. Its plan had been a success, even though we destroyed it. I couldn't help but laugh. We'd fought so hard, had sacrificed so much. Hell, we destroyed an A-class organism all on our own, and it had changed nothing. Nothing at all. So what, Sandra? What does it change? There's nothing I can... Before I could continue, she quieted me with another surge of pain.
That avatar. If we destroy it, we can stop this.
Her voice resonated in my mind. What do you want me to do? I can't even get up anymore. What can I do against this? I cursed, staring at the portal ahead of me.
Theodore.
For long moments, the name reverberated inside my mind, but I didn't understand. He's dead. He's been dismantled like everyone else. Once more, she shared her knowledge with me. The symbiosis, it goes both ways, Sandra had learned. While the parasite becomes part of the human to adapt, the human also becomes part of the parasite. Thus, an entirely new organism was born. It was nothing but a chance result, caused by the very intricacies of human nature, something unplanned, but it might help us. As long as the avatar wasn't fully formed, and the parasite was allowed to exist as an individual organism, Theodore's mind would as well.
If he's still there, then for a moment, I might undo the control he's under.
For a long second, her voice was gone. When it reached me again, it was agitated, erratic, and only half there.
My throat into disarray might allow Theodore to tap into its powers. Only for a moment, but maybe.
She trailed off again. Then I felt her powers wash over me, reaching out, stretching further and further before she sent them forth in an explosive surge. My entire mind, my entire body was shaken as she let out a shrill, high-pitched scream. I felt her reaching out and searching for Theodore, but her consciousness was fading rapidly. Sandra, what are you... She was gone. I couldn't feel her presence anymore. In front of me, however, something was happening. The unfathomable powers that filled the womb were growing irritated. Then I felt it. Something was pushing. No, rebelling against them. I felt the anger of the Eldritch being as it searched for them, trying to find the impediment. As a result, however, its focus on the cocoon and its avatar was gone. Theodore. It had to be Theodore. Sandra's words returned to my mind.
That avatar. If we can destroy it, we can stop this.
This was our only chance. Half thinking, and after gathering what little strength I'd had left, I raised my gun and pointed it at the cocoon in the chamber. Before I could press the trigger, however, the Eldritch powers found me. Pain shot through my entire body. 1 second I felt my hand holding cold, hard steel, and then there was only pain. I watched in horror as my hand and arm were shredded apart. I crashed to the floor, screaming in agony, and stared at the stump that had once been my right arm, in a mixture of confusion and misery. Blood gushed from the wound and drenched the floor beneath me. With tears in my eyes, I cursed at myself. The gun. Why'd I try to use the damn gun? This had been a last chance, and I'd fucking wasted it. By now, the eldritch being seemed to have ordered its powers, and had restrained whatever had usurped them. Then I felt it again, another surge of the rebelling power. A last-ditch effort. This time I didn't waste any time. I got a hold of the pack containing the dozen grenades I'd still had left, activated one, and threw the whole pack with my one remaining arm. Don't let me down, my little friends. Don't let me down. The pack flew high through the air, crashed against the cocoon, and tore it apart in an ear-shattering explosion. Thrown into chaos at the result of the explosion, the eldritch powers became uncontrolled with anger. The entire womb twitched and stirred. In front of me, the portal's surface erupted and was torn asunder as a multitude of tentacles shot forward. They spread out and tore through the fleshy walls of the chamber in a blind rage. Chunks of flesh and disgusting liquid descended, and then the portal spilled outwards as the creature began pushing through. Almost instantly, images invaded my mind. They were images of beautiful destruction, of pleasure and suffering, a celebration of life and its ultimate end. Non-existence. An end to it all. An end to the curse that was life and existence itself. The ultimate order. I watched in despair as part of the being emerged from the portal. An enormous tentacled thing tore through the walls of the womb and opened it up to the world beyond. Somehow I knew this was nothing but the smallest, most minuscule part of its body. It was nothing, not even a finger. But this, even this, was enough to cause massive destruction. Part of the womb was gone now, but the portal was ever extending, flowing and spreading, and soon another part of the being emerged. It was in a blind rage, and I watched as the outside world close to the womb was torn asunder. It wasn't trying to conquer or order anymore. Its plan had failed. Now all it wanted was to destroy and to leave its mark. With each new emerging part, the portal spread further and further. Yet right at this moment I felt it again. It was the smallest remnant of a different power, minuscule and hidden below the blind, unfathomable rage. I didn't understand. Not at first, but then I felt its familiarity. It was Theodore. Or at least a last remnant of his consciousness, his will. I watched in stunned wonder as the flesh, the people who'd been used to create the portal, were folded into themselves and eventually torn apart. As a result, the portal was deteriorating. Its surface changed and shifted before it turned into a vortex. The eldritch being was forced to retreat, to pull back as the portal waned and fizzled out. At that moment, another set of images appeared in my mind. No, not images, I realized. Memories. I saw a small boy playing ball with a man in front of a costly home. The boy was getting older. He was out in the streets, partying, then fighting with the same man. I watched as he turned and left his home. He began befriending the people out in the streets, helping the homeless. And I saw him standing in a pool of blood, surrounded by the torn bodies of the same people. I felt his despair, but mostly his frustration and anger. I didn't understand what I was seeing, but then I saw his face. It was Theodore. Those were his memories, his life. And then the images were gone. The portal was torn apart and the tear in reality was closed off. I laid there on the floor, staring at the bleeding, torn remains of the womb, and couldn't believe it. The unfathomable alien presence was gone. A wave of euphoria washed over me. It was over. Somehow we'd done it. No, not us. Sandra and Theodore. The two of them had done it. As I lay there, the fleshy walls around me began falling apart. Flesh poured from the walls and rained down in wet, rotten chunks. Behind me, the first of the many tunnels collapsed. For a moment, I felt lightheaded. Dark spots appeared in front of my eyes and my head started spinning. I screamed at myself to stay conscious and administered healing contraptions to both my torn arm and broken leg. I had to get out of here. I had to get help, otherwise... In front of me, the womb had been torn apart. As the alien influences vanished, reality returned. From the tear at the end of the chamber, I could see sunlight. I screamed at myself again, pushed aside the pain, and began half limping, half crawling towards the outside world. It was so far, I thought, as I dragged myself through stinking liquids and past rotten flesh. I saw creatures here and there, but those stragglers were too confused and stunted to give me any notice. They shuffled through the rotten womb in a state of apathy, not understanding what had happened. They were lost, cut off from their terrible god and now trapped in an alien place. I didn't care. Instead, I dragged myself onward and eventually made it outside. Before I passed out, the last thing I saw were the first members of Headquarters Support Squad making their way towards me. When I woke up, I found myself in a hospital bed. I heard voices outside. People were arguing, but I couldn't understand anything. My entire body was in terrible pain, and when I tried to push myself up, I wasn't able to. In shock, I stared at the stump that had once been my right arm before I remembered what had happened. Right at that moment, the door opened and someone entered.
"Exterminator 7D11087,
the woman said. Her voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. "Adjudicator," I said, giving her a curt nod that sent shivers of pain through my body.
"We've got to give you our thanks. Because of the effort of you and Exterminator 4B98344, the situation is now under control."
"So there's no need for cleansing anymore?" She shook her head.
"No. While there's still a sizable amount of creatures on the loose, we've requested additional personnel to handle them."
I couldn't help but sigh in relief, but as I lay there, the events of the past weeks returned to my mind. "You're not just thanking me, though, are you? You're here to carry out my punishment, right?" Her face grew hard, and after a brief moment, she nodded.
"As of now, you're under house arrest, and to remain here until we've cleared up the situation. From the data we've gathered, we can deduce that you're not to blame for the loss of Omega. No, it's thanks to you and your presence that the situation was resolved."
"House arrest? Sounds lovely," I said sarcastically, ignoring the rest she'd said. The adjudicator, however, didn't give my tone of voice any notice.
"Temporarily, yes, until we've got the situation under control and handled all the issues regarding the local authorities."
Might be tough this time. When I said this, her face turned cold. "Well, once this is over," I spoke up again, "what's going to happen to me, adjudicator?"
"You will be relieved of all duties related to the organization. Given your current condition, we won't be needing your services anymore. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to put you on indefinite leave."
Indefinite leave? For the first time, I saw an adjudicator with a genuine smile on their face.
"We won't be needing a low-ranking, one-armed exterminator like you. Once all issues are settled, you're free to go. Should you be interested, however, there are always positions available at the archives."
I began laughing, but the pain was so intense I almost passed out. I cursed to myself and took a few deep breaths before I answered her. "To tell you the truth, adjudicator, I was never one to read the Codex or the Compendium. I doubt I'd be a good fit for that. There's also something else I've got to do." For a few moments, we were both quiet.
"Is it related to Exterminator 4B98344 and her passing?"
the woman asked. I nodded. I knew what had happened all along. Sandra had sacrificed herself when she'd used her mental powers to reach out to Theodore. And yet the tears still kept coming. "How did she..." I started, but was choked by tears.
"We aren't sure. She might have woken up because of the S-Class organism's presence, or she might have planned for this all along. When she realized how dire the situation was and what she needed to do, she injected a lethal dose of memory altercations and mind enhancers."
"Damn it, Sandra. Damn it!" I cursed while I was crying. The adjudicator watched in silence for a few moments before she turned to leave. "Adjudicator," I brought out. 2 decades ago, an incident happened in a small backwater town in the Ukraine. The one exterminator Sandra was from. She stopped, waiting for me to continue.
I'd like to know where it was. I think she'd very much like to go home. So I thought... My voice trailed off. I'll see what I can do, the woman said before she finally left the room. In the weeks to come, all I could do was rest and recuperate my battered body. The damage I'd suffered was far more severe than I'd thought. During my time at Headquarters Field Hospital, they subjected me to an endless array of questions. So much for indefinite leave, I thought, as I answered them all. Yet I didn't mind. No. I did all I could to help them. They had to understand all that had happened so they could prepare, should any such incident ever happen again. I owed it to Sandra, to Theodore, and to everyone else who died. When I was released, my body felt different, perpetually broken. They'd been right. When I was released, my body felt different, perpetually broken. They'd been right. The way I was now, I'd be no use as an exterminator. Never again. Their indefinite leave was less a gift, but more the expulsion of a useful asset. Still, I didn't mind. The adjudicator had done what I'd asked her for. She'd left me a detailed note containing the former location of Sandra's hometown. Before I went on my way, however, there was one more thing I wanted to do. No. Had to do. For days, I scoured the city in search of the building from Theodore's memories. When I found it, I stood in front of it for a long moment. I took a deep breath before I rang the doorbell. It wasn't long before an older man in his mid-50s answered. He greeted me, but frowned when he saw the state I was in.
Who are you? Is this about Theodore? What did he...
No. I cut him off, but shook my head. To be honest, yes. This is about Theodore. He wanted to thank you for the time you played ball with him. He treasured those memories. For a moment, the man's expression grew angry, and I watched as he balled his hands into fists. He opened his mouth, most likely to scream at me, but then he must have seen something on my face. The anger left him, and only a sad expression remained.
That damn boy,
he cursed in a shaken voice, and I saw him blink away tears. He was a good man. Theodore, I mean. The man nodded.
Of course he was,
he finally said.
And thank you.
There was no need to say anything else, and neither was there a way to explain to him what had happened to his son. Once I was back at the apartment, my eyes wandered over the place once more. It was almost barren now, stripped of anything related to headquarters or exterminations. All that remained was an oppressive, almost all-encompassing silence. So much had happened here, I thought. Then I carefully picked up the urn containing Sandra's remains and made my way downstairs to my car. Once I'd made sure the urn was secured, I sat down behind the steering wheel. It would be a long drive, and it wouldn't be easy to find the place. But I had to do it. And so I started on my way to the backwaters of Ukraine. My goal was a place where once stood a small, unimportant town. A town where the woman that would one day save the world had been born. This story was written by Rene. If you'd like to support the author, please check out their book on Amazon. It's this story you just heard in novel form. It's titled Fuck Monsters by Rene, and I'll have a link in the description down below. Please check out their Amazon page, website, TikTok, and they're on Reddit as well, where they initially posted this as a series. Hope everybody enjoyed, and please support the author. And thanks so much to Rene for letting me read this amazing story on the channel. Today's video was supported by patrons like Mark from Earth, Crimson Muse, Joy Burton, Diane Showers, Mark Sewall, Cheryl James, Pick Your Sticker, Teddy Dog, Clue 404, Mamakato, Dante Kincaid, Zarin Ray,
Angela Donovan, Blarian50, Devin Kyle, Timothy Baird, Ajeti, Bert Turner, Bajani Espinal, Michael Pierce, Big Joe, Carrie Harkonnen, LaDonna Spivey, Scott Tanaka. If you'd like to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/Jordan Group Horror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward. And if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in the next Hollow's End story. Links to join are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. See you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.